It all starts with a simulation game called Evil Queenmaker, where players become mentors in the dark demon realm. The goal is to train the weakest demon lord all the way to the top, and this game became a massive hit with a huge following. Nahan was one of those hyper-dedicated players, constantly defending the title and fighting with haters online. But he ended up feeling like a total fool because, get this, everything went completely downhill when the game flopped hard. Barely a year after launching, the developers dropped a cheap expansion to cash in on its success. But that expansion introduced totally ridiculous plot twists and horrible endings, causing the overall rating to plunge in the blink of an eye. They even shoved a trashy NTR route in there. Outraged, Nahan became a massive hater himself, roasting the game online until the developers actually replied to his angry comment. They basically dared him to make a better ending himself, which left Nahan feeling pretty annoyed. Suddenly, his computer screen begins to glow, and he gets sucked straight into a mysterious abyss. Plummeting through the endless void, he is totally confused, trying to figure out where he ended up. Then midfall, he spots a giant eye staring right at him. Immediately after that, a mysterious figure appears, leaving him even more baffled. The mysterious being starts babbling utter gibberish, leaving Nahan completely lost. Feeling a sharp headache, he finally begins to wake up. Still feeling pretty lightheaded, he wonders what this strange place is. Looking up, he realizes he is standing right in front of a massive castle. Touching the grand iron gate, he finds everything to be oddly familiar. Feeling like he has seen this place somewhere before, he spots a raised flag and instantly recognizes the official emblem of Evil Queenmaker. Shocked to see it with his own eyes, he starts suspecting that he has been transported straight into the game. It all feels completely unbelievable. But if he really is inside the game, this must be the castle of the young demon lord. An elderly man appears behind the gate and asks if he is Nahan, leaving him totally confused by that name. Then he notices something pretty important. He realizes that the old man standing there is Kane, an NPC from the game. And he realizes that Kane is repeating the exact first line his character says to the player in the original story. Kane bows, thanking him for volunteering to guide the demon lord, making Nahan realize he has stepped into the mentor role. Right then, he remembers the developer's smug comment and realizes the true meaning of that awful challenge. He finally understands that now he has to forge a better ending with his own hands. Even though he thinks this whole situation is a total mess, in another room, a child's voice asks Cecily how she looks. The maid says she tried to give her a more imposing appearance, asking if she likes the result as she hugs her teddy bear. The little girl feels pretty bashful, admitting she feels a bit awkward in these fancy clothes. The maid cannot resist so much cuteness, and honestly, neither can I. She really is super adorable. Cecily smiles and comments that she must be pretty nervous about the new mentor, reassuring the little ruler that she even asked Chef Mark to make delicious pudding as a welcome treat. She thanks Cecily for the support while the maid melts inside because her little master is just so adorable. Someone knocks firmly on the door, and Kane announces his arrival, calling out for young Seir. The butler enters politely, informing the young lady that her new mentor is already waiting for her. Seir steps down and calmly replies that she is ready to meet him. As they walk toward the main hall, Kane watches with pride, admiring the dignified posture of his little boss. Seated on her grand throne, Seir says she is fully prepared, leaving Kane emotional over her majestic presence. Nahan finally arrives, greeting Seir to start their very first interaction. He offers an elegant bow and officially introduces himself as Nahan. She is Seir Von Devata, the sole survivor of the former Demon Lord's bloodline who once held second place in the realm. However, 2 years ago, their clan suffered a devastating defeat in a sudden war, where the previous leader ended up passing away. Facing all that tragedy, Seir was only 5 years old when she was forced to take the clan's throne. Left powerless, the Devata clan plummeted to the very bottom of the rankings, and even that spot is now in grave danger. Back to the present, the little girl runs down from the throne straight toward Nahan, catching him completely off guard. She offers a cute bow and greets him politely, making him reply in a somewhat awkward manner. With a smile, she asks her mentor to speak casually, placing herself as his student, which fills Kane with immense pride. Nahan gently places his hand on her head and tells her that from this moment on, she should call him teacher. He promises to turn her into the greatest demon lord of all, saying he is truly happy to meet her. Seir is absolutely thrilled by his promise, instantly accepting him as her brand new master. But the second Nahan steps outside, he feels like he hit a dead end. Panic sets in as Nahan realizes the absolute mess he is in. He seriously wonders if he has lost his mind or got possessed. He cannot believe he actually agreed to become this little girl's teacher. Sure, as a massive fan, He knows every single lore detail and ending from major to minor. But clicking a mouse is totally different from raising a real child, especially when he cannot even cast simple magic. He initially planned to decline, but did his gamer instincts kick in, or did he just fold under the pressure of meeting her? Maybe he just felt deep sympathy for her pain, but he is still considering running away. Suddenly, strange golden dust begins shimmering right before his eyes, leaving him completely frozen in shock. Hundreds of unfamiliar scenes flash violently through his mind, revealing themselves as the original Nahan's lost memories. As these memories click into place, he is stunned to discover the original Nahan was a ridiculously powerful archdemon. Feeling this terrifying power surge, Nahan knows his deep game knowledge combined with this strength changes everything. Clenching his fist, he gains a massive wave of confidence. He is not just going to teach, he is going to dominate. You just know he is going to fight for the absolute perfect ending in this tragic world. Only one strange mystery remains. He remembers the alias Nahan, but the archdemon's true name is completely blank. The next morning, they head outside, leaving Seir pretty confused about why they left her usual study room. Nahan tells her that the outdoor air improves concentration and gives a handy stat buff. It is a secret trick only a gamer would understand. Spotting her teddy bear, which never existed in the original lore, he asks if she really needs that toy with her. He suggests putting the doll aside, but she gets quite sad, saying the toy only has her. Looking at her reaction and the heavy expression on Kane's face, Nahan senses a deeper sorrow and decides to let it go. To cheer her up, Nahan greets the teddy bear, asking the toy to pay close attention to class, too. He then reaches down and warmly shakes the white plush toy by its little paw. Seir beams with a wide, happy smile, claiming her bear promised to try its absolute best as their lesson finally begins. Our new master starts with mana control, but Seir is surprised since Kane told her history comes first. Nahan jokes that Kane is just too old-fashioned, making the girl giggle in agreement while the embarrassed butler blushes behind them. He explains that she must master both combat and magic to properly protect her future subjects as their true ruler. Seir loves the idea, but proudly points out she already mastered proper royal etiquette under Kane's careful guidance. Nahan snaps his fingers, arguing that those stiff rules are pretty useless if she cannot apply them naturally around other demons. To help her learn, Nahan conjures a glowing magic scroll that floats right before her. Noticing her pure curiosity, he explains it is a special training journal designed to help track her daily progress. He even promises to buy her a sweet pudding if she completes the training. Because let's be real, giving treats is the easiest way to raise her stats. Turning back to the board, he explains that mana is split between the reserves stored in her heart and the actual amount she can control. Asked what controls this active energy, the girl taps her chin, admitting she does not know. Her master explains that demons and magical beasts have internal circuits inside their bodies, asking her if she knows their main purpose. Seir shoots her tiny hand up in pure excitement, correctly answering that these special pathways are what let mana flow. He praises her sharp mind, asking what happens if someone has countless circuits spread across their body. Seeing her deliver another perfect answer, Nahan smiles warmly, praising her for absorbing these complicated concepts so incredibly fast. The girl giggles quite shyly, and Nahan realizes that genuine encouragement is absolutely the best way to keep her highly motivated. He explains that, while core energy is born, training lets anyone expand their physical pathways. To prove his theory, Nahan unleashes a mind-blowing wave of dark energy that shoots up into a massive pillar of light. Sporting a completely relaxed smile, Nahan easily demonstrates how anyone can channel and fully control a ridiculous amount of raw mana simultaneously. Seir looks on in absolute awe, while the butler Kane watches everything in total disbelief. The butler quietly admits to himself that, although Nahan is a complete mystery, his overwhelming strength is the real deal. With eyes sparkling, Seir asks if she can ever pull off a move like that, and Nahan promises she will, because the clan's blood runs thick in her veins. Hearing that vote of confidence, the little demon lord eagerly raises her hand and promises she will train as hard as she possibly can. Before long, rumors that the weakest demon lord in the world finally landed herself a mentor start spreading like wildfire across the entire realm. Down on the 70th floor, the resident demon lord instantly brushes the rumor off, saying he does not give a damn about whoever sits at the absolute bottom. Over on floor 69, another demon lord pays it zero attention, telling his subordinates to only bring him reports that actually make some money. And wait, here is where it gets interesting. This gossip starts turning some very important heads. A gorgeous, high-tier female demon relaxing in her bath scoffs at the report, wondering what kind of absolute loser would take on a job like that. Her servant speaks up, revealing the mentor is Nahan, but he admits that despite digging pretty deep, He could not uncover a single thing about the guy. Intrigued by the sudden mystery, she slowly rises from the bath, finding the situation incredibly interesting. Flash of a wicked smile, and she decides it is finally time for a stroll, ordering her servants to get everything ready. Meanwhile, little Seir marches forward, quite determined to crush the tough homework her new master laid out. Her maid Cecily spots her in the hallway, offering a warm smile and asking what brings her lady all the way out here. Suddenly, the young lord remembers Nahan's training task. Spinning around so fast, she catches her maid completely off guard. Blushing a deep, embarrassed red, the little girl shyly calls out to Cecily before trying to hand down her command. Wagging her tail at the sheer cuteness of it, the maid patiently begs her master to speak whatever she desires. Seir points directly at her scroll, trying her best to sound strict while stuttering out an order to clean up the entire area immediately. Cecily blinks in complete confusion, not quite understanding why her master is giving her such a sudden, random order. The maid gently points out that she was already magic sweeping the room, which leaves our little demon lord feeling pretty awkward. Cecily glances down at her hands and quickly notices that Seir is holding onto a magic training journal. Instantly, she realizes the teacher is just trying to teach the kid how to speak like a real leader, so she decides to play along. Cecily bows low with deep respect, promising to pay much closer attention to her daily duties and happily accepting her lady's command. Seeing her voice actually work, Seir's eyes light up with pure, sparkling joy over completing her very first task. Relieved, the little girl says goodbye and heads off to class, while the maid's heart melts entirely over how adorable she is. Seir skips happily through the sunny castle garden, completely unaware that a couple of people are deep in conversation just ahead. She spots Butler Kane chatting with Nahan, running right up to them while her new teacher welcomes her with a warm smile. She proudly reports that she finished her homework, and Nahan gently pats her head, promising to hand over a special reward. Wondering what to get her, the teacher looks down at her beloved teddy bear and suggests giving the white plushie a new toy friend. The little demon lord goes absolutely wild with excitement, thinking it would be wonderful to finally get her bear some company. But hearing the suggestion, Kane's face suddenly tenses up with worry, a reaction that immediately catches the mentor's sharp eye. Catching the butler's stiff reaction, the bright shine in Seir's eyes vanishes, leaving her completely disheartened. Clutching her white bear close, she softly mutters that it is perfectly fine, and she really does not need anything else. Honestly, he realizes the castle is totally broke, can't even afford a plushie, and decides he must step in. Stroking her hair, he proposes taking over the castle's entire treasury until she is grown enough to manage it herself. The little girl gazes up, eyes wide with surprise at her teacher's sudden offer of financial rescue. Kane is left totally shocked, asking if that is why Nahan was digging through the castle's ledgers earlier, but the mentor cuts him off. He asks the butler if he wouldn't like to see little Seir truly smiling after receiving a brand new toy. Those heartfelt words hit the butler deep, leaving him visibly moved and completely unsure of how to reply. Kane honestly admits he would love to witness that happy moment, but the harsh reality of their empty treasury still weighs heavily on him. Nahan reassures him that he understands the worry, making it absolutely clear he has zero interest in keeping a single gold coin. Resting a steady hand on the butler's shoulder, he gently explains that everyone has their own unique talents. He asks Kane to just let him manage what he does best, confidently declaring that in the very near future, young Seir will stand at the absolute summit of the demon realm. Listening to his powerful words, the small girl slowly steps closer, shyly clutching the edge of her teacher's dark coat. Looking straight into his eyes, she states with true determination that she has decided to put her full trust in him. Nahan looks down at her, deeply feeling the heavy weight of the responsibility she just placed on him along with her trust. Breaking into a giant smile, she asks him to go and make tons of money for them. The mentor chuckles in a lighthearted mood, offering a confident, sly grin as he promises that gold will soon fill the halls like magic. Nahan calls the girl over to start their practical lesson, while Kane watches from afar, still wondering if hiring him was right. As training begins, Nahan tells her to guide her mana flow calmly, and the little girl tries her absolute best to follow. Soon, the little lord's mana heart starts glowing brightly, throwing off tiny sparks of reddish energy. He notices that despite having so few mana circuits, her actual energy capacity is insanely high, way beyond any normal human. Watching her give it her all and soak up everything so quickly, the mentor feels quite relieved knowing she will grow fast. He claps his hands, calling an end to this training session, figuring it is best not to overdo things on the very first day of practical lessons. Exhausted, Seir collapses, but Kine is right there to catch her. Seeing her physical stamina is pretty low, Nahan praises her great effort and suggests a quick break before they start running to build it up. Not long after, The little girl is already jogging across the castle lawn, clutching her beloved white teddy bear once again. As she runs like that, Nahan asks Kane why on earth she is so incredibly attached to that plush toy. Kane explains the plushie was a final gift from Seir's late father, and Nahan finally gets why she clings to it so desperately. He realizes the death of the previous lord is a critical turning point, so he decides to tell her the full truth only when Seir is ready for revenge. Suddenly, a panicked servant runs up, yelling for the head butler and cutting their talk short. Wait, here is the kicker. Eldon hands over a letter from the floor below, floor 71, and he is shaking. Kane panics. What do they want? Nahan completely understands why the loyal butler is so terrified. He knows the truth. A single floor's difference means an insanely massive gap in raw military power. Smiling mysteriously, Nahan tells Kane to calm down. This contact is exactly what he's been waiting for. Days pass. Their carriage finally arrives at the meeting spot, and Nahan tells Kane to loosen up so they do not show any weakness. Staring at the man steering the visitor's carriage, Nahan instantly realizes this guy is definitely no ordinary coachman. He casually walks up to him, mockingly asking what could possibly be so honorable about greeting a lowly carriage driver. And get this, Nahan exposes him right there as Sage Baphomet, totally blowing his secret cover. Keen and the rest of the staff stand there completely speechless, blown away by Nahan's bold move and sharp eyes. The fake driver lets out an awkward chuckle, just as a woman's voice laughs from inside the carriage, clearly finding this hilarious. The door swings open, and a stunning, elegant demon lord steps down with an incredibly majestic and charming presence. Castle staff instantly freeze up, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure radiating from their high-ranking guest. Keeping perfectly cool, Nahan offers a polite bow and greets her formally, calling her Queen Citri. Citri struts toward him, noting that anyone who can see right through her servant's clever disguise is definitely no ordinary man. She remarks that no regular human would dare tutor a demon lord, and Nahan simply smiles back with a sarcastic grin. Kane almost has a literal heart attack watching the teacher speak so arrogantly to a powerful demon ruler way out of their league. Nahan demands to know her business and physically blocks her path, declaring he will only let her in if she has a valid reason. He grins, reminding her that even with her superior rank, she cannot just stomp into another lord's territory without a solid explanation. Demanding respect, Citri gets absolutely furious at being challenged by some low-level nobody, but she forces herself to breathe and swallows her pride to save her master plan. She explains that as the Lord of Floor 71, she is here for business with Seir, so Nahan finally steps aside to let her in. Baphomet realizes Nahan was incredibly smart to use this visit to assert dominance, reminding everyone that little Seir is still the rightful ruler here. Nahan casually apologizes for his cold attitude, claiming he was just protecting his young student, and instructs Kane to show their guests inside. Her Majesty orders Baphomet to wait out here, promising her chat with this bold mentor will not take very long at all. Strolling deeper into the castle, Citri notices how empty the place is, and snidely mocks their heavily reduced number of household staff. Nahan calmly explains they are going through pretty tough financial times, and while she fakes her sympathy, he knows exactly who caused this crisis. Offering her a seat, the teacher waits as Citri asks with clear disdain when the little kid will actually show up. Leaning back comfortably on the couch, she warns him that they have a highly urgent financial matter to discuss right away. Nahan just stares right back at her with his cold golden eyes. He instantly sees right through her cheap attempts to seduce him for an advantage. He warns her that he runs the castle's treasury, so she should talk straight to him, while she is quite sure she already has him wrapped around her finger. She claims quite a few of her soldiers died defending the Data clan from humans, so she demands some pretty massive financial compensation. The mentor calmly asks who actually ordered those troops to march, and she straight up lies, claiming it was all out of pure kindness. Hearing such a shameless excuse, Nahan just chuckles to himself, thinking about how this pretty little demon lord is a complete and total fraud. Citri freezes instantly, her face turning dead serious as she gasps out, "What did you just say?" She cannot believe her own ears. Showing absolutely zero fear, Nahan just takes another casual sip of his tea, keeping that pretty smug smile plastered on his face. She slams her hand hard onto the table, totally furious at his unbelievable audacity and the sheer disrespect he is showing her. Citri stands straight up, blazing flames erupting around her as she screams that he must have completely lost his mind to challenge her. But he just lounges back on the sofa, teasingly asking if being called a fraud actually hurt her feelings, making her even more furious. Nahan calmly explains that sending in useless troops and then demanding a massive payout is indeed a pretty big scam. Absolutely consumed by rage, the demon lord roars out, screaming that his arrogance has crossed the line. She thrusts her hand forward, launching a pretty massive blast of magical fire straight at him on the sofa. With a gaze full of pure hatred, Citri declares that this blast is the punishment he brought entirely on himself. Yet Nahan remains in the exact same spot, casually sipping his tea as if nothing quite out of the ordinary is happening. The mentor darkly notes that he really wanted to settle this quietly to spare her pride, but she just crossed the line. Get ready for this, he does not even flinch, simply raising his hand and snapping his fingers with absolute ease. Instantly, Citri's destructive, blazing flames are totally snuffed out, vanishing from the Great Hall, without leaving a single trace. The Demon Queen opens her eyes wide in absolute shock, completely unable to understand how her strongest fire was snuffed out so easily. Suddenly, a dark, terrifying aura begins to pour from Nahan, forcing the proud demon lord to back away in sheer terror. To ease the tension, Nahan calmly suggests they resolve all of this by talking like pretty civilized, intelligent demons. He looks directly at the demon lord, offering her a pretty solid business proposal. But Citri spots a monstrous shadow towering behind Nahan and begins to stutter in absolute horror. Recognizing a truly terrifying force in this realm, even while trembling inside, she still tries to maintain a tough front, asking how he has the nerve to make her any proposal. The mentor just smiles, mentioning that his offer is all about the magic seal locking away her powers, leaving her totally speechless. Citri snaps at him to shut his mouth if he's just stating the obvious. But Nahan reminds her that she was once the 12th demon lord before being sealed away. He explains that she must climb the floors to recover her sealing stones, which are currently guarded by some pretty powerful demons. Nahan conjures a glowing magic scroll with his fingers, suggesting they forge a pretty helpful pact of mutual cooperation. He flicks the scroll straight onto her forehead, promising that he will personally help her shatter the seal on her original power. Citri hesitates and swallows hard, seriously considering this incredibly tempting offer that could change her entire fate in the demon world. She snatches the floating scroll and asks, still highly suspicious, how exactly a simple mentor plans to actually pull this off. Nahan just cracks a knowing smile. You and I both saw that little taste of his power just a second ago. He calmly points out that what she just witnessed was merely a tiny, pretty insignificant fraction of his true hidden strength. Quite intrigued, the queen demands to know what he actually is, but he simply replies that he is just the demon lord's mentor. Keeping his friendly, calm smile, Nahan gently asks if she is finally ready to sign their little agreement document. As Citri signs the contract, Nahan secretly celebrates securing plenty of gold for the castle and absolute safety for Seir without any casualties. The mentor knows she only accepted this deal because of the clause guaranteeing his absolute, unconditional support in quite any situation. Citri looks over the contract, realizing that if that earlier show of force was really just a tiny fraction of Nahan, he is insanely strong. With a greedy smile on her face, the demon lord decides that this partnership is a risk quite worth taking right now. She demands that they seal the magic contract with blood, and Nahan accepts immediately, picking up a pretty sharp blade. He presses his bloody thumb directly onto the enchanted paper to fully formalize the binding pact between them. The blood marks merge on the scroll, sealing the fate of Demon Lord Citri and her new ally and mentor. The glowing contract floats in the air, wrapped in a pretty bright red light to lock in their unbreakable commitment. A vivid scarlet flash completely consumes the paper, signaling that the blood pact has been officially registered by the system. Nahan puts away his knife, looking dead serious as he tells her he hopes they work well together in this new alliance. Seir coldly wipes the blood from her hand, replying that she expects nothing less than massive rewards from their fresh partnership. Nahan drops to one knee beside little Seir, happily announcing that their young queen will be helping them with official duties now. Seir bows politely to thank their new partner, but Seir instantly gets flustered, rudely calling the little queen a total brat. Nahan immediately scolds her for calling their ally a brat, teasing that she clearly needs etiquette lessons, leaving the adult demon annoyed. But under her teacher's sharp gaze, the little queen quickly blushes and tries to apologize. She runs a hand through her hair shyly, asking that they get along from now on while addressing little Seir by her actual name. Feeling satisfied, Nahan praises her improved attitude and says it is time to map out their strategy. With a sly grin, he reveals the very first step. But get this, his next move is pure genius. He demands she become his new student, leaving the proud demon lord completely shell-shocked. She screams in protest, demanding to know what kind of joke this is. But Nahan calmly reminds her that her status is pretty pathetic compared to her glorious past. He points out ruthlessly that today, she is just a regular demon lord. She is weak, holds almost zero influence, and has zero pride left. Face flushed red with fury, she screams that he does not have to be so brutal, glaring at his smug little grin. Nahan turns serious again. He notes that she likely believes her only path to growth is reclaiming her sealed ancient powers, but he claims she can get immensely stronger even without breaking that seal, leaving the warrior totally stunned by his words. She clenches her fist, realizing that coming from a man with such insane hidden power, this crazy claim might actually be true. Nahan recalls that in the game, Seir was Seir's most powerful ally, meaning training her up will help her recover every ounce of her former glory. Trying to hide her shock, Seir warns him not to mess around with a literal demon lord, demanding they end things for today. But Nahan casually suggests she drop by whenever she has some free time. The demon queen snaps, yelling that he should be the one visiting her palace. This instantly makes little Seir super jealous, who clings tightly to his coat, shouting that her teacher belongs only to her. Seir sighs, giving up the argument because of the kid's massive jealousy, and agrees to train with the mentor once a week. The teacher calmly agrees to the weekly schedule, but Seir gets instantly annoyed, assuming he thinks she is just eager to see him. Mockingly, he tells her she will see in due time, fully aware that this alliance is only the first of many hurdles ahead. Down in the courtyard, Seir's soldiers are constantly whining about working in this run-down castle, calling the whole setup miserable. A castle officer overhears their complaining and tells them to crawl back home if they hate it so much, immediately sparking a massive argument. This is Vice Commander Varuna, leader of Seir's loyal forces, who glares at them coldly, fully prepared to set these lazy rookies straight. The leader of Seir's soldiers quickly apologizes to Varuna, promising to punish the loudmouths and ordering his men to stop gossiping and start training. Afterward, Varuna asks his superior if they are truly going to leave things in this state, complaining that the entire atmosphere and training regime are a total disaster. Commander Renalaza replies casually that they expected some chaos, so there is no point worrying. A few days later, Nahan shows up, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. And honestly, you can tell he is stressed out of his mind. Seir slams her hand on the table, asking if he wants to fight because he suddenly claimed he has no time left to teach her. The teacher calmly explains he is completely swamped organizing the integration of her troops with the castle defenses, leaving him with zero free time. With an obvious hidden motive, he glances sideways and notes how incredibly grateful he would be if she could help organize her own soldiers. Seir gets absolutely furious about having to personally handle the troops, but reluctantly agrees, silently swearing she will get her revenge on him someday. Seeing her storm out plotting payback, Nahan finds it hilarious, thinking that if her rage serves as a catalyst for her growth, then it is actually a massive win. He then looks at little Seir and asks for one last favor, suggesting she tag along to help him wrap up the day's preparations. He runs into Renalaza in the hallway and greets her formally, while the commander quietly gushes over how adorable the little queen looks. Nahan explains he is scouting a training area for Seir's swordsmanship and handling other business, while Renalaza asks him to just use her first name. Varuna lets out a mocking smirk, thinking that to Nahan, stabilizing control over these newly joined troops seems like an incredibly easy task. The teacher cynically asks if that is not expected, and when Varuna asks if he has ever actually led an army before, he happily admits he has not. Varuna smiles, saying he does not mean to belittle him, but uniting soldiers from bitter rival factions is a completely crazy task. Nahan closes his eyes, calmly asking if that is really so difficult, and offers to show him how to solve it. Varuna stares right back, challenging him to show what he has got. He promises to watch and learn. Moments later, the unhappy army of demons and little Seir gather right in the castle training grounds. Out in the yard, the other fighters start whispering the second they spot Lord Seir, alongside Vice Commander Varuna and Nahan. Nahan observes Varuna closely, recognizing his incredible combat skills and devotion, though he knows all that deep loyalty is exclusively for Seir. Because of that, the clever teacher decides to seize this perfect training opportunity to win the commander over for good. He politely approaches the giant lizard warrior, Epsilon, officially introducing himself as young Seir's mentor. Offering a friendly handshake, Nahan is met with a brutal squeeze from Epsilon, who demands to know if he separated them from Queen Sar. With a dry smirk, look at how he casually takes the blame, basically calling them a pathetic bunch of weaklings who had nowhere else to turn. Infuriated by this blatant insult, the lizard warrior glares with his glowing yellow eye, burning with absolute rage at Nahan's audacity. Epsilon starts grinding Nahan's hand with immense physical force, determined to force this arrogant teacher to his knees. Baring his razor-sharp teeth, the beast growls and asks if the man honestly thought smooth talk would protect him here. Without flinching even slightly, Nahan simply remarks that the lizard's grip is just a little too tight for comfort. Before anyone can blink, The mentor returns the handshake with absolutely crushing physical power. Instantly, the massive beast lets out a painful gasp of pure shock. Sinking to his knees while clutching his broken hand, the lizard can only look up as Nahan coldly tells him to learn his place. Nahan warns that their true lord is right there, asking how a mere soldier dares act equal to her own mentor. He demands to know if Queen Sar taught them to be so disrespectful, making the injured beast growl at the insult. Placing his hand gently on Seir's back, the mentor realizes these soldiers still view Queen Sar as their true leader. Pointing directly at Seir, Nahan orders the entire army to look closely. He declares that this little girl is the only master they answer to now. Staring at Seir, the lizard warrior secretly melts from her sheer cuteness before quickly shaking his head to stay focused. Epsilon stubbornly refuses, claiming only Queen Sar has his loyalty, which makes Nahan mockingly praise his dedication. With a terrifying glare, Nahan whispers that if he chooses defiance, then they will just have to settle this by force. The mentor unleashes a suffocating dark aura that floods the courtyard, forcing dozens of demon soldiers straight to their knees. Epsilon struggles with everything he has to fight the heavy pressure, but collapses to the grass with a painful groan. Varuna watches the display, sweating anxiously. Can you blame him? He is literally witnessing an utterly monstrous amount of pure magical power. Walking calmly past the kneeling fighters, Nahan warns that disobedient dogs are useless, giving them one final warning. He asks the lizard if he would rather cease to exist by denying reality, or finally choose to put his faith in a new future. The demon soldier snaps back that they are bound by honor to carry out Queen Sar's commands above everything else. Nahan snaps his fingers in approval, noting that such dedication pleases him, though they must now face the consequences. Just like that, the crushing weight disappears, letting the confused warriors gasp for air while wondering what just happened. Queen Sar suddenly steps into the courtyard, yelling at her troops and asking why they always have to make trouble. Epsilon tries to explain that the alliance is only for show, but Queen Sar snaps, commanding him to shut up because this pact is real. She warns that the bond between their factions is absolute, and their forces must act as the ultimate symbol of this unbreakable union. She demands that this partnership succeed no matter what, explaining that their survival in the upcoming war depends on it. Realizing his mistake, Epsilon bows deeply and begs for forgiveness, but Queen Sar yells that she is no longer their master. Pointing her finger directly at Seir, Seir repeats the hard question, demanding they state once and for all who they are supposed to serve. The lizard warrior slams his fist over his chest in a crisp salute, ready to give his final answer to Seir. Every single one of Seir's soldiers joins the salute. They swear total loyalty, proudly declaring themselves the official army of Lord Seir. Hearing this, both Seir and Vice Commander Varuna stare in absolute shock at this unexpected pledge. Seir proudly gestures to her loyal warriors, and Nahan flashes a thumbs up, feeling absolutely satisfied with this incredible result. The mentor raises his thumb to encourage little Seir, who looks up at him with eyes full of shyness and deep admiration. Wearing an adorable smile on her face, the sweet little girl copies her mentor's gesture, raising an enthusiastic thumbs up of her own. Nahan asks if they are finally ready, and the soldiers bellow out yes with absolute, fiery determination. Nahan crouches down by Seir, asking for just a second of patience before he explains their training task. But before he can even pull back, the little lord grabs his hand with fierce determination, which leaves her teacher totally confused. He softly asks her to let go so they can begin, but the stubborn girl just pouts and flatly refuses to release him. With stubborn, puffed-up cheeks, she firmly insists she is not letting go, making Nahan think she is just going through a classic toddler phase. Having no other choice, he scoops her up into his arms to teach comfortably, making the kid giggle while Sarah glares at him in absolute fury. Sarah completely loses her cool and snaps, yelling to demand exactly when he intends to start teaching her like he promised before. He claims training like this is perfectly fine, leaving the warrior highly annoyed and completely confused. Slowly releasing dark smoke from his feet, he mysteriously explains that this will be more than enough for today. Suddenly, a massive, thick cloud of pitch-black smoke rises, blanketing the entire training hall and putting the warrior on high alert. From within the heavy fog, Nahan announces the only rule. All she needs to do to pass is land a single hit on him. Feeling insulted, she angrily asks if he is joking, questioning if a simple one-hit test even counts as real training. Flashing an incredibly confident grin, the mentor simply tells her that yes, this absolutely counts as training. And here's where it gets crazy. Holding the little girl, Nahan unleashes an absurd wave of mana pressure, slamming Sarah to her knees. Struggling on the floor, she hears him calmly remark that he is vastly stronger than her former self. He openly dares the proud demon lord to break free from his crushing mana weight, stand on her own 2 feet, and try to land that single hit. Groaning in sheer pain, the warrior desperately tries to understand what kind of bizarre, overwhelming energy is keeping her from moving at all. He knows that strong allies will boost Seir's influence, making their evolution the absolute fastest way to expand his clan. Nahan mockingly asks how she plans to reclaim her position if she falls under such a light mana pressure, making the female demon scream, asking if he is just mocking her. The mentor mockingly suggests she just give up if it is too difficult, while the trembling warrior warns him to watch his mouth. Nahan notes that to break her mid-tier realm seal, Seir must adapt to enduring these extreme levels of highly condensed energy. Smiling subtly, he knows that forcing her to bear this crushing weight will also help expand her mana circuits over time. The mentor explains to Seir, perched on his shoulders, that this is the real goal of the training, telling her to watch closely. The little girl looks at him with curiosity, asking why she needs to focus so intensely on this, not fully understanding his intentions. Nahan silently reflects that very soon she will be undergoing this exact same brutal regimen herself, while Seir complains in the background. As the sun dips behind the mountains, Nahan playfully warns the female demon not to overexert herself at her old age, teasing her mercilessly. Trembling with fatigue and drenched in sweat from the test, "Shut your mouth," she merely grumbles in pure frustration. Dragging herself across the floor, she vows she will land 1 hit today, while he calmly sips his tea and mockingly cheers her on. Nahan marvels at how incredibly fast she adapts, proving she was not the 12th Lord for nothing, and might actually shock him. Meanwhile, Seir tugs on his sleeve, begging for a lesson of her own, but Nahan gently reminds her they already trained this morning. He tries to refuse so she does not get too tired, but those sparkling little eyes make it impossible, so he agrees to an extra lesson. Wearing a soft smile, Nahan snaps his fingers once again to summon a brand new, highly engaging training exercise just for her. Instantly, the crushing weight pressing Seir down vanishes, leaving the exhausted warrior lying on the floor, thoroughly baffled by the sudden change. Nahan calls a temporary break so Seir can catch her breath, then asks little Seir to share exactly what she learned during their morning lesson. Proudly, little Seir explains perfectly how she learned about external mana. It lets her cast spells far beyond her internal power. Her teacher approves of the answer and asks a new question: how does she go about gathering that energy floating freely in the air? Little Seir raises her hand with excitement, cutely explaining that you just have to ask the mana for help. Getting a huge compliment from her mentor, you can see her growing pretty thoughtful about how to speak to it. But Nahan reassures her, guaranteeing that it is completely possible to converse with it. To illustrate the process, Nahan begins releasing and scattering small, sparkling specks of his own magic around them. He explains that by spreading your energy, you can make friends with environmental mana and gently guide it toward yourself. Showing how this energy connects to him, he explains that borrowing power from these friends makes spells way stronger. Nahan warmly extends his hand and asks if she would like to try doing the same, answering yes with her shining eyes. The determined little Seir reaches her tiny hand toward the wind, concentrating fully to replicate the magical process. Bright golden and red sparks begin to appear around her fingers, showing she successfully initiated her own mana release. The teacher guides the girl to spread her mana slowly, while Queen Seir observes the two very closely from a distance. Queen Seir is shocked by the massive energy released, questioning if this is truly the mana of a 7-year-old child. Seeing the girl's absurd potential, Queen Seir concludes she must protect that blood alliance at all costs from here on out. Nahan praises her progress, telling her to begin gathering the external mana, and little Seir happily agrees with the instruction. The little one feels a strange sensation, and Nahan explains with a smile that it is just the environmental energy she pulled in. He says this spell requires a lot of energy, but guides her to mix her own mana with the external mana, imagining a bright flame and commanding it to spark in her mind. Now watch this, a colossal, intimidating fire energy suddenly manifests around them. The teacher demonstrates the spell by creating a small, tame, skull-shaped flame that floats quietly on his finger. Nahan tells little Seir to try, but Queen Seir comes running, screaming desperately for them to wait a second. Queen Seir asks in horror what he is teaching, revealing in shock that the technique is an ancient lost magic. The teacher feigns surprise while looking at his tiny flame, cynically asking if it really is some ancient lost magic. He praises her sharpness for recognizing the spell but quickly changes the subject, saying he needs to finish the class first. Turning back to the little girl with a friendly smile, he asks if she can mimic what she just saw, and little Seir happily accepts. Concentrating, the little demon lord closes her eyes and imagines the flame shining in her mind to conjure the powerful ancient spell. To everyone's surprise, A small, bright, magical flame successfully begins forming right above her outstretched little hand. Little Seir is amazed by the result, and Nahan breaks into a proud smile, warmly congratulating her on the great feat. Happily, little Seir hugs her teacher while he patiently explains she must practice this mana control regularly from now on. Nahan teases Queen Seir, saying trying to hit him is part of her training. However, Queen Seir blushes angrily, screaming that wasn't what she was doing before pointing and demanding he teach her that amazing ancient magic, too. But Nahan rejects her proposal immediately. She yells indignantly, complaining she is also his student, but Nahan argues they haven't built a high enough level of trust yet. Thinking of how to take advantage, he teases that if their relationship became closer, he might consider it. Queen Seir turns completely red and flustered, stuttering as she asks if they really need to get more intimate. She clenches her trembling fists, trying to convince herself it is no big deal and she will do whatever it takes to regain her strength. Embarrassed, Queen Seir asks what his ideal type of woman is, leaving Nahan and little Seir extremely confused by the direction of this chat. He sets things straight, saying he merely meant diplomatic trust between clans, and Queen Seir screams, totally red-faced from her massive misunderstanding. Desperate, she tells him to forget what he heard, and Nahan just laughs mockingly, asking her to bring a more tempting proposal next time, while clutching her teddy bear tightly. Little Seir just watches their bizarre argument, not understanding a single thing. Later, night begins to fall over the palace, so the guy heads back to his private study to plan his next moves. Sifting through the memories inherited from Nahan, he concludes this body knows ancient magic because it used to belong to a legendary archdemon. He remembers that Nahan's true identity was an absolute mystery back in the game, and now he realizes this body actually fears the other great demons. Forget the mysteries. There is no time to waste, so the teacher focuses on the castle's immediate problems, determined to tackle them one by one. Scanning the documents on his desk, he realizes the absolute top priority for their clan is territorial expansion. He weighs his options and realizes the only target worth attacking is the 70th floor, ruled by the demon lord Andromelius. Knowing a head-on assault would cost too much, he searches the documents for a better strategy and spots something highly surprising. The next day, little Seir comes running in, calling out for her mentor with pure joy, breaking his train of thought. Commander Ren appears right behind her apologizing, explaining that the little lord insisted on tagging along to today's meeting. Nahan reassures her and thanks the commander for arriving so quickly, while Ren stands tall, ready to give her honest opinion as requested. The teacher nods and casually reveals he wants to plan their territorial expansion, leaving Renalaza in complete shock. She explains that trying to conquer Andromelius's floor is insanely difficult, and even with Citri as an ally, they would face a massive strategic disadvantage. Ren strongly advises caution, warning against jumping into a direct war they have zero chance of winning. Now, check this out, he just smiles and slides over a paper with his strategy. Reading over Nahan's plan, the commander realizes with shock that this invasion might actually work as long as they avoid a head-on clash. The teacher flashes a confident smirk and asks for her thoughts, calling his own strategy a flawless masterstroke. Ren agrees with the infiltration plan and promises to handpick the best spies, but hesitates when Nahan suggests bringing along the brute lizard warrior Epsilon. He calmly reassures her, everything will be fine. After all, today's discipline session will make that lizard warrior behave perfectly. Ren suggests forming a new division for the rookies to prevent infighting, and Nahan thinks that is an absolutely brilliant concept. She adds that this will spark a deep sense of loyalty in the new recruits, placing them directly under young Seir. Nahan loves the idea and plans to bill Seir for all the funds needed to run this brand new army division. He turns to Seir to ask for her thoughts, and the little girl happily replies she will support whatever decision her mentor makes. Meanwhile, in another corner, Sar approaches them with sheer determination and announces she wants to actively join the conquest mission for the 70th floor. The teacher gives her a cynical smirk, teasingly asking if she is only offering help because she doubts his ability to pull this off. While everyone is sitting around the tea table, little Seir suddenly hops up and runs away from them. She marches right over to Citri, who is doing push-ups on the floor, plopping down beside her to suggest they train together. Things are less tiring together. The sweet kid just wants to help train, which makes Nahan laugh out loud. Citri is left completely bewildered, staring at the young girl with an expression of pure shock. The demon lord silently realizes that dealing with such an innocent child is going to be a pretty tough challenge. Nahan approaches them, warning that Seir is going to dirty her beloved teddy bear if she keeps laying on the floor. He playfully asks if she wants to take a bath with her teddy, then instructs butler Kane to go look after the little girl. Citri comments that he seems incredibly good with kids, but Nahan replies it is not really about him being used to them. He explains that he simply acts in whatever way he knows, will make Seir feel the most comfortable in any given situation. And you know he just had to tease her right after, leaving her absolutely annoyed. Nahan snaps his fingers and suggests pausing the training so they can get back to their chat about the 70th floor. Citri stretches out and asks why he wants to help, highly doubting it is just because they are true allies. Deciding to be honest, she reveals that her own clan was already actively preparing for an inevitable war. Nahan knew this clash was bound to happen, but he is concerned that it is kicking off way sooner than expected. She admits she has zero reason to turn down his help, and even while calling him shameless, asks what his plan is. He suggests a direct attack, but Citri immediately counters, warning they would suffer massive losses. The Demon Lord quickly catches on to his real motive, asking if he just wants to launch a fake attack, which earns her some applause for her quick thinking. Still, she demands to know why she should trust him as bait, questioning his master plan. Citri looks at the paper and realizes Andromaeus publicly insulted the powerful Aaron Raiders. He controls this entire floor, so she thinks Andromaeus is a complete idiot. But Nahan explains his true plan is to win Aaron Raiders' forces over. She asks if he has anyone who can actually convince the guy, and Nahan promises he has the perfect person in mind. Citri asks how they will divide the loot, and gets totally shocked when Nahan suggests a 50-50 split without hesitation. Nahan gives a confident wink, saying that since they are allies, an even split is the best way to keep things friendly. She immediately doubts his kindness, but Nahan calmly replies that believing him is entirely up to her. Then, he gathers dark energy in his hand, his whole vibe suddenly shifting as a playful grin spreads across his face. He cheerfully announces it is time to resume their brutal training, leaving the Demon Lord absolutely terrified of his strictness. After her warm bath, Seir's teddy bear looks squeaky, clean, and fresh. The little girl comes sprinting down the castle hallway full of energy, excitedly shouting for her beloved mentor. Nahan warmly scoops her up and smiles, agreeing that her favorite bear really does look a whole lot cleaner now. But then, Nahan notices a bright red streak in her hair and asks if she accidentally dyed it. Kane bows and explains that the Devata clan can store external mana right in their hair, giving them incredible magical potential. And get this, Nahan realizes this mana stacking trick is a completely new mechanic that never existed in the game. He asks if her hair goes back to normal once the mana is spent, and the butler nods in agreement. He adds that the previous lord actually had half his head dyed red. Nahan realizes that by storing external magic, little Seir will cast absolute high-tier spells. Patting her head, he warns her that mastering this skill takes a ton of practice, and the girl happily agrees. Suddenly, a soldier rushes inside looking for Kane, demanding to know where their military commander has gone. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the 70th floor ruled by Andromaeus, where night has already fallen over the vast city. Commander Ren Alaza watches the area with a dead serious expression before whispering the command for her squad to move out. Her masked soldiers leap silently across the rooftops, easily avoiding the gaze of the local demons below. Ren Alaza watches her new partner in action and recognizes his incredible skill, wondering if Nahan planned this all along. The elite squad glides swiftly through the darkness, leaping from one high vantage point to the next with flawless agility. Two of the masked warriors land without making a single sound, crouching low on a wooden platform near the forest. Standing atop a massive tree, the commander surveys the landscape, carefully scanning every corner of the dark woods. Beneath her, the remaining members of the infiltration squad take their positions in complete silence among the lower branches. Their winged scout reports that he spotted the target's cabin, noting there is absolutely no movement around it. One soldier asks why they are even doing this, and Ren Alaza explains they must win Aaron Raiders' trust. The teammate doubts if they can actually pull it off, but she tells them to just follow orders and push forward. Just when you think they are safe, boom, a massive blast of magical energy rips through the sky, hitting the woods. The devastating blast flies straight toward the old wooden cabin where their primary target was supposedly lying low. A cold voice commands them to freeze as a sudden projectile grazes the elite soldier's face, leaving him completely stunned. Guard forces quickly surround the area, completely blocking the path of Ren Alaza's infiltration squad. They demand the intruders identify themselves as the commander realizes Aaron Raiders' men are way stronger than she expected. Right then, heavy footsteps echo from inside the cabin, and a deep voice asks if they are Lord Seir's messengers. The commander, Aaron Raiders, finally walks out of the shadows, looking highly imposing while calmly puffing on his pipe. He glares at the trespassers with deep suspicion, demanding to know which one of them is running this operation. Without a second thought, the squad's leader reaches up and pulls down her mask to reveal her face. She seriously introduces herself as the person in charge, leaving the entire guard detail frozen in pure disbelief. Eren Raiders instantly recognizes her as Ren Alaza, one of Seir's legendary 4 swords, terrifying his men who thought they were dead. Ren Alaza calmly replies she cast that title aside long ago, and is now simply the loyal blade of Queen Seir. Eren Raiders is stunned, asking if little Seir genuinely plans to conquer the entire 70th floor, and if she really thinks it is possible. Inside the cabin, Ren Alaza sits down with him and assures him it is highly possible, making the leader question how she can be so sure. She tells him that she and the Queen can easily crush Andromaeus, and Eren Raiders admits he actually believes her bold claim, but he points out that war is totally different. And even with neighboring allies, they will need help from a local who knows this place inside out. Ren says she can't show her entire hand just yet, but she'll share one massive detail to win him over. She reveals that a monster stands beside the Queen, someone so powerful that 100 warrior elites couldn't even scratch him. The demon leader. He swallows hard and breaks into a cold sweat, terrified to hear a legendary warrior drop a claim like that. Trying to laugh it off, he treats it like a bad joke, but the commander stares right through him and asks if she looks like she's playing. He argues that if this ally is so strong, they wouldn't need any outside help, but she explains they cannot draw the attention of the upper floors. Ren gives him a menacing glare and warns that even if he doubts her, there's a coming disaster he won't be able to escape. The demon tenses up, wondering if this is a threat or a test because he knows exactly how destructive that level of power is. Giving in, the demon boss asks for her terms, so Ren demands safe passage for their allied troops and help trapping Andromaeus during the ultimate strike. She promises him massive rewards and prestige. It's a chance to trade a weak alliance for a strong, permanent partner. Back at the castle, Nahan congratulates Ren on the victory. She praises the clever advice he gave her to smooth the whole deal over. But Nahan gives all credit to her own reputation, telling her to rest up, prompting the loyal commander to address him as master. Ren hesitates right before leaving the room, and Nahan spots it immediately, asking if there's something else she wanted to say. Apologizing deeply for her incredibly bold question, she asks why a warrior of his godlike power is content, serving as just a tutor to the young Queen Seir. Nahan taps his pen on the desk and notes that being the royal tutor is a big deal, but she argues it's still beneath his level. She wants to know why a powerhouse like him would choose the absolute worst floor of all. It makes zero sense, right? The guy just smiles, asking if she's secretly worried he might betray them and steal the little queen's throne for himself. Seeing she's completely serious, Nahan realizes a cheap excuse won't work here, so he decides to give her his honest truth. Nahan smirks and tells her he chose it simply because it seemed fun, thinking back to his gaming days in the past. Ren is completely lost. She's baffled by his answer, while Nahan secretly thinks about how epic it'll be to carry the weakest demon lord straight to the peak. With a dark, focused look, the tutor thinks that watching that cute little girl conquer the entire demon world is going to be incredibly fun. She is completely stunned that he's doing all this just for fun. But Nahan explains that even if it started that way, he genuinely fell in love with this place. He starts counting the reasons, pointing out that first off, Queen Seir is without a doubt the most adorable demon lord around. Nahan adds that they have an incredibly loyal, decisive strategist running things, pointing directly to their butler, Cain. And then there's Leah, whom he trusts completely to run all the internal affairs of the castle with absolute perfection. He praises Cecily's sharpness at her job and highlights Mark's cooking skills, calling him the absolute best chef in the kingdom. Even Vice Commander Varuna gets a shout-out as a rebel who possesses unquestionable talent and loyalty to their cause. Then he praises Ren, calling her strong, smart, and gorgeous. Look at her blushing. She's completely red. He wraps up by saying he loves this floor and its people, thrilled to see his absolute favorite game come alive before his eyes. Nahan promises she can rest easy because he'll never betray them, unless they decide to throw him out first. Ren bows, deeply grateful for his generous reply, but the tutor corrects her, saying her loyalty belongs entirely to Seir. He smiles warmly and says her doubts only prove her deep devotion, finally telling the tired commander to go get some sleep. Ren leaves with a soft smile on her face, relieved to know that young Queen Seir is surrounded by such truly incredible allies. The very next morning, little Seir bursts into his office calling out for her teacher, who wonders what brought her so early. She says she just wants to play, but seeing him reviewing the treasury accounts, she asks to watch, and he gladly agrees. Showing her a report on fields destroyed by humans, Nahan asks what she thinks they should do to help the struggling people. The kind girl suggests giving away their reserve food, but Nahan challenges her, asking if they should really hand it out for free. She quickly corrects herself, suggesting they sell it at a super low price, but Nahan pushes further, asking what they should do if the farmers have no money. Nahan explains that in times of crisis, a leader can use a clever economic tactic known as the Hangok system. He sketches it out on a scroll, showing how farmers can borrow food at low interest and repay it once harvest season rolls around. Nahan figures this solves the hunger crisis without hurting the castle's budget, and Seir happily agrees until a sudden knock sounds at the door. The maid, Leah, steps inside to apologize for the interruption, announcing it is finally time for the little queen to have her snack. Nahan tells her to go enjoy, and the little girl gets incredibly excited when she hears today's treat is a delicious strawberry cake. But then, Seir suddenly freezes mid-step, leaving Nahan quite confused about what just happened. She turns around with a beaming smile, inviting her teacher to eat with her and catching everyone off guard. Leah is amazed by this sweet gesture, asking if she is seriously going to share, and the girl confirms it in her casual tone. The queen giggles about forgetting her formal speech, while Nahan realizes in surprise that she never, ever shares her sweets with anyone. Seir hurriedly pulls him along, saying the cake is absolutely wonderful and they need to run to the kitchen right now. Nahan follows along with a smile. He has finally earned the little queen's genuine trust. But right there in the hallway, Butler Kane suddenly appears, calling out to Nahan with some highly urgent news. The butler holds out a sealed scroll, warning that an urgent letter has just arrived from the 71st floor. Nahan takes the document, scanning the lines with absolute focus to figure out exactly what is going down. Seeing that all preparations are complete, he flashes a devious smirk, thinking today's snack is going to taste even sweeter. Meanwhile, over on the 70th floor, things are getting pretty wild, as a tense vibe completely takes over the grand hall. Lord Andromalius furiously slams his fist onto the table, absolutely livid that Citri had the absolute nerve to declare war on his territory. The terrifying demon rages, shouting that the woman has completely lost her mind to make such a stupid move. His advisors urge caution. They remind him that even with her powers sealed, Citri remains an incredibly cunning strategist. Andromalius doubts she has any real fighting strength, but Count Eugene Vermilion steps in, suggesting there are several key points to consider. Eugene reveals whispering rumors about a secret military alliance forming between the forces of the 71st and 2nd floors. He adds that their spies have confirmed constant visits from Citri to Seir's territory, proving they are conspiring together. The Lord sneers, finding it pathetic she is relying on losers, but an advisor warns that the little girl holds a powerful demon sword. Count Eugene points out that the new tutor the young lord hired does not seem like an ordinary guy either. Andromalius mocks the idea of a strong tutor serving on such a pathetic floor, but Eugene counters that this guy actually united the two lords. The Grand Demon grinds his teeth in sheer fury at this revelation, and the Count warns that they must handle this rising threat with total precision. He suggests using their full strength to instantly crush the enemy, then requests to speak about a private matter in complete secrecy. The Count leans in to whisper something mysterious in Andromalius's ear, leaving the powerful ruler absolutely stunned by the news. That is a seriously wicked smile, and he can't wait to show those arrogant rivals the massive gap in their power. Next, he notices a key ally is missing, asking why Count Aaron and his men failed to show up for the meeting. Learning that their entire faction has vanished, Andromalius rages at the betrayal and orders his guards to drag Aaron back to him immediately. Just then, a soldier frantically barges into the grand hall, screaming that a terrible situation has broken out right outside. The furious ruler roars over all the shouting, demanding to know what is causing this sudden chaos in his home. The guard breathlessly gasps out that Citri's hostile army is already setting up camp right outside the castle's main gates. Andromalius is completely stunned by the sheer audacity of this rapid attack, struggling to understand how they managed to march this close without being spotted. He explodes with rage, immediately suspecting that the blasted Aaron truly betrayed him and helped the invaders slip past his defenses. Eugene urges the Lord to order a counterattack, promising that their forces are ready to march and obliterate the enemy, while other nobles scream in fury, demanding the heads of that foolish Citri and the traitor Aaron for daring to challenge the Lord. Andromalius agrees and commands everyone to mobilize for battle, ordering them to annihilate the arrogant invaders with no mercy. Meanwhile, on the 72nd floor, Nahan helps fit a heavy metal helmet onto little Seir's head. The girl whines that the armor is way too stuffy, but her teacher gently explains that this metal gear could save her life. He promises to get her that delicious strawberry cake when they return if she behaves, and the little queen eagerly accepts the deal. Nahan then asks Kane where Commander Ren is, and the butler replies that she has already initiated their operations. Nahan picks up the little queen in his arms and bids farewell to the butler, who sincerely wishes them good luck and a grand victory in their combat. Upon arriving in the courtyard where the troops are gathered, Nahan asks Vice Commander Varuna if portal preparations are completely finished. Varuna confirms the portal from Lord Citri is ready to take them directly to the 70th floor. The mentor grumbles that their demon ally cheaped out too much on portal quality, leaving the vice commander pretty confused. The mentor wastes absolutely no time. Carrying the young queen in his arms, he walks firmly straight into the glowing magic portal. The passage slowly closes in the courtyard while the remaining troops stay behind, guarding the castle. Meanwhile, on the roof, mysterious hooded figures watch them and mockingly call the soldiers fools. Duncan, the task force leader under Andromelius, mocks the fact that Seir's castle is left completely wide open. He gives the cold order for his squad to advance and eliminate every single soul left inside. The masked assassins ready their weapons, responding to his command with total submission. Outside, Varuna tells Nahan he is worried about leaving the queen's castle completely undefended like this. He explains that Andromelius commands a deadly squad of secret assassins, but Nahan calmly replies that he already knows exactly what is going to happen next. The mentor smiles confidently, assuring him that a cowardly surprise attack is completely useless against them. Back at the castle, oh man, this is beautiful. An invading assassin gets hit with a devastating blow and flies across the hall. Another intruder falls instantly, throwing the remaining assassins into complete panic as they struggle to understand their situation. One masked killer watches in utter terror, completely unable to process where this crushing power is coming from. Suddenly, a strong hand grabs the intruder by his hood, while a massive, imposing voice says he doesn't recall inviting any unannounced guests into this castle. Butler Kane steps forward, casually holding the beaten assassin, and coldly asks who these fools are to trespass here. Nahan explains to Varuna that while you can hide many things in this world, the extreme strength of their castle servants is definitely not one of them. Inside the castle, another assassin is thrown right through a glass window, screaming in absolute pain. Maid Cecily waves happily through the shattered window with a bloody broom, telling the butler her area is clean. Leah arrives dragging two beaten enemies, asking what happened to the front entrance, and Kane smiles sheepishly, admitting it has been quite a while since his last fight. Chef Mark arrives, carrying another intruder, and asks if everyone is okay, joking that a little rat tried to invade his kitchen, and Kane replies they are all completely fine. But he notes their unexpected guest does not seem to be doing very well. The mentor knew all along that these servants were hand-picked for extreme combat to protect against any assassination attempts. Varuna admits to himself that even though he did not like him at first, Nahan's strategy is brilliant, deserving respect. Nahan tells Varuna he is making a tiny mistake, leaving the vice commander pretty confused by his sudden words. He points to Seir resting in his arms and explains that the person who deserves his absolute loyalty is not him, but rather Queen Seir Von Devata herself. Varuna takes this to heart and kneels before the little girl, asking for her direct commands from now on. Seir happily asks him to serve as their temporary commander on this mission, and Nahan gladly accepts, smiling warmly as he fulfills her cute request. He orders Varuna to go back up Commander Ren, who has likely already met up with Eren, and the soldier accepts immediately. The little queen asks where they are heading next, and Nahan cheerfully replies that they are going to meet Demon Lord Citri. On the 70th floor, Citri praises Eren for advancing without any issues so far. Now look, even Baphomet has to agree that Nahan's deep tactical intelligence is completely terrifying. He warns that Nahan is a highly dangerous man. Citri snaps back that stopping him is impossible, and orders them never to cross him, as any mistake would leave their entire floor in complete ruins. She warns that they must play their part in this plan, grab what was promised to them, and get out. Baphomet accepts her order in silence. A massive explosion suddenly rips through the enemy castle, and Citri watches from afar, commenting that he sure knows how to make an entrance. Andromelius flies into a rage upon learning that Eren has invaded his castle, refusing to retreat and swearing to crush these traitors himself. He warns that these enemies are welcome to try, if they actually have the guts. He is completely certain this newfound strength is more than enough to crush anyone. Suddenly, the throne room doors are blown wide open, sending thick smoke and heavy debris scattering across the entire floor. Andromelius just sneers with a mockery-filled smile. He mocks the traitor for finally showing up to face him. Renalaza enters. Leading her soldiers with sheer authority, she coldly notes their perfect timing for this upcoming clash. Attack! The Demon Lord immediately orders his royal guard to charge forward, brandishing their weapons with pure fury. Renalaza calmly draws her sword. She dryly points out what kind of terrible hospitality guests get on the 70th floor. Andromelius vows to rip her apart for her insolence, but Renalaza retorts he will have to wait for his next life. She dashes forward, moving at incredible speed as she tears through the castle guards with incredibly swift, surgical strikes of her blade. Andromalius swings his massive warhammer with earth-shattering force, but Renalaza quickly moves to parry and launch a counter. This leaves the Lord absolutely furious, calling the warrior an arrogant brat for talking so much trash right in front of him. Gearing up for another strike, he declares he will personally test the legendary power of this famous Four Swords warrior. The demon screams for Renalaza to take his attack, unleashing a brutal, shattering overhead slam with his massive weapon. But Renalaza shows off her godlike reflexes, easily dodging a devastating blow that cracks the stone floor beneath them. He admits she is remarkably agile and clearly worthy of her legendary reputation, but he immediately resorts to a pretty dirty trick. The villain grabs his own subordinate, Eugene, holding him by the skull, while mockingly asking how she plans to handle the situation from this point on. In a gruesome display, Andromalius ruthlessly rips Eugene's head right off, showering the entire throne room floor in a crimson spray. Commander Renalaza's eyes widen in sheer horror and disbelief as she witnesses this incredibly sickening atrocity right before her. Grinning with a blood-drenched, psychotic expression, the Demon Lord promises things are about to get real interesting. Much to Renalaza's absolute horror, a terrifying, multi-headed hydra begins bursting out of Eugene's severed neck at a terrifying pace. The massive hydra lunges forward with a gaping maw, snapping directly toward Renalaza to swallow her whole. Switching gears to some calm before the storm, Nahan tells Citri the weather is nice, while she suspiciously questions his presence. The guy confidently claims the legendary Four Swords Knight can handle things with a tiny bit of his help, asking her to take a gift. Leaving Citri completely stunned, Nahan suddenly and without warning just drops little Seir right into her arms. He points out that bringing the kid along introduces way too many dangerous variables, spawning a small floating whale toy for Seir to enjoy. Little Seir clutches the toy but whimpers, loudly complaining that she really wants to tag along with her teacher to the battlefield. But then, Nahan registers a weird vibration running through the red thread wrapped around his wrist, halting in his tracks instantly. Examining the strange energy radiating from his own hand, he immediately realizes that kind of power should not be active yet. Sensing that Commander Renalaza is likely facing a fatal threat, he declares he must take off instantly to rescue her. Nahan moves at mind-boggling speed, slicing cleanly through the sky as he flies toward the enemy fortress. Citri is left in total disbelief, realizing her eyes could not even trace his rapid movements. She can only wonder how insanely strong Nahan truly is. Baphomet quietly suggests betraying him now, but Citri snaps at him to shut his mouth, warning this is a test of trust. She demands her servant cut out the foolish schemes, ordering him to treat Seir with the exact same respect they show to their master. Seir stands there with a bright smile, happily holding her whale toy. Citri silently wonders why Nahan picked a whale of all things. Meanwhile, back at the castle, an allied soldier is violently impaled by dark magic, collapsing onto the floor. Varuna watches this cowardly assault in absolute rage, unsheathing his sword to confront the overwhelming threat head-on. But Andromalius counters with a crushing blow, effortlessly blasting Varuna clear across the hall. The brave warrior slams hard against the fortress wall, leaving Eren and his raiders utterly paralyzed by the enemy lord's immense power. The villain cackles at Eren's deep despair, mockingly declaring this is the end, and telling him to struggle to the very last breath. Meanwhile, Renalaza desperately tries to hold off the beast's jaws. Realizing this monstrous hydra possesses the strength of a high-tier demon lord, the beast prepares to swallow her in one bite, leaving the commander to wonder if her journey is truly about to end in this tragic tragedy. Completely drained of all strength to resist, Renalaza closes her eyes, quietly apologizing to her queen for failing her duty. And just like that, Nahan suddenly teleports right into the action, his golden eyes glowing fiercely through the pitch-black darkness. A massive, blinding wave of dark energy completely obliterates the giant hydra in an instant, leaving Renalaza utterly stunned by the sight. Terrified by the instant destruction, the enemies stumble back as Andromalius demands to know who is responsible for the devastating strike. Nahan stands tall before them all, calmly telling Lord Andromalius to surrender if he wants to keep living. The weak lord collapses, helpless. He is absolutely terrified by the sheer magical pressure radiating from this mysterious stranger. Under this crushing weight, he realizes the power rivals the aura of Beelzebub, the legendary top lord of the entire demon world. Desperate, Andromalius asks why someone this strong would ever team up with a weak, pathetic group. The advisor summons a dark blade directly against his rival's throat, dryly warning that he is talking way too much for someone about to die. Terrified, the panicking villain offers vast wealth for an alliance, freezing when Nahan asks if he can give everything. Desperately agreeing, the Lord begs him to name his price, but Nahan firmly replies that he must reach the absolute top. And get this, his ultimate goal is the highest throne any demon lord can reach. With cold, ruthless eyes, Nahan points out that such a feat is completely impossible for a weakling like Andromelius. Terrified, the villain finally gets it. That is why he teamed up with the Data Clan. Staring down with pure ice in his eyes, Nahan warns he will never forgive him for trying to wield a power he could never control. Even with a blade at his throat, Andromelius laughs, mocking him and saying that in war, winning is all that matters. But Nahan just shrugs. My forgiveness? It is worth nothing. He delivers a lethal sword strike. This ends the battle in the throne room once and for all. As the enemy's corpse hits the stone floor, Nahan calmly sheathes his dark sword, declaring the combat officially over. Raising his voice, he yells across the massive hall that the conflict is finished, and victory belongs entirely to their clan now. The advisor commands the remaining enemy soldiers to throw down their weapons since their leader has been completely destroyed. Nahan guarantees safety. Lives will be spared of anyone who surrenders, warning that those who continue fighting will receive no mercy, leaving the troops in absolute shock. Back at the war tent, Citri grows thoughtful, utterly shocked that Nahan resolved this entire conflict within just a few minutes of leaving. Hearing her teacher's voice from afar, little Seir happily celebrates with her teddy bear because her master won the fight. Ren bows. She lowered her guard, but Nahan reassures her. It is normal. Having been away from war for so long, he silently notes that dark energy has no place here, while regretting that his shattered memory prevents him from seeing the full picture. He instructs Ren to spread rumors that Citri defeated Andromelius, and the loyal commander quickly agrees, promising to silence every single witness. The mentor tasks Varuna and Eren with securing the ruined castle. He adds that he must rush to reunite with Seir. Ren panics, realizing the queen was left alone with Citri, but Nahan assures her that their ally is far too clever to try anything stupid. Still, the commander flies. In a huge hurry, she leaves, desperate for her lord's safety, leaving him behind to watch her go. Meanwhile, inside one of the military tents, a shocked voice whispers that this entire turn of events is completely unbelievable. Baphomet reports that all soldiers from the 70th floor surrendered. You would think that's a wrap, but Citri notes the war ended too easily. Suddenly, Seir leaps up excitedly, shouting that her master is coming, leaving Citri completely puzzled by the claim. Nahan runs in holding a heavy bag, asking with a smile if they are having fun, to which the kid cheerfully nods. Startled by his speed, Citri is told she can hear the full report from Commander Ren, who is arriving shortly. He holds out the bloody bag to the demon lord, leaving her deeply confused and intrigued by the dripping bundle. He calmly reveals that the bag holds the head of Andromelius, instructing her to take credit for the execution, which leaves her completely speechless. Nahan just smiles, answering that he is offering this simply because they are partners, adding that he is taking Seir and going, and they will split the reward 50-50. Left holding the creepy bag, Citri silently notes that Nahan's smug smile gives her a very unsettling feeling deep in her gut. Meanwhile, back at Seir's castle, loud hammering noises echo from the grand entrance hall, breaking the quiet. The old butler Kane is sweating, working hard to repair the massive front gates that were smashed during the recent enemy invasion. Kane spots them. He greets them warmly, prompting a surprised Nahan to ask if the front door actually got completely destroyed. Laughing sheepishly, the butler admits he overdid his strength while crushing the intruders, earning some lighthearted praise from Nahan for his hard work. Kane brings up the preparations to move castles, but Nahan calmly tells him there is absolutely no need to rush. He reveals his plan. He wants to gift the massive castle on the 70th floor to Citri, completely shocking Seir and Kane. Kane wonders, are they taking a major loss here? Nahan defeated Andromeus but handed all the glory to their ally. The butler argues that taking the enemy castle symbolizes absolute conquest, but look at this smart move. Nahan just smiles. The transfer is strictly on paper. The advisor explains their desperate need for capital. Currently, their economy is far from self-sustaining. Using Citri as a shield is just a temporary move. They can quietly build up their forces and live in peace until ready. Plus, with Citri as the official landlord, she has to deal with every single annoying headache that comes with the territory. Nahan notes that their ally willingly accepted this deal. She desperately needs to prove to rival lords she is still a player. Kane is completely blown away by his master's genius. Nahan jokingly reminds him that he never gives away anything for free. For now, he plans to focus on Seir's education. He will also quietly wrap up some loose ends around the castle. He wants to upgrade their equipment and investigate their enemies' backing. The butler highly praises his master's deep wisdom. Kane asks where he got such absolute certainty that they would secure Eren's backing. Nahan merely reacts with surprise at the servant's question. Nahan secretly smiles. He got incredibly lucky. This exact scenario was just a minor side quest back in his gaming days. As Kane watches him walk away, he knows that even if Nahan chalks it up to sheer luck, his master is a truly remarkable man who must always remain by Seir's side. Nahan leaves the main gate, repairs to the butler, who happily accepts. Walking down the corridor, Nahan reminds himself to focus heavily on her training. The young girl must fully grasp her responsibilities as the rightful ruler. He gently taps the little girl's forehead. He warmly reminds her that she is the true owner of this land, Seir Von Devata. Seir beams with pure joy, saying his lessons are incredibly fun. Both she and her teddy bear want to learn absolutely everything. Nahan warmly thanks her. He feels proud that his chosen teaching method is working out so brilliantly for the little lady. He suggests she rest a bit while he tackles his massive pile of paperwork, but the little queen immediately rejects that idea. Cecily steps in with a chuckle, saying hard workers deserve some solid rest, which completely flusters the young master. Seir pouts, cutely begging her teacher to take a nap right alongside her. It leaves him feeling incredibly awkward since he is wide awake. Realizing she will throw a major tantrum if he says no, Nahan decides to tuck her in and wait until she falls asleep. Stepping into the bedroom, they are greeted by Leah. Nahan kindly requests a nice cup of warm tea to be sent to Seir's room. Before the maid leaves, Nahan stops her. Is she truly okay? Did she sustain any injuries during the chaotic castle invasion? Leah blushes slightly at his unexpected concern. She reassures him she is completely unharmed, which brings a quick sigh of relief to her master. The maid walks away with a smile. She is highly impressed that he already calculated the full truth of the invasion and everyone's power. Seir curiously asks if something is wrong with Leah, but Nahan quietly tucks her under the cozy blanket. He gently tells her it was just a simple, everyday question. He asks if she is ready to sleep as she tightly hugs her favorite toy. The little girl happily nods before he wishes her sweet dreams. Instead, the little queen demands he sleep right next to her. She clutches his hand tightly and whines when he tries to leave. Nahan looks down at her warmly. He wonders if she clings to him because she lost her father so young, or if he just brings her peace. Giving in to her adorable demands, he lies down next to her. He fully intends to stay only until she safely drifts off to dreamland. Now get ready, because over on the 69th floor, a terrified Lord Dantalion is shaking on his throne after hearing Andromaeus fell. Commander, Leonard thinks Citri won, and only because she teamed up with the 72nd floor. Minister Albas warns that they are likely the next targets, so they better start preparing for war right now. Dantalion decides to act. He sends a letter to Decarabia on the floor above, stating that forming an alliance is pretty much their only option left. He argues that if even the mighty Andromaeus fell, they will definitely be next if they do not act. But the ruler snaps. He orders them to just write the letter, promising their potential ally cannot possibly refuse. Maid Leah knocks softly on Seir's wooden bedroom door, calling out that their hot tea is finally ready. Stepping inside with a warm tray, she softly wishes everyone in the room a wonderful night of deep sleep. Leah smiles warmly at the sight of them asleep, whispering to herself that they must be totally exhausted from the war. Watching them sleep peacefully side by side, she sincerely hopes they get the calmest, most beautiful dreams tonight. A week later, Nahan teases her for taking ages to divide the assets. While Citri grumbles, she ran over immediately. Citri points out that their territories and soldiers are already split, leaving nothing but the castle treasures to divide. She asks if her clan can get first pick, and Nahan agrees as long as everything ends up totally even. Citri tells Nahan to visit her weekly for training, warning that all their hard work will be totally wasted otherwise. She reminds him she is also a demon lord who keeps her promises, confidently waving goodbye before rushing out of the room. Back at his desk, Nahan's eyes shine as he realizes he needs to draft new rebuilding plans for the clan immediately. Right then, a soft knock sounds at his door, and he quickly calls out for them to come on in. Cecily enters looking worried, explaining they must cancel the young queen's classes today. She explains that Seir caught a fever, making Nahan totally panic and slam his hands down, which absolutely terrifies the poor maid. Cold sweat drips down his face from pure panic. Did he push her too hard, or was it the war? Fortunately, Cecily smiles and gently assures him that kids get sick all the time. Nahan nods, feeling immensely relieved. He begs the maid to take extra care of the little queen so she can recover as fast as possible. Sighing deeply, he realizes this is reality, not some video game, and decides to finish up quickly. Later, Nahan slips into Seir's room holding two cute plushies, gently asking if she is feeling any better yet. The sick little girl grins from ear to ear at the sight of the toys, happily thanking her teacher. With her eyes sparkling, Nahan smiles and says the surprise is not over, magically summoning a whole pile of plushies. Trapped under a mountain of fluff, she laughs and begs her master to stop giving her so many toys at once. As she sleeps, little Seir clutches her teddy bear, sleepily grumbling that her bed is overflowing with too many stuffed animals. Nahan watches her cuddle a penguin, quite baffled because that was only the third toy he actually gave her. Honestly, you cannot help but wonder what kind of wild things the little queen is dreaming about right now. He gently touches her forehead, relieved her fever has broken, and decides to set up his desk right beside her. The young queen wakes up later calling for her teacher, who quickly apologizes for making noise with his chair. Gently patting her head, he asks how she feels. Admitting with a soft smile that he was incredibly worried, he tells her to sleep, completely rejecting her adorable offer to help him with the paperwork. Rest is her only job today. He playfully warns that if she stays sick, she will miss tomorrow's pudding too, leaving her totally shocked. Nahan chuckles softly at her cute reaction, wishing her the sweetest, most peaceful dreams as she drifts back to sleep. Later, Kane interrupts Nahan's snack with Ren's treasure report, prompting the advisor to ask about a special item from floor 70. He knows Game Gear is crucial for fast growth, meaning they need to lock down this particular item right away. Now check this out. He spots a secret item he only ever discovered after playing through this game 40 times. He thinks about how regular players would never suspect such an overpowered item is hidden right at the very start. Handing the list to Kane, Nahan orders him to grab that item, while leaving the other treasures to the commander. Kane checks the instruction sheet, standing completely jaw-dropped when he sees the bizarre item Nahan highlighted so clearly. The butler asks in surprise if this is correct, and Nahan confidently nods, promising to claim the treasure as soon as Citri gives the okay. It is a mysterious ancient sword with a shattered blade and empty slots where legendary gems used to shine. Once they reach the vault, Seir's eyes sparkle at a chest overflowing with incredibly bright, colorful gems. She excitedly runs over to another chest of gold bars, celebrating how insanely shiny everything inside looks. Nahan lets out a relieved sigh at the massive fortune, while little Seir cheers beside a silently observing Ren. Even after splitting half the massive haul with Citri, the volume is super impressive, and Ren confirms negotiations went smoothly. When a guard soldier salutes the young queen, Seir reacts in the cutest way, saluting right back with her bear. Ren then points out a specific wooden box, noting it is the exact item Master Nahan requested they lock down in inventory. Opening the chest, the soldier asks him to check. Perfect. Nahan confirms they really secured the correct relic. He examines the legendary Sword of Blood Tears, recalling that back in the game, this weapon boosted growth speed 5 times over. It packs the highest base attack stat in the game and teaches an incredibly rare magic. Naturally, this gets little Seir curious as she asks what he is holding. He smiles, telling her it is actually a gift, though she gets pretty confused and points out the blade is broken. But Nahan promises he knows where to find the parts. While the advisor suggests finishing their inventory checklist first, the excited little girl keeps asking what happens once the sword is restored. Nahan just smiles warmly, promising her new weapon is going to look insanely shiny, which leaves the little queen completely star-eyed. Ren suggests calling a blacksmith, but Nahan patiently explains this special type of weapon cannot be fixed that way. He sends the rest of the weapon list over to the armory, while little Seir tags along with sparkling, curious eyes. She stares on, completely enchanted by the glittering, precious stones inside the chest, softly whispering about how incredibly pretty everything looks. Noticing her genuine excitement, Nahan watches her with a very warm smile and asks if there is anything in particular she really wants, which totally catches the little queen off guard. Seir shyly tells him everything is fine, but he gently reminds her that this entire castle is hers, meaning she can take whatever she likes. Pointing happily, she selects a beautiful, glowing crown, making Nahan proudly realize that her royal bloodline is impossible to hide. When Seir asks why they are heading to an abandoned mine, her teacher explains that the missing parts are hidden deep inside. He promises he knows the precise spot where the shards rest, so any confusing split paths or mazes will not be an issue. Arriving at the dark site, Seir looks confused, mentioning that there's literally nothing here. But hold on, Nahan confidently promises to locate the item in just a second. He approaches a narrow split between the massive boulders, focusing his senses to track down the first piece of the broken sword. Carefully searching the dark cavern rocks, he knows the precious piece must be hidden nearby. Suddenly, a vibrant crimson light flares from behind the stones, and he smiles with pure satisfaction as he spots it. Seir asks in pure wonder if that is really a sword, and Nahan chuckles awkwardly, admitting that it looks pretty underwhelming for now. Confidently marching deeper into the cavern, he warns the little queen that their treasure hunt is not over yet. Gathering his immense magical aura right in front of a solid stone wall, he explains they are about to secure the most critical part. Focusing all his power, he unleashes a devastating magic strike with his bare palm directly against the dark cave wall. The stone wall collapses with a deafening crash, revealing a hidden passage right before them. A colossal gargoyle statue sits perched right on top of the stone archway, and Nahan notes that the final challenge is waiting right ahead. Picking Seir up in his arms, he calmly explains that they just need to clear out a little pest blocking their path. Suddenly, the gargoyle comes to life, roaring furiously with glowing eyes, roaring that no intruders shall pass. But Nahan casually tells Seir to take notes, leaving the little queen completely amazed that a stone statue can actually talk. Aggravated by their sheer lack of fear, the beast tries to snap back, but Nahan coldly cuts it off and orders it to shut up. His eyes flash with a terrifying golden glare as he deadpans to the stone monster, not to dare interrupt Seir's lesson. And then boom, his massive energy whale manifests, blasting the gargoyle with absolutely devastating electric power, smashing it against the solid rock wall until it instantly drops to its knees, begging to serve him, which actually catches Nahan off guard. Accepting its surrender, he tells the beast to wait for them outside, and the humbled gargoyle quickly bows in deep respect. Stepping inside the hidden chamber, Seir is completely mesmerized by a brilliant red gem floating gracefully above a stone altar. Meanwhile, Nahan holds out the shattered blade. It is finally time to restore the girl's lethal weapon. He makes the fragments float over the altar, letting raw, magical energy carefully fuse the broken blade back together. Watch this. A massive flash of red and golden light completely swallows the altar. Seir watches in total awe. The amount of power exploding before her is unreal. The light fades, the sword is whole again, burning with wild red flames. Nahan smiles, asking the young girl what she thinks of her brand new toy. He hands over the burning blade, gently telling her that it is her gift, which leaves Seir absolutely thrilled. She raises the glowing weapon with pure, infectious joy, thanking her master over and over for the incredible present. The system panel pops up, showing the insane legendary stats of this sword of blood tears. Truly broken. Seir immediately runs off to show Kane her new prize, while Nahan tells the butler the little queen needs to start training soon. That is when Kane spots the massive gargoyle behind them, and Nahan proudly introduces him as Argol, their brand new base guardian. The butler is skeptical. It is way too massive to guard a castle. Nahan just chuckles, explaining the beast is actually meant for a very specific post. He says the monster is perfect for crushing those weak, annoying humans who keep trying to trespass on their land. Kane nods along. Placing a giant gargoyle right by the entrance portal is actually a pretty brilliant move. Nahan warns Argol to do a perfect job if the beast does not want to get thrown out. Terrified, the stone monster quickly promises to keep that warning in mind. Shifting gears, Nahan tells Kane to follow him to his private office so they can discuss that urgent report in peace. Once inside, Nahan gets straight to the point, asking if Dantalion and Decarabia have actually made contact recently. The butler confirms it with a heavy sigh, warning that if the 69th and 8th floors team up, things will get incredibly ugly. They cannot afford an open war right now, but sitting back and doing nothing is not an option either, which leaves them with only one play. He plans to destroy Dantalion from the inside out, since he is way smarter than Andra Malleus. He points out that the enemy faction is packed with merchants, and Kane agrees, saying they care about profit above all else. Nahan smiles, noting that a merchant's ultimate lifeline is trust, and if you shatter that, the entire empire comes crashing down. Kane sees the logic, but wonders how they can possibly destroy decades of established trust in such a short time. With a cold, scheming grin, Nahan looks at Kane and calmly tells him that he never planned to do this overnight. He explains that fully training Sierra and fortifying their base will take at least 5 years anyway, which gives them plenty of time to slowly strangle Dantalion's trading empire. To pull this off, they will set up rival businesses on the 70th floor. Though Nahan promises Kane they will stay completely hidden. Kane smirks, asking if he plans to use Citri again, but Nahan laughs it off, saying use is a bit harsh, they are just partners. Still, the butler wonders if the upper floor ruler will really be willing to take such a massive gamble, but Nahan promises the deal will be far too tempting for her to pass up. Kane raises an eyebrow, asking what they are going to sell. The young master just smirks, "Oh, you are not ready for what they are going to sell." With absolute confidence, Nahan reveals his ultimate plan, selling an item that simply does not exist anywhere in the demon realm. Meanwhile, far away in the city of Sodor on the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom, The locals are whispering about a wild new rumor. Inside a noisy tavern, some adventurers mention that the portal to the demon realm is barely guarded anymore, which immediately catches Luke's attention. His buddy tries to convince Luke that this is their ticket to slay some demons and get filthy rich. Luke smiles, noting that ram horns have been quite valuable lately. A pink-haired girl jumps into the chat, claiming she knows exactly where a whole tribe of young rams is hiding, leaving Luke wondering if this deal is actually legit. Without wasting any time, the crew immediately packs up and heads straight for the demon world, eager to cash in on this massive opportunity. When they arrive at the portal, it is absolutely packed, a clear sign that word about the missing guard has already leaked. Out of nowhere, a massive guy creeps up behind them and drops a heavy hand on someone's shoulder. He asks if they can tag along on the hunt. The big guy introduces himself as Riku Balbar, pointing to his partner, a calm-looking nun named Melissa, who just offers a quiet smile. Luke and his buddy spot the insignia on the newcomer's shoulders, instantly realizing they are rank adventurers, meaning they should just quietly play along. With the agreement set, Riku orders everyone to move, and they head straight toward the glowing portal leading to demon territory. Right outside, a warrior tries hard to convince his female friend to join, but she warns him he is totally clueless, since no adventurer who went in there has ever returned. As they press forward, the pink-haired girl points out the path over the hill, while the others whisper in shock about how the guards vanished. Riku wonders if the demons just up and left this floor, explaining the realm's layout to Luke, until someone suddenly orders everyone to take cover. Crouching behind a massive boulder, the pink-haired girl signals quietly, whispering that a horned beast is right ahead. Riku spots the monster and eagerly suggests they start the hunt right away, but one of the veterans stops him, saying he has a little business proposal before they move in. The guy wants to keep all the valuable horns for themselves and dump the cheap leftovers on the rookies, which makes Luke furious, since those horns are literally the most valuable part. Melissa heavy-handedly drops her palm onto Luke's shoulder, fueling a bright magic circle as she warns him that he still has his whole life ahead of him. She darkly suggests he play nice and listen to Riku's advice if he wants to get home alive and with all his limbs attached, leaving him totally speechless. Luke realizes they walked right into a deadly trap, panicking because his rookie squad does not stand a chance against a rank pros wielding divine power. Luke's terrified buddy folds under the pressure, stammering that Riku will have to handle the battle alone. The brute just scoffs, saying he never needed any help from useless amateurs anyway. And right when you think things can't possibly get any worse, a violent shockwave hits, hurling the rookies hard to the ground. The white-haired warrior stands up, startled, asking if that was an earthquake. Meanwhile, a deeply worried Luke quickly checks around to see if everyone is okay. Riku tightens his grip on his giant axe, thoroughly annoyed and complaining that the loud tremors are going to scare away all their prey. Out of nowhere, a colossal gargoyle dives from the sky, roaring in a raspy voice that it has finally caught the last of the little mice. Staring up at the towering monster right in front of him, the cocky Riku completely loses his cool and screams in pure terror. He panics, yelling for everyone to run for their lives immediately. Even as Luke tries to alert him about the others, Riku demands they just save themselves. He turns to grab the pink-haired girl, but realizes she is frozen in place, asking her desperately what is wrong. Shaking from absolute terror with wide, dilated eyes, she can only whimper that the portal guards are standing right in front of them. Right then, a soldier marches up to his captain, asking for formal orders on how they should deal with these intruders. Commander Ren keeps her expression cold and sharp, calmly replying that there is only one clear order when dealing with these trespassers. With her troops completely surrounding the terrified party, she barks out the final order to take every single human alive. Locked behind iron bars, Luke watches in sheer disbelief as the demons imprison the humans, wondering why they are keeping them alive. Back at the fortress, Ren reports they captured 276 humans this month. Seir is impressed, but Nahan claims it is still not enough. Ren admits that she used to think the gateway to the human realm was just a glaring weakness, but Nahan smiles, pointing out their massive harvest is only possible because of the gargoyle Argol and their top-floor allies. Honestly, this guy is pure evil. He coldly notes that humans are just useless bugs to him, with zero reason to ever show mercy. Ren admits that clearing out the gate guards to act as bait worked like a charm, but she warns him their citizens are getting pretty restless. Nahan knows he cannot risk a local uprising, especially since fewer humans are falling into the bait. Since they are still way short on prisoners, he realizes it is time to pivot their strategy. He asks Ren if she knows anyone who specializes in mind manipulation, and she immediately nods, saying they have plenty of experts who can control human minds. Intrigued, the young man shares the master stroke of his plan. He is going to make the human adventurers actively crave coming directly into demon territory. Over at the Soder Guild, an annoyed adventurer begs for work just to survive, but the clerk apologizes, explaining these are direct orders from the master. Nearby adventurers watch the scene unfold, whispering that even a double-A rank veteran is desperately trying to enter the demon realm for those massive rewards. Out of nowhere, the guild doors fly open as a battered guy bursts inside, desperately begging for immediate help. It is young Luke standing there, completely bloodied and beaten, making a receptionist scream in horror at his awful state. Gasping for air, Luke explains he barely escaped the portal, warning everyone that the missing guild members are being held prisoner by the guards. Luke desperately begs them to rescue Eerie and Denis, who are still trapped back there. The receptionist desperately tries to calm him down to get the full story. A booming voice cuts in, and S-rank guildmaster Adalberg Glance steps forward, asking if Luke knows why they were captured. Luke claims he knows nothing because he barely escaped, but Adalberg Glance coldly presses him, asking if he is absolutely sure. A shocked Luke asks if he really suspects someone who almost died escaping, but Adalberg Glance seriously admits he has some doubts. Adalberg Glance asks how a weak C-rank adventurer like Luke could survive and escape that terrifying demon world all by himself. Staring directly at the young man's chest, he points out a ridiculously fast heart rate, matching the heartbeat of a massive liar. Suddenly, Adalberg Glance notices the kid's heart rate drop, completely controlled. He catches a faint, sinister scent of mind control in the air. And look at this, as Adalberg Glance calls out the mind control. Luke just smiles, impressed by the quick deduction. Luke swiftly draws a hidden dagger, praising the sharp senses of the S-rank guildmaster Adalberg Glance. With zero hesitation, the mind-controlled adventurer lunges forward to attack. But Adalberg Glance easily dodges and takes him down, ordering receptionist Angela to alert all the other guilds immediately. He warns her that no one must enter the demon world anymore, while Angela quickly runs off as Luke lies defeated. Adalberg Glance loudly announces they must temporarily shut down the entire Soder portal immediately. But a panicked guard suddenly bursts inside, completely out of breath and sweating cold, as he frantically tries to explain some truly terrible news to the shocked guildmaster. The guard gasps that guilds in nearby regions are also under attack, leaving Adalberg Glance deeply worried about the consequences. Meanwhile, far away at Dorhan Fortress, furious Northern Alliance warriors scream that they are going to invade and take the demons' heads. Down in the Bismar Empire, elite troops march directly toward the portal, shouting they cannot let those northern barbarians beat them. And over in the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Felix, brave knights raise their swords, shouting that God is on their side to bring swift death to the demons. Days earlier, Ren informed Nahan that the mind-controlled human prisoners were fully prepared, and the young man happily agreed to spring the trap. Nahan asked to send the Soder prisoner last, explaining that a highly dangerous man lives there, leaving his commander quite intrigued. Knowing Adalberg Glance was a deadly master assassin in the game, Nahan made sure his plan kept the guildmaster one step behind. Near the portal, a shocked ally points toward a massive horde of humans marching their way. Ren proudly declares that Nahan's brilliant strategy is a total success, reminding Varuna that it is finally time to play their part. Taking command of the field, Varuna orders the soldiers to fire the massive Manonet cannons and capture as many living enemies as possible. On Nahan's direct orders, now look, the giant gargoyle Argyle prepares to strike while the humans below wonder why the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Argyle crashes down right in the middle of the human army with earth-shattering force, sending terrified warriors scrambling at the sheer size of the beast. The colossal monster roars that he will crush all invaders on his master's command, smashing through the ranks and shattering their formation. Swiftly exploiting the sudden chaos and their broken battle lines, Ren orders her forces to fire the Manonet cannons right into the most chaotic zones, as operators lock their sights onto the crowd of desperate adventurers. With the order given, massive energy nets soar through the air and blanket the warriors, leaving them completely trapped and struggling to understand what just hit them. The soldiers try slicing the ropes, thinking they are normal nets, before realizing in sheer panic that this is actually giant spider silk. A trapped warrior screams, curses at the demons, until a lightning-fast shadow suddenly bursts onto the scene, tearing through the chaotic battlefield. The powerhouse warrior Joseph Rosenbach steps forward, wielding a massive glowing sword and unleashing devastating strikes on everything around him. Joseph Rosenbach cleanly blocks a heavy claw strike from Argyle with his blade, leaving his allies in absolute awe of his insane strength. The legendary AAA rank cruiser shouts for his men to follow him, promising to carve out an escape route through the enemy lines. Watching the old man push forward, a guard warns Ren that Argyle cannot possibly stop him alone, and she snaps back, telling him to focus on handling the other opponents. The blue-haired warrior steps up to handle things, complaining that his opponent will go down before even using his transformation. This Ashura warrior flares a massive wave of purple energy, promising with a cold glare that he won't be humiliated again. In a fraction of a second, the demon warrior pulls off a blindingly fast, precise dash, tearing toward his target like a streak of purple lightning. Just look at that speed. Joseph gets caught totally off guard, his eyes widening in absolute shock as he freezes. The old knight takes a massive, direct, slashing blow from his foe, screaming out in agonizing pain as he gets blown backward. Wearing a bloody, horrifying smile, the warrior sneers at Joseph. Useless trash like him should never have messed with their plans. Joseph collapses, defeated on the dirt, and the brutal Ashura warrior looms right over his broken body, showing off his victory with trident in hand. With their leader down, the surviving troops panic and run as the laughing demon shouts it is too late to escape. He orders his men to enjoy themselves before rounding up the survivors, and his demons roar back in eager agreement. Nahan praises the clean operation and its low casualty count, but Ren insists they simply followed the blueprint, while he replies that success comes down to their relentless effort. The young leader thanks Commanders Epsilon and Zeta for their squad's stellar performance during their first raid and for returning home safely. Nahan adds that he cannot wait to see their future battles, prompting the soldiers to bow deeply in respect to his praise. He commands the squads to clean up the battlefield and heads inside as the massive castle gates slowly creak closed. Stepping inside the main hall, Nahan asks Seir if she waited long, and the sweet girl happily chirps that she just got there to eat some pudding. He directs Kyan to leak rumors to the merchants, select 200 high-value hostages, and send the rest packing. The loyal butler bows. Khan is shocked, asking why they would release the humans they fought so hard to catch, wondering if they are actually trying to make peace. Nahan explains that it is far too early for that. They are still too weak to fight humanity head-on, so he must squeeze every single resource from them first. He warns his crew that they must watch out for several major, dangerous human kingdoms. First up is the Holy Kingdom of Felix, which is the only religious nation around. The second powerhouse is the Bismar Empire, famous for making the only imperial decree in the entire human domain. And lastly, the fierce Northern Alliance, which is a mighty military force, built around 7 strategic castles deep within the frozen, icy north. Nahan admits these countries are a real pain, but warns that refusing to bargain is a trap, especially when they cannot field a massive army. Seir gets confused, thinking humans were the strong ones here, but her teacher points out that the humans were the actual invaders, meaning this entire mess is on them. He explains that kingdoms must protect their subjects. If their rulers refuse to pay up, the little girl asks if that actually matters. And Nahan pats her head, explaining that for a demon king, keeping your foundation secure is everything. Kain catches on and vows to select the 200 premium hostages, while also gathering the most gifted demon blacksmiths across their territory. Seir gets highly curious about the smiths, asking what they will make, and Nahan reveals they will manufacture goods using human crafting techniques. Now watch how the human side reacts. Emperor Claude von Bismar reads the ransom letter, absolutely furious at their insane demands. His imperial advisors argue over whether some massive shift happened in the demon domain, questioning if those beasts plan to invade the human empire. The grim emperor agrees to review the demands and asks for the price, learning that the demons demand piles of gold, silver, and 2 tons of pure iron ore for just 20 hostages. Some lords find this demand insane and push for war, but others beg their ruler to pay for their people's safety. The ruler demands answers from Marque Levon Eert, who calmly points out that the empire has zero excuse to strike back since the guild went rogue on their own. Annoyed, the emperor snaps back at his advice, asking if excuses really matter when they are dealing with the entire demon race. The Mark explains that is the exact issue. They still have no idea what kind of military power the demon territory is actually hiding. He notes that many of the captured fighters were high-rank experts with combat skills matching their own elite imperial knights. The furious emperor slams his table. He cannot accept that his legendary warriors were captured so easily, forcing his grand empire to give in to cheap blackmail. Maris warned him that if these hostages die, the citizens will completely lose all faith in his royal crown, so the ruler reluctantly accepts the terms, ordering his men to send back a message of agreement. But he demands they keep an incredibly close eye on every single move those demons make, swearing in absolute hatred that one day he will exact total revenge for this humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, Kain reports that the 3 major human nations accepted the ransom, bringing massive relief to Nahan, who feared they would refuse. Nahan orders Kain to bring the prisoners to the portal tomorrow. Bring them by morning for the swap, and send a chilling warning. He states that if the terms are not fully met by the end of the week, Every remaining hostage gets executed with zero mercy. Meanwhile, goblins from various floors gather in the courtyard, whispering in absolute confusion about why their leaders suddenly summoned them all. The crowd goes wild as someone shouts that the high demon authorities have just arrived, instantly forcing every eye onto them. The goblins freeze in shock, seeing Seir and Queen Citri walking side by side as friends, a sight they never dreamed possible in this realm. Queen Citri takes the stage, warmly welcoming the skilled artisans from every single floor. She knows you and the crowd are both dying to find out what this meeting is actually about. With an incredibly graceful gesture, a servant pulls back a massive heavy curtain to reveal the secret hidden underneath. Instantly catching the undivided attention of the entire plaza, she points toward the main stage, showing off a mind-blowing arsenal of different weapons perfectly organized in neat rows. The goblin blacksmiths are totally dazzled by the craftsmanship, stepping closer with glittering eyes to inspect these absolute masterpieces of weapon making. But then, the floor ruler drops a bomb, revealing these weapons were actually confiscated from human adventurers, leaving the proud demon goblins completely speechless. One goblin mockingly scoffs at the human craftsmanship, but Queen Citri explains their actual goal is to reverse engineer and match this exact quality. Highly insulted, the goblin snaps. Is she claiming demon-made gear is somehow inferior to human trash, forcing them to copy mere humans? Nahan steps up holding two blades, telling them they need to study human weapons immediately and stop making such low-quality trash right now. The blacksmiths explode in pure rage, shouting that he is talking absolute nonsense, but Nahan calmly shrugs, saying he is only stating facts. Unfazed by the massive outburst from the craftsmen, Nahan challenges them with a direct question, demanding an honest answer to prove once and for all who is right. He lifts one glittering human blade, asking what would actually happen if they smashed a demon-forged weapon against a real steel human sword. With both weapons ready to collide in his hands, he openly dares the goblins, which of these two swords do you think shatters first on impact? Cornered by this brutal and obvious logic, the goblins break into a cold sweat, knowing full well their own work would get absolutely shattered. Nahan reassures them that he wants them to learn, not just blindly copy, creating something far superior to save their pride and surpass human smithing. While another goblin grumbles about studying human trash, Doomrich steps forward from the crowd and bravely volunteers to lead the massive project. Doomrich notes he needs plenty of time to dissect their forging process, and Nahan promises to supply every single resource and material required. Nahan officially proposes appointing Doomrich as the leader of this massive project, earning instant cheers from Seir and a thoughtful nod of approval from Queen Citri. Handing over a golden badge, Nahan declares Doomrich the chief. He now has top authority over all other blacksmiths. Instantly, another senior blacksmith protests, claiming he has far more experience. But Nahan shuts him down with an incredibly icy, terrifying glare, commanding absolute silence. He barks that a true leader takes immediate initiative and responsibility, questioning how a coward who is afraid to step up dares talk about leading. The advisor finishes by coldly asking if the goblin is openly challenging the supreme command of their rulers, forcing the terrified goblins to back away, vigorously shaking their heads in absolute panic. Nahan warns them that disobeying Doomrich is treason against Queen Citri herself, leaving a heavy threat hanging in the air. Unleashing a dark, suffocating aura, Nahan coldly orders the swift execution of anyone who dares defy Doomrich's direct commands. Doomrich is deeply moved, incredibly grateful for this massive opportunity. Doomrich drops to his knees, calling himself their most loyal servant. He and the rest of the goblin blacksmiths swear to obey every direct order from their sovereigns. Back in the office, Citri eagerly begs the guy to praise her hard work. Nahan pats Seir on the head and praises the little girl, completely ignoring Citri. He teases that Citri is way too old to crave compliments, but her persistent whining finally forces him to cave and admit she did an amazing job. Changing the subject, Nahan offers a deal to officially use Citri's name as 70th floor ruler, in exchange for high-grade weapons and some profits. She likes the basic plan and asks if he already figured out the exact cut of the money she'll get. Citri demands a 50% cut, making Nahan call her a total thief as cute little Seir repeats the insult right back. The queen argues that his entire business relies on her royal name, but the moment Nahan acts like he'll just find someone else, she loses her cool and immediately slashes her demand to 10%. With a terrifying glare, Nahan says even 10% is robbery, threatening to withhold all her promised legendary gear. Citri realizes sales will constantly fluctuate, but since Nahan is running things, she knows his forged weapons will be absolutely unmatched in quality. She gives in, begging to keep the weapons in the contract. Nahan settles at 5%, smiling as he promises her final payout will still be massive. Citri is pretty skeptical about his confidence, so Nahan plays the victim, acting incredibly hurt that she doesn't trust him after all he's done. She signs the deal, doubting he can really copy human swords, but Nahan swears it is completely doable. Nahan recalls that inside the game, the Demon Kings ignored basic gear research, relying on raw power and falling behind human nations. He knows no leader can win a war alone, and weapon quality is vital, which is exactly why the Queen took his deal. Passing over the contract, Nahan explains they already have the data to match human standards, boldly challenging her to walk away if she's still scared. Citri refuses to walk away, unwilling to lose a shot at free gear for her army, but she panics when Nahan calmly smiles and says nothing is free. Nahan explains that the cash and gear are basically just rent for her name, because if this business crashes, Citri's reputation goes down with it. Citri freezes, realizing she walks straight into a trap, and stutters in terror as she asks what massive risk she's actually taking on. Smirking like a villain, Nahan looks at the terrified queen and whispers that nothing in this world is ever free. Meanwhile, deep down in the castle dungeon, the locked-up adventurers weep for their friend Luke, wondering if they will ever make it out alive. Suddenly, a heavily armored guard throws open the iron door, grabbing one of the handcuffed prisoners and dragging him out kicking and screaming. The captive struggles with all his might, screaming and demanding that the guard let him go free immediately. His cellmate complains about his incredibly tight cuffs, demanding to know where the guards are taking the two of them. And right on cue, Nahan appears in the hallway and orders the guards to stop. He stares down the two captives, demanding to know their exact names. With a dead serious look on his face, he asks if they happen to know a young rookie adventurer named Luke. Denise screams in anger, asking if this is a joke since his demon kind took him, making Nahan realize Luke was indeed captured with them. Nahan flashes a clever grin as he connects the dots, confirming that the young kid was working for the Soda Guild all along. Instantly pivoting to a new plan, Nahan turns around and demands Butler Kane bring him a pen and paper right away. With paper ready, the young master sketches a fast portrait and shoves it in front of Ari and Denis, asking if they know him. Staring at the drawing of Luke's face, the two adventurers freeze in absolute shock and ask in terror how on earth he knows him. Nahan asks Kane if this boy was present in Ren's mind control operation, and the startled butler confirms they sent him to Soder. With a wicked grin, Nahan celebrates his lucky break, ordering the guards to bring the two adventurers straight to his office. Following his command, the guards guide Ari and Dean up the stone stairs of the castle, heading straight into the upper levels of the demon fortress. Nahan reflects that he must keep human hostility in check, because if it rises too high inside the game, 3 incredibly dangerous legendary heroes will spawn. He knows one of those terrifying warriors is none other than young Luke, destined to become the legendary hero of the sword. Nahan realizes Guildmaster Adelberg would never let a mind-controlled puppet just wander around without taking some extreme action against him. Honestly, he finds it completely unreal that he eliminated a dangerous game hero without lifting a single finger. Right then, Sen arrives with his guests. Sizing up Danae and Ari, Nahan recalls the massive combat potential they both showed in the game, concluding it would be a total waste to sell them off as common slaves. Cutting straight to the chase, Nahan looks both terrified adventurers dead in the eye and directly proposes they start working under his command. Kane immediately panics, warning that having humans serve Seir directly is just asking for a massive revolt among the demon residents. The butler openly questions why a royal tutor would even bother with such insignificant humans, but Nahan firmly shoots back, stating he knows exactly what he is doing. Turning back to the captives with crushing pressure, Nahan reinforces that he won't just spare them, but will also pay them well for their techniques. He warns they can refuse and rot in a dungeon as miserable slaves, or they can end up facing the exact same horrific end as Luke. With icy coldness, Nahan drops the brutal truth that their friend is dead, leaving Danae completely paralyzed. His eyes go wide with pure horror, and honestly, you can't even blame Ari for standing there completely in shock. Unable to believe what he just heard, Denise screams, sobbing that the demons were the ones who dragged Luke away. But Nahan calmly counters, "Sure, we captured him, but we are not the ones who ended his life." Nahan explains that the Guildmaster of Soder City personally took Luke out after sending him on a mission, and honestly, whether they actually choose to believe his words is entirely up to them. Ari is completely stunned, wondering if Guildmaster Adelberg really killed Luke. Meanwhile, Nahan demands they choose right now whether they will serve him. Denis feels incredibly uneasy about serving a demon, asking with pure skepticism if the advisor is honestly going to spare their lives. Even staring down such a terrifying nightmare, Ari steps right forward and directly declares that she accepts his offer. Denis asks if she has lost her mind, but Ari immediately snaps back. The demon promised to keep them alive and pay them. Honestly, what is the real difference between demons and humans anyway? Eri furiously vents that humans turn a blind eye to the poor and abuse the weak, reminding him of how their own kind mistreated them. She screams that she refuses to die or rot as a useless slave, swearing she will grab onto any absolute chance just to survive. Eri is determined to survive at all costs, even if it means making a highly dangerous deal with the devil himself. Hearing his companion's painful, brutal honesty, Denis silently grinds his teeth in sheer frustration over how weak they are. Denis finally agrees to join her, demanding to know what they must do as long as that promise stands. And Nahan cold-bloodedly fires back they need to train, because right now, they are completely useless. Nahan gives them exactly 3 years to prove their worth, warning with a dark smile that if they fail, their lives are officially over. The royal tutor announces that today, they are officially starting swordplay class. This makes Little Lord Seir super excited. I mean, who doesn't love swords? Nahan recalls that his body's previous owner was an expert swordsman, so he calls Seir over to teach him the absolute basics first. He explains that the weapon requires both hands to hold. When the kid asks what to do with his teddy bear, Nahan says he must put it down. The bear is a precious keepsake from the boy's father, and this training will be brutal, but Seir bravely agrees to set it aside. The mentor reassures him he only needs to leave the bear on the side during their training. Nahan notes to himself that the little lord must trust him immensely to let go so sweetly. Seir gently asks his beloved teddy bear to wait on the chair, promising to be right back the second class is over. The tutor starts by demonstrating the basic combat stance, telling the young lord to grip the hilt firmly just like this. Seir flawlessly mirrors the stance and asks with pure, childlike innocence if he is doing the movement correctly. Nahan asks if the young boy has trained before. When Seir shakes his head, Nahan is stunned. The kid's stance is absolutely perfect, despite holding the massive sword of blood tears. Nahan explains that today, they are focusing entirely on the basic swinging motion of the blade. Since it serves as the literal foundation for all swordplay, he demands full focus. To demonstrate, the master executes a lightning-fast vertical slash, cleanly slicing through the air with effortless power. Seir watches this up close, his eyes sparkling with pure admiration as he gasps in utter shock. Nahan asks if Seir understood the strike, and says it is now her turn to try. He promises to watch closely and evaluate her every single move. Seir stands firmly on the sandy ground, takes a deep breath, and lifts the massive glowing sword of blood tears with both hands. Immediately, Seir unleashes an overwhelming forward strike, creating a massive blast of energy that cuts through the wind and shocks everyone. You would freeze too. Watching that absurd display of power from a child, Nahan goes completely pale in absolute shock. He knows the legendary weapon gives an insane stat bonus, but he never expected its power to explode like this. The kid innocently asks if she got the movement right. Nahan stutters for a second before telling her that her performance was simply marvelous. Staring at the massive destruction on the ground, he immediately ends the lesson and rules that from now on, they are only using wooden swords. Out of nowhere, Seir remembers an important detail she forgot to mention and decides to bring it up with Nahan in a mysterious way. She mentions that human intruders broke into the castle and that she even saw a woman with them. With a creepy look, she asks Nahan what is going on. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he explains those human kids are just helpers, promising Seir she is his only true disciple. But the little girl calls it a lie because he also teaches Sitri. But Nahan explains that is just a business deal to help the future of the kingdom. Still pretty jealous, Seir looks into Nahan's eyes and begs him to promise he will always be her exclusive teacher. Flashing a gentle smile to calm his little lady down, Nahan immediately responds. He confirms that she is indeed his one and only beloved disciple. Seir instantly lights up to celebrate, but the cute moment cuts short when the elderly butler approaches, calling for Nahan. The old man discreetly whispers something in his ear. This makes Nahan realize with great surprise that Seir's birthday is right around the corner. A bit later in his private quarters, Nahan lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He admits to himself that he has a massive worry on his mind. Sitri asks if he really had to bring that up now, but Nahan shoots back, asking if there is ever a right time to vent. She tells him to spill his problems to his big sister, but Nahan sarcastically mocks the nickname. Sitri warns she won't listen if he keeps complaining about everything. He reveals that the whole issue is actually related to Seir. This makes Sitri ask curiously if they had a fight and if the mentor wants to quit his job over it. Sitri laughs upon discovering his big worry is just a birthday present for the kid. Nahan warns he is not leaving the 72nd floor. Sitri mentions that Seir likes common things like dolls, pudding, and delicious cakes, but Nahan thinks giving simple gifts like that would be pretty boring. Catching his drift, Citri notices he wants something special. Meanwhile, he remembers that to reach a good ending, affinity is just as crucial as training. Citri suggests shiny things, bringing up the crown Seir picked up in the storage room. Nahan agrees, though he points out the accessory was way too big for her head. She proposes resizing the crown, giving Nahan the brilliant idea of sending the jewelry to a craftsman, praising Citri for the solid suggestion. Citri gets annoyed, but Nahan doesn't even listen and starts planning how he is going to sneak into Seir's room to take the jewelry in secret. Late at night, slow, quiet footsteps start echoing discreetly down the dark stone hallways leading directly to the royal quarters of the castle. Accompanied by a castle maid, Nahan walks cautiously and asks in a whisper if she is sure Seir really went out for snacks. Cecily smiles and confirms Seir is eating the pudding prepared by Chef Mark, revealing that she volunteered to help with the surprise herself. Nahan carefully grabs the handle and slowly opens the wooden door to Seir's room, trying to make as little noise as possible. Suddenly, Seir comes running down the hallway shouting for her teacher, leaving Nahan and Cecily totally spooked by the sudden appearance. Seir hugs her teacher, saying she felt he was going to her room, leaving him confused until she reveals she can track her master's mana. Nahan breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he almost ruined the surprise out of pure carelessness. Meanwhile, Cecily gets visibly annoyed they were almost caught so easily. Seir asks the reason for the late visit, and the tutor stutters his way out, saying the weather is nice and suggesting they take a quick stroll around the castle together. He mentions he is going for a brief walk and winks discreetly at Cecily. This means he is counting on her to grab the jewelry, and the maid gives a confident nod. While walking outside, Seir gazes at the night sky in absolute awe, happily talking about how gorgeous the moon looks. Nahan asks if she likes shiny things. When she happily nods, he knows fixing that old crown was the right move. The mentor gently tells Seir to always take care of herself, reminding her that she never has to face hard times alone. The little lord shyly admits she truly loves her teacher and his lessons, sweetly promising that none of her training is actually that hard. Seir insists she is doing fine, begging for even more training. Her tutor only agrees if she promises to rest when needed. The child happily agrees while Nahan watches her in complete silence, praying deep down that she never loses her pure, innocent heart. Spotting Cecily's signal that the job is done, a relieved Nahan gently tells Seir it is time to head back inside. Nahan travels, heading down to the 70th floor to visit Doomgriak. The goblin blacksmith looks totally shocked to see him after such a long time. Showing him the golden crown, Nahan explains he wants a custom job to shrink the size, while keeping the original design completely intact. The goblin mentions he has the perfect craftsman and asks when it needs to be finished. Nahan demands it be done in 1 week, heavily stressing that the entire project must remain strictly secret. Nahan then takes the chance to ask how their secret research is coming along. Doomgriak admits they have put serious effort into a prototype, but he still feels pretty embarrassed by it, prompting the advisor to quickly reassure him. He says to take all the time needed to make it perfect, leaving the humble blacksmith fired up and determined to succeed. Feeling quite satisfied, Nahan heads back, thinking that the birthday preparations are officially underway. He just needs to plan the party, but wait, what is that desperate crying in the distance? Alarmed by the sound, Nahan rushes over and finds the frantic maids trying to calm Seir down, desperately telling her that her beloved teacher only stepped out for a second. One maid even offers a sweet plate of pudding to try and distract the little lord, but the sobbing child completely rejects it, screaming a loud no. Nahan and the maids nearby instantly freeze in absolute breathless shock, unable to believe the little lord would actually reject her absolute favorite dessert. She is just way too emotionally shaken right now. Nahan watches from the hallway as the weeping child softly mutters under her breath, crying out his name. The moment she spots her master in the hall, Seir sprints forward and tightly throws her arms around Nahan's legs, weeping loudly. Her mentor gently pats her head, whispering that he is finally back, and asks in a very soft voice what caused all this panic and tears. The worried maids explain that Seir came looking for him, and when she realized he was gone, she panicked, thinking he had abandoned her forever. Nahan smiles tenderly at her, explaining he only stepped out to take care of a quick chore, apologizing for not telling her first before bringing everyone inside. Sitting with her on his lap, he asks if she is feeling better, admitting his mistake and asking why she got so incredibly terrified. The little lord quietly confesses she was terrified her beloved teacher was leaving her for good. Nahan quickly tries to reassure her, gently telling her she never has to worry about that. He promises to protect the little lord until she grows up strong and reaches the top, leaving her in deep, silent thought. With eyes overflowing with tears, Seir asks in a trembling, fragile voice if her teacher will actually leave her once that day finally arrives. He freezes in shock, silently remembering that his main goal in this game is indeed to beat it and return to his own world, but he absolutely cannot tell her the truth. Smiling gently, he lies and promises he will stay forever, prompting the girl to ask if that promise is actually real. He promises they will, suggesting they go eat some pudding together, but check this out, Seir instantly catches his lie. Her beloved teacher just lied to her for the first time. While Nahan carries her, the little lord coldly realizes that once he achieves his grand goal, he will leave. She decides she simply cannot allow that. In her mind, her teacher belongs solely to her, meaning she must trap him by her side forever. With a pretty creepy, determined look, she wonders if training even harder will make her master change his mind and choose to never abandon her. Determined to keep him, time flies. Exactly 1 week later, the big birthday party finally arrives, and the little lord is officially announced to the crowd. Wearing a gorgeous festive dress, Seir steps into the grand hall beside her mentor, as all the demons present applaud and loudly congratulate their little lord on her birthday. The birthday girl thanks the crowd, while the blue-haired commanders quietly whisper about how ridiculously cute their little lord looks in her party outfit. Vice Commander Varuna approaches with a warm smile and presents a beautifully decorated box, explaining he made this special gift together with Commander Ren. Seir opens the box and is completely overjoyed by how beautiful it is, thanking him with a massive smile, while the Vice Commander modestly replies that it is really no big deal. Citri arrives wearing an incredibly elegant black dress, and immediately teases that their present is way too humble, which makes Nahan wonder if he can expect anything better from her. Wearing a highly confident smirk, she guarantees it, and lightly claps her hands, ordering her servants to wheel out the massive surprise she prepared for the party. Nahan and the birthday girl watch with pretty deep curiosity as the servants wheel in what looks like a giant statue of Seir herself. Citri unveils a massive, incredibly imposing statue of Seir sculpted from pure gold, proudly explaining that a true demon king definitely needs to show off their massive presence to the world. Nahan nods and jokes that he did not know she could have such mature thoughts, leaving an annoyed Citri wondering if that was actually a compliment. The happy kid gives a thumbs up and excitedly thanks her for the solid gold gift, leaving the generous Citri deeply satisfied that her hard work paid off. Expectation is through the roof now, and honestly, we all know whose gift she is most excited to see next. Nahan smiles. He calls over Doomgrick to bring the presentation box out right away. Doomgrick hands the box to Nahan, who thanks the goblin blacksmith for his hard work and excitedly promises Seir she will definitely love this surprise. Seir hands her beloved teddy bear over to Butler Kane, shocking everyone in the room that she actually parted with her favorite childhood toy. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she anxiously asks if she can open the box right away. The royal tutor smiles and gives her the green light to unwrap it, and as the lid pops off, a brilliant golden light washes over her face, leaving her completely enchanted by the gorgeous gold crown that is already perfectly fitted to her head. Nahan wishes her a very happy birthday, and Seir beams as she thanks her favorite mentor. Carrying the happy girl in his arms alongside Butler Kane, Nahan asks if she is truly that happy, and the little one gives an incredibly enthusiastic yes. Nahan gently pats her silver hair and notices the red strands have grown, proving she is getting pretty good at absorbing external energy. Suddenly, the mentor freezes. He tells her to wait for just a second, reaching his hand toward her head as she looks up in confusion, moving a few silver strands aside right next to her new golden crown. Wait, what is that? Nahan feels a sharp point and gasps to find a tiny horn starting to grow. Feeling pretty worried, Nahan calls over Butler Kane to ask if she is okay, but the old man calmly explains this is completely normal for demon lords. Kane admits he often wonders what the tutor did before taking this job, making Nahan quietly wonder if this is just standard in-game lore. Nahan admits with relief he thought she was sick, making the adorable child pout in protest, saying she is completely fine, which brings a warm, gentle smile to her tutor's face. The butler seriously warns that demon horns are highly sensitive and require special care, and Nahan nods along, taking this advice very seriously. Doomgrick announces that everything is ready, so Nahan checks the testing table and asks to see the prototype weapon, which the timid goblin brings out rather hesitantly. The blacksmith gets pretty anxious seeing that his mentor plans to test the sword immediately, terrified that his creation might turn out a complete failure. No big deal. Nahan reassures him that failing is just fine. He teaches him that while success is great, failure builds valuable experience that serves as the ultimate motivation to score even bigger wins later down the line. He gently tells the blacksmith not to worry so much about the upcoming test, and the goblin thanks him for the kind words, bowing deeply before handing over the weapon. Feeling the weight of the new blade, Nahan inspects it closely and gives a genuine compliment, noting that the overall design of the weapon looks incredibly polished and clean. Right after, the teacher turns to little Seir and gently asks her to step back just a bit, warning her that things might get pretty dangerous from here on. The crowd takes several steps back, watching in total silence as Nahan steps up to the testing table to begin evaluating the new blade. The advisor focuses his energy, channeling a massive wave of mana directly into the sword until a giant beam of light shoots straight into the sky. Doomgrick watches anxiously, swallowing hard from pure nervousness, until his mentor finally releases the energy and calls his name in a very serious, slow tone. Holding the weapon, which now glows with a perfectly stable, incredibly powerful energy, Nahan smiles warmly and congratulates the happy goblin on a job well done. While the other goblins celebrate their buddy's big win, Nahan examines the blade, figuring they only need a few quick tweaks to the sharpness before it's ready to sell. He then instructs the blacksmith to prep the rest of the gear exactly the same way, clearly holding some high expectations and getting an energetic promise of complete dedication. Seir eagerly rushes over and asks if they are finally starting their massive business plan, and his tutor confirms with a smile that it is indeed time to act. Meanwhile, on a completely different floor of the vast demon territory, a noble strikes up a chat with Lord Bennett, asking him if he has heard the latest gossip around the territory. Wayne mentions rumors about rare weapons selling like crazy on the 70th floor, but Bennett just brushes it off, saying unverified news is nothing but empty gossip. The noble insists these are actual human-style weapons, even featuring pieces made directly by them, but Bennett snaps back that everything crafted in the demon realm is just ancient trash. The noble asks him what if the weapons are actually just as good as human ones, and even though his buddy has some serious doubts, he decides to go check out the facts for himself. Bennett realizes that if this is true, it is totally worth investing in, so he agrees to tag along while asking if his friend even knows the way there. Soon, the two lords begin climbing the massive staircases toward this special commercial area, guided only by the hushed rumors spreading like wildfire all over the palace. Bennett spots the grand structure and asks in surprise if that is not a demon king's castle, which Wayne confirms, noting the business is run by the ruler themselves. Inside, Nahan throws open the doors and welcomes the merchants, thanking everyone who made the trip based only on the rumors they heard. The guests start whispering in shock upon seeing Seir, realizing that the rumored alliance between the two demon kings is actually real, and Citri is not running this alone. Nahan quietly observes the crowd, knowing full well that from here on out, these negotiations are going to get a little tense for everyone in the room. Citri takes the stage, announcing that all the weapons are their own in-house productions. She solemnly guarantees in the Demon King's name that their quality fully matches human weapons. Hearing that heavy, official guarantee made directly under the sovereign's own name, Bennett is genuinely impressed, realizing the hosts must have insane confidence in what they are selling. Nahan drops a serious warning he will only share details with those fully committed to a deal, telling anyone uninterested to leave through the back exit immediately. With a cold, terrifying glare, Citri adds that anyone who listens to their plans and then rejects the deal will not be leaving this castle alive. A terrified merchant gulps hard and asks if that is a direct threat, but the queen simply smiles, answering that it is just a friendly warning. As multiple terrified merchants scramble out, Bennett is asked what he wants to do, and honestly, can you blame him? Despite the crazy demand, he decides to risk it and stay. His buddy wishes him luck and bails, but Bennett views this high-risk gamble as a golden chance to build deep ties with two literal demon kings. Soon, only 20 people are left standing in the vast chamber, leaving Citri quite impressed to see the plan working, while Nahan quietly reminds her they are only getting started. Nahan officially introduces himself as Seir's tutor and the mastermind behind this venture, leaving Bennett totally confused since he thought this business belonged purely to the queen. He explains that while Citri is definitely part of the project, but Nahan planned every single detail, making Bennett realize in shock that this advisor is using a demon king as a front. He presents two distinct proposals, offering complete exclusivity and a monopoly on their weapon sales across the entire demon realm for a period of 3 years. Nahan demands 60% of the total profits, explaining that in this split partnership, the Lord gets 40%, while Citri grumbles about getting only 5%. Bennett accepts the terms, knowing that even after paying the lion's share, that remaining 40% will bring in insane profits if these swords are truly top tier. To clear up any lingering doubts about quality, Nahan has 2 swords brought forward, letting the remaining merchants test and inspect the weapons themselves. Holding and inspecting the blade, Bennett is stunned absolutely speechless at this unbelievable level of craftsmanship. He calculates the insane profits of holding a monopoly for 3 years, realizing Wayne was completely wrong to ever doubt them. Bennett asks about their monthly supply, and when Nahan tells him it will be 400 blades split up, the Lord feels that is way too low. Nahan praises his fast calculations, but reveals with a sly grin that their stock actually consists of full gear sets, not just simple swords. Bennett is shocked. This surprise leads him to guess the deal includes armor and helmets, asking eagerly what exact gear they will receive. The advisor confirms they will be supplying almost every kind of military equipment, passing out detailed sheets that leave the remaining merchants absolutely speechless. They read through a long list of swords, spears, axes, and light or heavy armor sets. Bennett excitedly realizes this is more than enough to make a massive fortune. Nahan promises to send new items as he makes them, while Citri silently wonders if she should have demanded a much bigger cut. Bennett asks what the advisor's second offer is, and Nahan notices his potential because this merchant stood out from the very beginning. Nahan asks his name, and hearing it is Bennett, remembers that in the game he ran a massive guild, making him the perfect ally to recruit. The tutor warns this limited second offer is not for everyone, and Bennett instantly realizes the commercial value here must be absolutely sky-high. Wearing a mysterious smile, Nahan notes that while some will hesitate, others will do absolutely anything to lay their hands on this product. He says showing is better than explaining and gets permission from Citri to lead them downstairs for a quick look. Bennett gives a nervous, flustered reply as quiet, firm footsteps begin echoing at a measured pace down the damp stone stairs, straight into the palace's dark underground dungeon. As they walk down with Nahan, the curious merchants whisper among themselves, wondering why they're heading to a dungeon and what kind of goods could possibly be kept down here. Nahan presents the second trade offer, revealing that these prisoners were captured on the 72nd floor, while painful screams echo from the iron cells. Desperate prisoners scream for help, banging hard against the bars. Wait, look at their faces, these merchants just realized the goods are actually human slaves. Bennett asks if this is a slave trade, and the tutor praises his sharp mind, revealing he already sorted the useful ones but warns future stock is uncertain. Nahan warns the trade is highly risky and won't force anyone, stating only those truly interested should stay while the rest are free to leave. Bennett silently notes that humans are incredibly tough to handle, even as slaves. Most demons despise them, but he knows there is another side to it. He realizes things change completely when selling to wealthy noble buyers, concluding this is a guaranteed goldmine and deciding to accept the deal. Seeing only 5 merchants remain in the dungeon, Nahan smirks and notes that 5 is the perfect number to continue their business. Pointing to a front cell, the advisor explains these humans are meant for manual labor and are excellent at handling basic tasks. Next, he shows another group of captives meant for noble entertainment, highlighting their exceptionally great physical appearance. Finally, Nahan points to some strong prisoners who serve as protection, assuring they are just as skilled as average human knights, which Bennett finds highly useful. But one caged knight slams hard against the bars, shouting furiously about being treated like property or becoming a slave to filthy demons. The warrior yells in pure outrage. He asks if they expect him to rot as a slave forever, furiously demanding these bastards put an end to him once and for all. Bennett anxiously notes that humans are highly volatile and will cause trouble, but Nahan calmly replies that there is zero chance of that happening. With a calm and focused gaze, the royal advisor gives a quick signal. He blows a tiny command sound to trigger the secret curse he placed on these captives. Suddenly, the rebellious prisoner feels excruciating pain as his neck glows intensely, forcing him to scream for it to stop, his eyes wide with pure agony and despair. The warrior curses everyone present with his last breath, calling the demons filthy scum before collapsing. He swears he will eliminate every last one of them, but the mysterious energy on his neck violently intensifies, forcing him down in agony as everyone witnesses this ruthless display of absolute control. Bennett freezes in absolute horror, and honestly, can you blame him? Nahan calmly explains he engraved an activation curse on each captive's neck that the owner can customize, while the rebel collapses to the ground with a creepy red glow in his eye. Nahan adds that if they are still worried, he can throw in brainwashing as a bonus. Back at the shop, Wayne asks in surprise where his buddy got such valuable merchandise. Bennett proudly shares that he signed a contract with the 70th floor. Wayne inspects a blade at Bennett's convenience store on the 69th floor, completely shocked by the build quality and admitting it is unbelievable. Wayne begs for a few pieces and offers to pay double the price, but Bennett politely declines. He explains he holds an exclusive contract valid for 3 years. Wayne is stunned by the monopoly over such a flawless item, while Bennett warns him to get ready because a major market shift is coming. Bennett asks his assistant Beck if everything is ready, then orders rumors of the auction to be spread targeting the elite class of the entire demon realm. Beck questions if he is absolutely sure about this strategy, but the Lord just smiles, saying high-ranking noble demons are always desperate to get their hands on new toys. Back in the office, Kane delivers a letter from Bennett about an upcoming slave auction, leaving Nahan quite intrigued by the invitation. Kane praises the trader's clever strategy for handling unstable inventory, and Nahan readily agrees with his sharp thinking. Still, going just to watch feels like a waste, and here is where his scheming really kicks in. With a dark smile, Nahan wonders if bringing those two human adventurers along might be a brilliant move. Days later, they arrive at Bennett's massive department store on the 69th floor, leaving young Seir completely amazed by all the wild new things. While Seir admires the shiny items, Eri and Denis watch from afar, quietly whispering about why their master dragged them on a simple trip. Bennett greets them respectfully. Nahan says they want to browse some magic tools, and the merchant eagerly leads them inside. As they walk back toward the shop's private section, Bennett uses this quiet moment alone to grab Nahan's attention and bring up a rather intriguing detail. He asks in a hushed whisper if those two helpers in the back are actually human, but the royal advisor cuts him off instantly, stating that is absolutely none of his business. The merchant quietly unlocks a heavy, restricted door, revealing a secret room packed with glowing armor and rare weapons. Denis and Eri look around in complete awe, quickly realizing these magic tools are all incredibly high-tier, luxury pieces. Nahan casually tells them they can each choose an item, leaving the humans shocked by their master's sudden generosity. Without hesitation, Eri shyly points to a pretty, glittering ring in her hands, asking if she can have it as her gift. He examines the mana-storing ring and praises Eri's choice, noting that humans cannot generate their own energy. While Seir watches the whole thing with a jealous pout, Eri catches the kid's dark, scary glare and wonders if she messed up, seeing that the young lord is clearly crazy jealous. Sensing the tension, Nahan pats the young lord's head and asks if she wants a gift too, earning a bright, happy nod. Instantly, Seir grabs a brilliant necklace and holds it up proudly, telling her master she loves it because it is the sparkliest piece in the room. Nahan inspects the beautiful jewel up close, noticing a highly powerful defensive enchantment woven right into the metal. Praising the young lord's fine taste, he promises to pay for it all later, then asks Bennett to suggest a good item for Denis. The veteran merchant responds with a professional and respectful nod. Bennett checks his pocket watch, warning they must leave now to catch the event, so the royal tutor immediately orders the group to set off. As he signals the two humans to follow, Eri whispers to Dean that their tutor actually seems to care about them. Denis gives a thoughtful look as they enter the grand auction hall. On stage, the master of ceremonies loudly bellows that the next lot of goods is perfect entertainment for the nobility. He declares that due to the brand marks, these slaves will never disobey, opening the bidding at 5 gold coins under the greedy gaze of the crowd. From above, Denis and Eri swallow hard. You can feel their absolute panic as they realize this brutal display is a warning aimed at them. Nahan praises this clever way of inflating profits through forced scarcity, leaving Bennett looking quite proud of the high praise. Seir asks her master why he doesn't sell his own human captives, curiously noting that they seem to fetch a pretty penny in gold. He explains that he needs personal helpers, just like her castle servants, prompting the kid to ask if they really must be human. The tutor explains their value lies in their humanity, asking her to trust his judgment, which she happily does. Suddenly, the tutor turns to Denis and Eri, asking point-blank if they regret taking his deal and shaking his hand. Hit with that heavy question from their new master, the two adventurers hesitate, looking dead serious as the auctioneer's heavy wooden gavel suddenly slams down, finalizing the sale. Eri mutters quietly that the miserable fate of those caged humans could have easily been theirs. Denis confesses it was his life's best decision, and Eri quickly agrees, leaving Nahan satisfied as he coldly says he will be counting on them. Suddenly, the focus shifts to a small hand glowing with raw power, gathering a massive surge of magic energy. A gentle breeze sways the young lord's silver hair, her focus completely matching that of an elite warrior in this place. Watching her closely, Nahan gives a rare, honest compliment the young lord has gotten incredibly good at storing and controlling her external mana during their training sessions. 5 years flash by in an instant. Suddenly, Seir is taller, rocking some seriously imposing horns, and she excitedly yells out for her master the second she spots him. Nahan praises her progress with mana before suggesting they change up the location for today's hands-on lesson. This immediately makes the young girl wonder if they are heading somewhere fun. He admits he is not sure about fun, but promises it is a lesson she absolutely needs. Gently teasing her, He warns her not to slack off on official kingdom business. He asks if she knows what today is, revealing it is the exact day their 2-season exclusive trade contract with their business partners finally wraps up. Seir figures they probably want to renew, but she firmly believes there is no real point in accepting the deal anymore. When Nahan asks why, she explains that their weapons are famous across the demon world now, meaning they do not need partners when they can just build their own distribution network. Plus, other merchants are sick of the monopoly, so sparking some healthy competition will force them to pitch much better terms for future deals. Impressed, Nahan praises her sharp instincts and agrees to end the monopoly, noting it is actually the perfect moment to expand their human trafficking operations. The young lord admits she heard the rumors, commenting with real interest that things seem incredibly chaotic over in the human lands lately. Nahan quietly reflects on the massive northern war raging between the Alliance and the Bismar Empire. He remembers that in the game, this conflict was a prime chance to beef up his combat forces. Dropping a hint about a much bigger play, he asks if she remembers their original plan, which Seir instantly does, recalling he promised to utterly ruin Dantalion's credibility. The young lord gasps in surprise. Finally, seeing his master plan, she smiles, while Nahan happily confirms that the groundwork to take the 69th floor is complete. Talk about a chilling look on his face. Completely locked in on his goal of ultimate conquest, the royal advisor declares that the perfect moment to strike has finally arrived. During the meeting, Nahan gets right to the point, informing the goblin merchants that he will not renewing their exclusive deal is off the table, with Nahan calmly pointing out that 5 years was more than enough time to profit. Pointing a finger at the startled merchants, the advisor announces that he actually has a brand new proposal lined up for them. He slides the fresh business terms across the table, gesturing for the goblins to read every single word carefully before they give him an answer, offering to supply even more stock if they spread a specific rumor. He leaves Bennett completely speechless as he reads Nahan's bizarre terms. Bennett asks if the rumor is actually real, and Nahan snaps back, asking if they doubt his word after years of working together, forcing the terrified goblin to stammer out a denial in pure panic. Bennett gulps hard, fully aware that spreading this lie will turn Dantalion into a deadly enemy. But he knows they cannot afford to lose Nahan. The clever merchant clearly hears the silent threat. Nahan will simply find other business partners if they walk away. Even as Seir wonders why they are prioritizing these guys, Bennett and his goblin crew eagerly accept, knowing they cannot walk away from the biggest deal of their lives. Nahan thanks them, offering a polite smile. But the second the goblins step out, Citri leans back in her chair and asks if this intel is actually legit, noting that Dantalion would never be so utterly careless in his dealings. She grumbles that he should have shared this massive news much earlier, but Nahan immediately fires back, teasingly suggesting she might hear things if she actually visited him instead of letting her training rot. Annoyed, she tells him to shut up, claiming she is doing just fine. Trying to defend why she stays away from his floor, Citri angrily admits she only stays away because Seir totally creeps her out with that unsettling glare. Still, she promises to visit more and asks what their next move is. He simply instructs his ally to keep acting completely normal, promising with a slow, dark smile that the cracks in their enemy's alliance will eventually show up all on their own. Up on the 69th floor, Dantalion's stunning, gold-trimmed castle gleams under the sun, completely clueless about the massive political storm about to crash right through its gates. Crumpling a local newspaper in absolute rage, the Lord screams over the headlines, exposing his fake sales manipulation in the market. Completely furious, Dantalion tosses the papers into the air and bellows inside his quarters, wondering who on earth exposed his secret. Selling weapons to the guilds was the absolute backbone of his entire business, but everything went completely belly up when those top-tier items arrived from the 70th floor. With stock stuck in his warehouses, he refused to cut down production, so he simply cooked all the accounting books to fake his sales. Dantalion wants to keep his customers even at a loss, but he furiously shouts that the news frames him for embezzling funds, as his guards vow to investigate. Bowing low before their master, the anxious ministers warn Dantalion that an incredibly massive, time-sensitive disaster is headed their way, demanding immediate action. The monocled advisor reveals that trading partners want immediate contract cancellations, while angry blacksmiths press heavily for overdue debts. Desperate and nursing a splitting headache from these ruthless demands, the Demon King Dantalion curses in fury, wondering where on earth he will find that much fast cash. His ministers suggest liquidating their weapon inventory for instant capital, but another lord argues that selling them off dirt cheap will cause an absolutely devastating financial loss. He insists that beats losing their vital trade routes. Without money to pay their army, Citri will easily exploit their weakness and launch a devastating attack at any second. Backed into a tight corner, Dantalian orders his men to contact Decarabia for emergency capital loans, forced to swallow his pride and beg for help. Crumpling the paper in pure rage, he knows a heavy loan is still better than getting eaten alive by that ambitious little girl climbing up from the lower floors. See, this Nahan is watching from afar. Nahan sneers at how satisfying it is to watch Dantalion bleed, sitting comfortable inside his massive, lavish new office packed to the brim with books and insanely expensive decor. Inside, Nahan and the young Lord Seir gather together to plot their next moves of brutal conquest. Nahan explains that Decarabia will charge an absolute fortune for that loan, causing the enemy alliance to rot from the inside out and totally crush Dantalion's desperate gamble. Seir asks how he uncovered the hidden weapon cache, and Nahan casually credits the discovery to Danae, completely hiding the fact that he actually knows everything from the game. The young girl, Seir, admits those human helpers are surprisingly useful. When Nahan playfully asks if she doubts his moves, Seir quickly denies it, blushing hard in deep embarrassment. Pouting, Seir grumbles that her teacher spends far too much time on those human pests, making Nahan realize she has grown quite a bit, though she still pouts like a child. Nahan gently pats her head and softly promises she will always be his main focus, easing her jealousy and making the young lord pout cutely. The advisor suggests wrapping up their alliance ahead of schedule and asks for Seir's opinion on the matter, who immediately agrees after reading the report, calling it the perfect weapon to spark massive chaos. Pleased with her answer, Nahan tells Seir to summon Commander Renalaza, wanting her to personally oversee this highly sensitive task. Down on the 72nd floor, Ren kneels inside the throne room, answering her ruler's official summons without a moment's delay. Nahan explains that Dantalion has begged for aid, and an envoy from the upper floor is arriving shortly. If that meeting actually happens, it is game over for their trade. Now check this out. Nahan steps down and orders Commander Ren to completely wipe out the envoy group, making his instructions absolutely crystal clear. Handing over specific blades, Nahan seriously warns her that she must use only these swords for the entire operation. Ren inspects the blade, immediately noticing from the unique hilt engravings that the sword was actually forged on Dantalion's 69th floor. Instantly catching the political play, the commander realizes this is another brilliant, underhanded scheme cooked up by Nahan. Ren accepts the order immediately. She vows not to fail a ruler finally acting like a true sovereign, ordering her soldiers to deploy immediately. Seir proudly asks if she performed well, and Nahan showers her with praises, telling her she already acts like a real demon king, which makes the girl boldly demand a reward. Her mentor thinks about the request for a quick second, smiling as he asks what kind of doll she wants as her special reward this time. Hearing that suggestion makes the young lord's face shift instantly into a pretty cold, piercing glare. She snaps that she doesn't want any more dolls, stomping out of the hall in frustration, while Nahan breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if she just hit puberty. Meanwhile, in another clearing outside, Ren gives orders to her warriors near the portal, seriously warning them that nobody can reveal their identity during this mission. Vice Commander Varuna divides the combat duties with Ren among the 15 escort team members, prepping everyone for the coming clash in the woods, while one warrior tightly grips his hidden blade under a brown cloak. Everyone knows this forest ambush is going to be pretty delicate. Ren draws her weapon, declaring she'll personally handle the enemy leaders, and orders her squad to get into their positions right away. Suddenly, the peaceful woods explode. Sharp magic strikes rip through the trees, tearing the silence to shreds at terrifying speeds. Right after, the portal from the upper floor opens up. Electrical sparks crackle as the expected messengers from the rival alliance finally step out. The oblivious targets walk out, while Ren watches their every move from the thick brush. She whispers that it's time to strike and watch this. Her elite soldiers instantly leap from the shadows, launching a ruthless surprise attack on the targets. Ren leads the charge, shouting for her subordinates to quickly wipe out every single enemy here, without showing any mercy. Caught completely off guard, the messengers panic, screaming about where this attack came from and who these masked warriors even are. Within minutes, the targets lie dead on the dirt, and Ren calmly puts her weapon away. She orders her squad to retreat. Meanwhile, up on the 69th floor, Dantalion gets the news of the massacre and loses his mind. His monocled advisor confirms that the whole party was killed, nervously warning him that they must notify Decarabia about what went down. Dantalion screams in terror, insisting he had nothing to do with it, but the minister reveals the swords were made by their own people. He warns that Decarabia will use this attack as an excuse to squeeze them, trying to force their alliance into total servitude. Terrified, Dantalion knows he has to pay up, cursing as he realizes this entire brilliant trap was set up by Citri. He orders them to send a letter and mobilize their army for war against Citri. but a panicked soldier suddenly bursts into the room, cutting him off. A scout reports that Decarabia's army just crossed the portal, and you won't believe how fast Dantalion starts losing his absolute mind. His advisors note the timing is pretty convenient, suggesting Decarabia planned this invasion beforehand. Dantalion curses the traitor for trying to swallow their territory whole, instantly ordering all his troops to mobilize and hold off the invasion. Meanwhile, on floor 72, the advisor reports the invasion, and Seir smiles, praising her master's perfect prediction. He asks if she will leave this matter to him, and she happily agrees, leaving Nahan thrilled at the chance to snatch the biggest slice of profit from this war. Confused by the idiom her teacher used, the young lord asks its meaning, and he explains it simply means making massive profits without lifting a finger. He then orders Commander Epsilon to prep their troops, but the general warns him that the enemy's military force is pretty dangerous. Nahan explains he is not starting a direct war, but plans to tail them and harass their rear guard, leaving the general intrigued. Epsilon agrees, bowing before Seir and promising his total loyalty, while she excitedly says she is really counting on his service. He then orders Commander Ren to pull their merchants out to the upper floor, but she worries whether those greedy traders will actually listen to their urgent call. He explains merchants only stayed there for safe conduct, but Dantalion ruined that, and this invasion changes the game completely. With a sly grin, Nahan calls it the perfect chance to destroy trust, especially since they will introduce new, highly profitable trade rules on the 70th floor. Seir asks if they need to get Citri's green light for these rules, and Nahan smiles, saying she won't refuse, since she can just sit back and watch her profits grow. Seir points out that with this setup, Dantalion will fall all on his own, fiercely ordering her generals to follow her master's every command with absolute loyalty. Once the imperial orders and detailed tactics are laid out, the castle's military commanders quietly file out of the throne room to begin prep. Noticing Seir looking completely lost in thought, her mentor asks if there is something she did not quite understand, but the young lord says she actually just had a brilliant idea. You see, she wants to use the enemy's distraction to take the 69th floor herself, but her advisor instantly kills the idea, calling it way too risky. With her eyes burning with conviction, she insists she trained incredibly hard and mastered high-tier magic under him, confidently claiming she is more than ready for the job, but her tutor refuses, saying it is not time for her to hit the front lines yet. Annoyed, the little girl demands to know when that day comes, and he simply sighs the future. Throwing her arms up, Seir angrily demands to know how much older she has to get, swearing that she has already grown plenty. He secretly admits she is right, none of those lower-floor demon kings could ever stand a chance against her, but he knows the battlefield holds completely different kinds of dangers. To him, she is still just a kid. If something terrible happens to her out there, all those years he spent grinding in this game will be wiped out in an instant. So her tutor gives her a warm hug, asking her to be patient just a little longer. He apologizes for being selfish and promises to lead the charge until they clear this floor. To make it up to her, he says he will grant her any wish once the war is over. Of course, that is assuming she does not ask for something crazy, like heading straight to the front lines. Her eyes light up with pure joy. She immediately accepts, excitedly declaring her only wish is a private, one-on-one trip with her beloved teacher very soon. Realizing they have never actually hung out, he happily agrees to it. It reminds him of his own childhood, making him resolve to pay much closer attention to the young lord's feelings from now on. Later, tucked in bed with her dolls, Seir happily whispers to them that her teacher promised they would go on a trip. She confesses she is too excited to sleep tonight. Hugging her teddy bear tight, she smiles, thinking her master is the most precious person in her entire life. After all, he is always there to shield her from danger. But then, her expression hardens. If she wants to go on that special trip with him anytime soon, she is going to need to wrap up this boring war in the rival kingdom. Fast. And here is where things get pretty wild. With a creepily intense look, she decides to go behind her master's back and force the issue, even if it means disobeying him. Suddenly, Seir shows up fully armed right in front of Ren, ordering the completely stunned commander to drag her along on the upcoming mission. Ren asks why she suddenly wants to head to the front lines. The commander knows Seir has made massive progress in swordplay and Na's ancient magic, but she absolutely dreads disobeying the master. Bowing deeply, Ren apologizes and politely refuses. She insists they have to go alone. Na definitely has his reasons for keeping her safe from the battlefield. Locking a cold gaze onto Ren, Seir points her finger and asks who she truly serves. The warrior stammers out that her one and only supreme leader is the Lord. Glares locked on the elite warrior, The little lord demandingly asks if her imperial command comes before her master's orders. Ren gets pinned right against the wall by that raw, terrifying pressure. Ren nervously answers that Seir's command comes first. Hearing this, the young girl joyfully cheers, knowing her plan is set. Ren reluctantly accepts, begging her young lord to stay safe and avoid any injuries, which only earns a bright, totally carefree reply from Seir. But Ren insists, reminding the lord of her promise to protect herself. Seir impatiently shoots back that she already got the memo. Right after, in the castle hallway, our happy young lord happily spins around, holding her sword, completely determined to wrap this battle up quickly so she can finally go on that trip with Na. Over on the battlefield, King Dantalion watches from high on the ramparts, screaming at his troops to hold off Dekarabia's advance at all costs. A general roars the command for archers to fire. Immediately, hundreds of arrows launch into the air, cutting through the sky toward the invading horde. The volley hits the frontline warriors dead on, sending them collapsing onto the sandy ground. They let out agonized screams under the violent rain of projectiles. Elsewhere on the line, a strange glowing stone device begins concentrating a massive buildup of pink magic energy. Get ready for this. With a loud firing command, multiple magic cannons on Dantalion's castle wall blast massive beams of pink light straight into the invading army. The devastating blasts strike the sandy battlefield dead on, triggering massive, fiery explosions that send several invading soldiers flying high into the air. This violent, destructive force even rattles the nearby cliffs, sending huge rocks and boulders crashing down to bury the helpless warriors below. One terrified infantry soldier falls straight to his knees, trembling all over as he stares at the castle's insane defenses, muttering a panicked plea for his life. Suddenly, a giant boulder plummets from the top of the canyon at high speed, crushing the desperate soldier instantly. Thick dust shoots up, absolutely terrifying his nearby ally. Watching the castle defenses fire non-stop, the invading generals curse in absolute frustration, realizing a breakthrough is practically impossible right now. Unable to handle the overwhelming magical firepower, the commander screams in pure desperation, ordering all troops to retreat immediately. Then, a giant figure in golden armor carrying a massive sword leaps from high above, slamming onto the battlefield with a booming impact. Glaring with focused, terrifying intensity behind his heavy helmet, the legendary warrior watches the magic beams fly his way, while nearby soldiers celebrate his arrival. He easily swings up his giant sword and blocks the magic blast head-on, unleashing a powerful shockwave that blows dust all over the area. Balthazar tells his soldiers to banish all fear before the grand charge. The enemy horde immediately senses the terrifying aura of the Pentagram's elite first star warrior. Resting his colossal blade on his shoulder, the massive champion announces that Balthazar is here, sending his own soldiers into an absolute frenzy. The castle guards panic, terrified of the massive enemy army after seeing the star's grand entry. Dantalion furiously tells them to quit their whining and keep shooting. Sick of his spineless mercenaries, the angry king curses the useless idiots and gathers magical energy in his palms. Reaching his hands out over the high rampart, he summons a massive glowing green runic circle to cast his ultimate hellfire spell. The Demon King commands the fire to consume all enemies, unleashing a massive burst of green hellfire. Balthazar just stands there, watching the massive wave of green fire rush toward him without even flinching behind his heavy iron helmet. The green fire completely swallows him, leaving Dantalion's soldiers staring in absolute disbelief. The Golden Warrior remains standing, completely untouched inside the blazing fire. While the troops cheer for the king's magic, Dantalion realizes his attack failed and angrily barks at them to stop celebrating and prepare the next attack. And then, out of nowhere, this terrifyingly sharp slicing sound cuts through the air, catching everyone completely off guard. One of Dantalion's soldiers spots the fallen general and screams that the commander is down, ordering all forces to push forward. The king smirks. He thinks their defense is totally flawless, and with the enemy's star dead, he boasts that the tide of battle has turned. A defender screams that they just need to hold the line, right as a sword flies, spinning at massive speed across the battlefield. In a flash, that huge spinning blade brutally impales the shouting captain right through his chest, making him cough up blood in agonizing pain. He collapses onto the cold stone floor, dead before he even lands, with the heavy golden weapon still buried deep inside his chest. Slow, heavy thuds of golden armor echo impressively along the top of the wall. Approaching the shaken army, the Golden Knight casually complains that the green flames were a little warm, but nothing more. The spell didn't leave a single mark on him. He tightly grips the handle of his giant golden blade. Balthazar glares down at the trembling king, coldly telling him he is pathetic. He raises his giant blade and mocks Dantalion's pure weakness. laughing at his dream of an equal partnership with Lord Decarabia. Utterly enraged at being called a pathetic bug, Dantalion screams that the only reason Balthazar is still breathing is because of his enchanted armor. Balthazar calmly admits his armor is a precious gift from his lord, mocking his opponent for failing to leave a single scratch. Glaring through his helmet, the Golden Warrior realizes his enemy is fresh out of tricks and coldly announces that his time is up. A massive explosion of stone and debris suddenly erupts on the wall, sending a destructive shockwave that rattles the entire castle structure. The sudden blast throws the heavy Golden Warrior backward through the air, forcing him to use all his speed to break the rough fall. But wait, Balthazar quickly recovers his footing in the sand, as a highly playful voice mockingly sighs what a shame he managed to dodge that massive surprise hit. Seir Von Devata appears with a playful wink, laughingly waving her bare hand to claim the attack. Staring down from his rampart, Dantalion is stunned to see the young lord of the 72nd floor here, wondering what she is plotting. Seir Von Devata locks her eyes on him, asking if he is Balthazar of the Pentagram, making the elite warrior quite proud she knows him. With a wicked grin, she tells him she has some urgent business to finish, and since he is blocking her way, she will just eliminate him right here. Balthazar readies his weapon with pure hype. He knows that crushing her and claiming the road to her floor will make his Lord Decarabia extremely pleased. Closing her eyes, the young lord concentrates deeply as bright red sparks of mana begin to glow and crackle around her hair. Pointing her finger forward, Seir Von Devata quietly whispers the command to trigger her spell. A terrifying skull made entirely of dark fire erupts from the sand, charging straight at the warrior with a massive heatwave. Balthazar is utterly shocked, realizing this young girl just cast such a high-tier spell without even chanting a single word. He panics, seeing his legendary armor begin to melt before the skull even lands. Staring at this insane gap in power, Balthazar tries pushing back, laughing at her pride and thinking magic alone cannot beat him. But sweating under the pressure, he silently admits this brat has some serious talent. Furious, Balthazar charges straight ahead, screaming that a basic strike like that could never shatter his ultimate divine shield. But Seir appears right in front of him like a flash. In a split second, the Golden Warrior faceplants straight into the hard dirt. Knocked out before he can even blink, Seir calmly dusts off her clothes, asking if that was all. Watching from high above in absolute terror, Dantalion is left completely speechless. Realizing she could not even track that lightning-fast speed, Commander Ren Alaza rushes in with her troops, frantically lecturing Seir for charging onto the front lines all alone. Staring in sheer shock at the body on the ground, Ren asks in disbelief if this defeated warrior in gold is actually Balthazar. And Commander Varuna starts laughing and praising Seir, while Ren facepalms in total embarrassment, telling him to shut up right now. Ren seriously warns that a brutal war against the enemy floor is now completely unavoidable. But Seir just grins and waits. Her actual solution is to eliminate every single witness. The commander worries that the other generals of the Pentagram probably already realized what happened to their star. This gets our young lord excited to pitch a pretty sly idea. Wearing a sadistic smile and glowing eyes, Seir suggests framing Dantalion and his 69th floor for this entire massacre to clear their own names. Watching from high on his wall, Dantalion feels a sudden shudder of terror run down his spine as he spots the scary child in the distance. Ren points out there are way too many witnesses, but Seir has an answer ready. They will just kill everyone to force Dantalion to support their story. Seir explains her master, Nahan, taught her never to hesitate to eliminate threats, making Ren realize her tutor raised her a bit too well. Seir points her blade, commanding Ren to deal with the survivors, and the general accepts, saluting her supreme majesty. Ren instantly orders all her units to prepare for battle and eliminate the targets, under her majesty's direct orders. Dantalion's clueless guards think the other floor is helping them, suggesting they pay them, which drives the lord absolutely insane. He swears to finish them himself. Meanwhile, Seir begins channeling her runic magic, sending massive waves of energy across the battlefield. The young ruler raises her hand high, summoning a massive, crackling sphere of dark power and purple lightning. Dantalion watches in utter confusion from his castle wall as Seir aims that overwhelming blast directly at his gate. The blast hits the castle head-on, triggering a devastating explosion that leaves the terrified guards inside screaming for their lives. Shaking in a cold sweat, Dantalion screams from his balcony, frantically demanding why Seir Von Devata is attacking his home. Seir mocks him, explaining they would have been destroyed without her help. And since she saved this fortress with her strength, the castle is officially hers now. Furious, Dantalion realizes this was her real goal, unleashing green magic to counter her terrifying spell. But as he channels his earth magic, His green runes instantly shatter, leaving him totally lost. You can literally feel his panic as he tries to process this. Seir warns him that resistance is totally pointless, giving him a choice between dying right here or serving her forever. She explains that bowing down to her means getting absolute protection as one of her loyal followers. This forces Dantalion to recognize the overwhelming power of the Master of Floor 72. Looking at the defeated soldiers, Ren realizes she could have ended up exactly like them, deciding it's safest to stay aligned with Seir. Dantalion desperately begs her to hold back, agreeing to serve Her Majesty despite silently complaining about her incredibly disrespectful tone of voice. Happy with his obedience, Seir flashes a bright smile and suggests they sign the peace treaty right this second. Later, everyone gathers in the 69th floor castle conference room to sign the final peace treaty. Ren whispers, asking if Seir is actually sure about this, since she has never disobeyed Nahan's instructions before. Shivering, Seir admits her master might be furious, and Ren notices her terrifying boss persona has completely vanished. Suddenly, the doors of the conference room are slammed open by Nahan, who storms inside shouting Seir's name with an incredibly dark expression. His sudden, loud entrance completely terrifies everyone sitting around the table. Watching her furious master march forward, Seir completely freezes, barely able to stutter his name. Sweating in sheer terror, the young Demon King desperately tries to explain that she had a good reason, but instead of screaming, then, Nahan completely shocks the room by pulling Seir into a tight, protective hug right in front of everyone. With pure relief in his voice, he tells her he is just incredibly glad she is safe after all that insane danger. Overwhelmed, Seir bursts into tears of regret, crying and apologizing for acting all alone. Nahan calmly asks everyone to step outside, but Dantalion slams his hands down, furiously asking who Nahan thinks he is to barge in like this. Unleashing an absolute nightmare of a red aura, he deadpan orders everyone to leave immediately. Dantalion physically shudders under Nahan's absurd mana pressure, while Nahan completely ignores him, gently asking Seir to tell him exactly what happened. Huddling in her seat, Seir quietly explains she only wanted to be useful to him, but Nahan softly tells her she never needs to do things like that. Seir quickly defends her actions after all. She took the floor, crushed Balthazar, and even brought Crowley back alive without breaking a sweat. Nahan nods, acknowledging her victory, but warns that taking down a demon lord brings massive consequences, urging her to play things much safer next time. Keeping her true power hidden is key, he explains, because information is weapon, and it is always better if the enemy has no clue. Still, what is done, so Nahan asks for the peace treaty to plan their next move. Scanning the document, Nahan notes that the plan is to absorb the local merchants and establish the floor as a brand new base, stripping Dantalion of power and making him a mere administrator. Nahan praises her neat work, making Seir eagerly ask if she finally gets her special wish. He just asks if she wants to go on a trip, quickly agreeing to her wish. This sends the young demon queen into absolute pure bliss, but Nahan gently cuts in, reminding her they still have to deal with the 68th floor, since Decarabia is definitely plotting something, officially resuming the war council. Nahan turns to Dantalion, asking about the size of Decarabia's army, and the lord admits they are dealing with thousands of soldiers and elite mages. The mentor nods, noting that those numbers seem pretty massive, but Seir just silently shakes her head, leaving Dantalion incredibly confused by her strange reaction. Clearing his throat, Dantalion sits up, formally explaining that the enemy forces are cut in half, leaving around 150,000. Nahan assumes almost no soldiers are guarding the 69th floor, and a highly embarrassed Dantalion quietly admits it. Meanwhile, Nahan plots how to fight while keeping the city's structures completely intact. Seir looks pretty down hearing that total destruction is unavoidable in an all-out war, but Nahan gently comforts her, saying she should treat this as a solid learning experience. Internally, Nahan reminds himself that he only knows these hacks because he played this game a million times, but now he has to find a real way to salvage this mess. He admits there is one strategy he would prefer to avoid. When Seir curiously asks what it is, he quickly brushes it off, saying he will handle this one solo. Meanwhile, inside the 68th floor castle, a furious voice screams out over Balthazar's death, Crowley's capture, and their complete failure to seize the territory. Decarabia violently slams his throne in pure fury, cursing his top generals for this humiliating defeat. The remaining generals drop their heads straight to the floor, taking full responsibility while desperately begging for one last shot to crush Dantalion. Decarabia coldly agrees to grant them mercy, but demands Sir Vandit's head delivered right alongside Dantalion's, warning that any further failure means immediate execution for every single one of them. The terrified generals desperately agree, but once they escape the throne room, one admits he only talked big, just to get out of there alive. Asking Kruak if he has a plan, the blue-clad commander gets a deadpan response. Green hair has nothing since even Balthazar got shredded. The blue general angrily questions how Balthazar could possibly die while wearing legendary, enchanted magic armor. He demands answers from Rubia, but she fires right back, explaining she was busy fighting on another front. Rubia had to make a run for it the second Ren suddenly showed up. Kruak actually agrees that retreating from Commander Ren was a pretty smart move. Kruak is pretty shocked at how fast the young lord gathered such a massive army, urging them to move quickly. He wonders if she could somehow be Sarah's reincarnation. The blue general asks how they will pull this off with only 3 of them left, but Kruak confidently fires back. They still have the numbers advantage to completely crush them. Rubia figures Lord Citri won't want a direct clash anyway. Tired of the endless stalling, she argues they should just strike first. Kruak totally agrees, instantly ordering everyone to prepare for the advance. But then a heavy, rumbling sound of approaching footsteps cuts him off. A scout bursts in, frantically screaming that the enemy is already attacking. This news leaves the commanders completely speechless. Meanwhile, as they walk, Nahan casually mentions how nice the breeze feels. Ren replies that their lightning-fast march completely ruined any chance of an enemy ambush. Ren asks if they should really move without Citri. And honestly, we cannot help but laugh when Nahan admits he has no clue either. Ren is pretty confused and hesitates. She remarks that the Nahan she knows is always calculating, never taking a single step without a solid plan. Nahan smirks and admits things got pretty complicated, blaming himself for not seeing through the real motives of Seir. Ren asks why he's taking such a huge gamble, but Nahan calmly replies this is the fastest way to avoid heavy losses. Suddenly, Nahan catches Ren off guard by ordering her to stay put and wait right there with the soldiers. Surprised, Ren asks if he really plans to take on the entire army alone, but Nahan just calmly fixes his hair and replies that he isn't going alone. He reveals he is bringing the 2 humans along, leaving Ren completely baffled as to why he would need them now. Nahan admits he knows Ren doesn't fully trust humans yet, which is exactly why they are getting tested today. He turns to Ari and Danae, telling them to prove their worth by showing how much they have grown, and Danae instantly promises to deliver. While walking, Nahan anxiously wonders if he can actually pull off this insane move. He remembers that he only defeated Andromelius easily because of a surprise attack. Sure, this new body of his is incredibly powerful, but its true limits are still a total mystery, making him pretty anxious about the outcome. Nahan realizes that exact anxiety was why he kept Seir out of the fight, knowing there are 0 second chances if he messes up. Denis suddenly breaks a train of thought of Nahan by warning that enemies are right ahead, prompting the master to mock their nice welcome committee. Peering down, they spot the massive army of Decarabia covering this entire rocky canyon floor. Nahan seriously instructs the 2 humans to back him up the very second the right opportunity arises, giving them the final command to charge straight forward. Meanwhile, across the canyon, scout reports flood the enemy commanders, warning that opposing forces have just arrived at the edge of the canyon. You've got to feel their confusion seeing just one guy calmly stroll toward their massive defensive barrier is wild. The blue-skinned general warns Kruash that this is definitely a trap, and Kruash agrees they should hold and just send a recon squad, while Rubia swoops past, mocking their caution. She claims the enemy already fled in fear, but Kruash counters that they are probably just hiding somewhere along the ridge. Annoyed, Kruash asks her if she really doesn't detect any mana in the area, and the teasing harpy replies, that is exactly why she is sure they fled. Kruash speculates the enemy avoided using magic because they knew she was present, but Rubia mocks them as cowards who just want a convenient excuse to fear imaginary traps. Rubia tells them to sit tight while she flies down, completely ignoring the angry demands of Kruash to stay put. Kruash grumbles that the brat is going to end up dead like Balthazar, but the other general quickly reassures him, explaining she has multiple layers of defense magic active. Flying fast toward Nahan, Rubia mocks his slow pace, arrogantly asking how long he plans to send weak scouts. She screams down at him that he should have had the guts to face them head-on, instead of hiding behind cowardly tactics. The furious harpy dives down, screaming at him to open his eyes and feel the true terror of facing her demonic race. Nahan simply watches her descend with a cold smirk, quietly whispering the command to impale his incoming opponent. In that exact fraction of a second, a colossal stone spike erupts from the earth, skewering Rubia with absolute, brutal force. Gagging up blood in absolute shock, Rubia stares down at her ruptured chest, unable to believe her life is ending this quickly. The limp body of Rubia plummets onto the canyon floor, while Nahan watches with terrifying coldness. From the cliffs, the generals shriek the name of Rubia in complete despair, horrified by her instant demise and wondering who the hell this man is. Nahan clicks his tongue in sheer disgust, muttering that they absolutely talk way too much for people standing right in the middle of a serious war zone. Out of nowhere, the eerie crimson eye of a giant, mysterious beast slowly opens through the battlefield dust. The generals panic, watching a colossal, white, whale-like monster materialize in the sky, directly behind Nahan, right before their eyes. This giant mythical beast parts its cavernous maw of razor-sharp teeth, hovering above the battlefield, ready to swallow everything before surging violently forward, crushing enemy ranks with sheer violence, leaving the soldiers of Decarabia screaming in terror as they get buried alive. Through the dust storm, knights and commanders are flung into the sky, shrieking desperately for help against this unstoppable onslaught. This gargantuan white beast crashes into the earth with full force, generating a colossal shockwave that shatters the bedrock and completely vaporizes their defensive lines. Trembling in terror, the blue-skinned general watches his entire army dissolve, admitting he has never witnessed such ridiculous power. Da charges forward like a madman on his horse, screaming in sheer hatred at Nahan for wiping out his entire army with that giant beast. He yells, demanding to know who Nahan actually is, but Nahan just smirks playfully, saying he is still trying to figure that out himself. Eri asks Danae if they really have to jump into this chaotic brawl, but he just eyes the massive beast and says he has a plan. Denis explains they have to make a move to prove their worth, and Eri nods along, promising to back up her fellow warrior. Fully trusting his partner, Denis launches himself straight toward the danger, while Eri quietly hopes he makes it out of this charge alive. Eri raises her runic staff and unleashes a wind spell, calling on the skies to grant her ally absolute speed for his strike. Powered by her buff, Denis gains incredible speed and descends from the heavens right toward the enemy general like a flash of lightning. Dayhawk is absolutely furious that a puny human dares to attack him, bracing himself to crush the young warrior with raw physical power. Ignoring the general's rage, Denis drives forward and yells for him to eat this, executing a lightning-fast strike with his twin daggers. Right on cue, Eri reacts instantly from behind and channels her staff once more to cast a crucial defensive shield, conjuring a solid barrier to protect Denis. Dawhawk's counterattack slams violently against Ari's magic shield, unleashing a massive burst of energy that completely stops the blow. Grinning, Kruash assumes the intruder was completely vaporized by the clash and commands his entire army to advance and slaughter the remaining survivors. But wait, look what emerges. Denis is standing there entirely unharmed behind Ari's magic barrier, leaving the enemy forces jaw-dropped and completely frozen in disbelief. Seizing the moment while they are stunned, Denis darts forward at high speed, gripping his daggers tightly for another lethal strike. Denis lands a massive hit on Dawhawk, who shrieks in agony as his horrified soldiers watch their general get completely overpowered. Kruash grinds his teeth in sheer fury, watching his ally fall to a puny human, and vows to slaughter the boy himself. Blinded by rage, Kruash mutates into a colossal, terrifying green dragon beast, roaring that he will rip them limb from limb with his own bare claws. But out of nowhere, Nahan appears right behind the beast, blade drawn, calmly reminding him that looking away in battle is a fatal mistake. With a quick slash, Nahan rips a deep wound across the monster's chest, making the massive dragon shriek in agony from the devastating hit. Nahan sports a cold smirk, telling the beast not to throw a fit since he will soon send Decarabia to join him in the afterlife. Honestly, seeing how easily her master handles such a giant threat, Eri lets out a shaky laugh, genuinely shocked that their wild plan actually succeeded. Suddenly, Seir materializes right behind Eri, demanding to know where her master is. Startled out of her mind, the terrified girl shakily points over to where Nahan is standing. Seir beams with joy, thrilled to see her master pull off such an amazing feat, noting she never knew he could look so cool. Deep down, Seir dreams of reaching that exact level of strength one day. Ari nervously agrees, acknowledging Seir as a mighty demon lord, but asks if Nahan even knows she is here. Seir's face goes cold as she asks why that is any of Eri's business, making the panicked girl instantly apologize for overstepping. Eyebrow raised, Seir eyes her suspiciously, demanding to know if she has feelings for Nahan. Terrified, Eri falls to her knees, crying out that she only fears him. Seir blinks, thoroughly confused by the answer, and asks if Eri misspoke, but she quickly lets it go, telling the trembling girl to forget the whole misunderstanding. Just then, Nahan approaches with Dean piggybacked on his shoulders, calling out to Seir, who turns around in shock to find her master heading her way. Eri is absolutely thrilled to see that Denis is safe, while the young warrior thanks her, admitting he only survived because of her incredible defensive magic. Nahan walks up to them, asking Seir what brought her out here, and she happily beams, replying that she only came to meet her master. Nahan smiles and expresses his gratitude, but secretly notes that since the immediate threats are cleared, it is time to give her some real battlefield experience. Nahan explains that the enemy fortress is currently empty, suggesting Seir and Ren should go clear the place out together, a plan that makes the young lord absolutely ecstatic. Nahan then turns to Eri and Danae, praising them both for a job well done, noting how incredibly hard they have trained over the past 5 years. He promises them a massive new assignment upon their return and tells them to rest. After receiving their polite thanks, Nahan silently reflects that this floor is practically conquered, leaving him with only one task, finding the mysterious artifact he has been searching for. Over at the castle, Decarabia is on his knees spitting up blood, while Seir casually remarks that this 68th floor demon lord was pathetically weak. Ren smiles, praising her by saying the enemy only felt weak because Her Majesty has grown far too strong after combining swordsmanship with ancient magic. Ren quietly falls deep into thought, deeply wondering how on earth Nahan managed to uncover the secrets of such a powerful, lost art. Decarabia accuses Seir of turning into a total monster, but Ren ignores his cries, reminding Seir that Nahan specifically ordered them to keep the lord alive. With a pretty smug look, Seir slowly walks over and grabs the beaten enemy by his collar. "Oh man, check this out." Seir easily hoists him up, leaving Decarabia terrified while Ren completely panics. She just smiles, saying she knows the orders perfectly well and only needs to keep the guy barely breathing. Cracking a pretty terrifying smile, she clenches her fist, repeating that he only needs to stay alive. Ren screams out in pure panic, warning that Seir will end up killing him, while a badly bruised Decarabia literally begs to finally pass away. Staring at her bloody fists, Seir breaks a nervous sweat, wondering why this floor's demon lord is so weak. Terrified of Nahan finding out, Seir begs the commander to take the fall, leaving Ren to sigh in embarrassment. Nahan suddenly walks into the room, asking what the two are whispering about, which completely startles Seir as she scrambles to hide it. She casually lies, saying it is nothing, and looks to Ren for quick confirmation. Ren nervously agrees, but Nahan definitely suspects something. He walks over to the sprawled body, asking if this guy is actually Decarabia, leaving Seir speechless and stuttering. Nahan coldly warns her that he hates lies, demanding she confess if she did something wrong, forcing Seir to lower her head and instantly apologize to her master. Looking at Decarabia on the floor, Nahan dryly remarks that this floor's demon lord is a total, pathetic mess after the beatdown. He notes that even though the guy is spitting blood and begging to die, at least he is still breathing. Ren asks why they are even keeping him alive, since he is not the type to bow down like Dantalion did. Nahan gives a serious look, explaining that he is not sparing this guy out of any sort of mercy. He simply needs the guy breathing to squeeze out vital information. Nahan then asks Seir if she has ever heard of nebula stones, and she eagerly nods yes. They are the main specialty of the 68th floor. Nahan explains he needs to double-check, recalling how the randomized mine locations in the game were always a massive pain. Seir then suggests capturing the rest of the generals, but Nahan waves his hand, saying he already had to eliminate them, making Seir realize his double standards. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the grand hall, and a confident woman's voice calls out, saying it has been quite a while since they last met. Nahan turns to see Citri, who claims she is here to help before mocking the messy hall and asking if that is Decarabia. She complains that he has been completely ghosting their training sessions lately, even though she put her own busy schedule on hold. Suddenly, she notices Seir staring her down with a pretty deadly glare. Citri secretly grumbles that this scary kid is why she hates visiting, swallowing hard as she avoids eye contact. She realizes that if she dares to use her charm skill in front of that kid, Nahan would definitely do something way worse to her. Nahan nudges Citri toward the prisoner, telling her to work her magic, which annoys her as he dryly says he needs to focus. Citri agrees to wait outside, and Nahan tells Seir to follow him out too, which the young girl happily agrees to immediately. Once outside, Seir asks how Citri is going to find any stones when her main specialty is fire magic. With a smile, Nahan replies that she is both right and wrong, starting to explain Citri's unique mystic power. Meanwhile, the queen approaches the bleeding man, warning him that she needs some answers, but Decarabia stubbornly swears he will never talk, so Citri activates her special charm power to make him fall head over. Citri whispers in a gentle voice. This makes Decarabia freeze up completely, slowly falling under her totally irresistible control spell. Trapped under the sweet charm, Decarabia easily breaks and confesses that the mine is located 30 miles west of there, leaving Citri highly satisfied. Citri mocks him as a fool, thanking him by burning the demon lord with her pink flames. He just keeps declaring his undying love till the very end. Nahan thanks her for the assist. Citri asks if he plans to sell the stones, prompting him to explain he really needs a solid new source of income. Citri smiles, pointing out that she did the heavy lifting to find the mine. Nahan calmly jokes back that he was already planning to share the profits. Nahan teases that he changed his mind since she is so shameless, making Citri whine that it is completely unfair. Citri agrees to split the stones, begging him to pretend she was the one who conquered this floor. Seir is already celebrating, thrilled about scoring another entire castle completely for free. Nahan agrees to write it down, but secretly marvels at her sheer audacity for claiming a whole fortress without sending a single soldier. Citri nervously explains she needs to keep a low profile so other floors do not get spooked, which would ruin her chances of rebuilding her strength. Nahan mockingly remarks she finally noticed the obvious, leaving Citri highly annoyed that he treats her like an idiot. Plus, he even offers her half the mine production. Citri gets excited, eagerly asking what he intends to do, while Nahan simply extends his hand to close the deal right there in the hallway. She reaches out to accept his terms, deciding that the major risk of this sketchy alliance is well worth walking away with half the profit. Look at her go, Seir pops up with a massive smile, slamming their hands together to finalize the contract and asking if it is officially sealed. Nahan nods with a grin, though he gently suggests that next time, Seir needs to handle these business negotiations all on her own. Feeling a terrifying glare from Seir, Citri swallows hard in fear and quickly stammers that she will deal with Her Majesty directly. She quickly scrambles away, loudly demanding that they deliver the promised stones immediately. Seir just chuckles, noting her busy ally must have remembered an urgent meeting. Nahan asks if she wants to tackle the post-war paperwork first or start their trip tomorrow, and Seir proudly chooses work because she is a demon lord. Praising her responsibility, Nahan promises to handle the stone inventory himself and tells the young girl to get some rest in her room. Safe in her bedroom, Seir collapses onto her bed blushing furiously, suddenly remembering how incredibly long it had been since she last held his hand. She tells herself she is not a helpless kid anymore, and that Nahan does not need to pamper her like before, yet her heart is still beating incredibly fast. Seir smiles to herself, resolving that when they are finally alone on their upcoming trip, she will hold his hand as much as she wants without a single care. Down in the mines, Nahan wanders in with Epsilon, noting the eerie silence of the empty caverns, and explaining he deliberately delayed the workers' shift to keep things clear. Epsilon wonders if they are here to guard something, but Nahan explains he is actually tracking down a hidden artifact using his helper's unique scanning ability. He orders his loyal companion to scan the rock walls for a golden bracelet. Epsilon takes the assignment but still wonders why on earth such an item is buried here. Nahan merely shrugs, admitting he has no clue either, leaving Epsilon to assume his mysterious master must have some deep, secret purpose for keeping it hidden. To be honest, Nahan secretly finds the whole thing completely absurd, questioning if this hidden item is actually just some weird joke left by the game developers. Strolling past the glowing crystals, he is stunned by how massive these mineral reserves really are. Seeing how Decarabia managed to flaunt so much crazy wealth on this level, he lets out a sneaky, knowing chuckle. Since half of that insane fortune belongs to them now, Epsilon is left totally baffled by his master's sudden mood swing. Knowing the other lords will catch wind of their conquest very soon, he plans to invest these massive profits into funding an unstoppable demon army. Hold on, because right here, Epsilon calls out after detecting a bizarre energy reading in the wall, prompting Nahan to eagerly tell his ally to step back. Nahan approaches the solid rock, focusing his internal magical power, and casts a glowing green runic spell to reveal the treasure buried deep inside. He continues channeling a dense stream of mana from his outstretched hand, driving the extraction magic straight into a glowing fissure in the cavern rock. A blinding emerald aura floods the entire cavern, as Nahan unleashes his colossal strength to tear the mysterious artifact right out of the mountain. Smirking as the golden bracelet floats into the air, he highly praises Argol for doing such an incredible job scanning the caverns. Staring at the ancient band, he recalls it used to drastically boost experience gains back in the game, and wonders how that translation will play out in reality. The gear stats reveal huge bonuses to his overall magic defense and evasion. Meanwhile, Argol is left completely gasping for air, utterly terrified by Nahan's overwhelming strength. The poor guy collapses onto the cold ground, shakily begging his master to withdraw his mana, which makes Nahan realize with surprise that his aura was choking his ally. Nahan quickly apologizes, realizing his crushing pressure almost tore his companion's physical form apart, and deciding he must be far more careful with his raw energy. Back at the castle, Dantalion hesitates to sign the contract with his blood seal, but Seir aggressively pushes him, claiming it is the only way to lock in their deal permanently. She furiously demands to know if he intends to disobey her, coldly threatening him with the exact same brutal end Decarabia met. Terrified, Dantalion immediately backs down in panic, quickly agreeing to stamp the magic document. With absolutely no escape and trembling under the young demon lord's overwhelming fury, he presses his bloodied thumb onto the page, nervously whispering that he has obeyed her command. Seir flashes a sarcastic smirk, warning the former leader to answer her calls instantly from now on. She notes she expects great things, since he was once a lord. Dantalion stares at his hand, now branded with her crimson blood seal, bowing his head in total submission as he responds respectfully to his new queen. Declaring the job finished, Seir dismisses Dantalion before turning to her master, Nahan, to ask if she made any rookie mistakes during the deal. Nahan praises her flawless work, adding that all they have left is to organize their upcoming move, which immediately makes Seir beg for a quiet, peaceful vacation spot. Nahan smiles and promises to track down the perfect location by tomorrow, advising the young lord to get some well-deserved rest while she happily accepts his wise words. Before he leaves, Nahan reaches out to present her with a stunning ancient gold bracelet, warmly telling her that he prepared this special little surprise just for her. Seir holds the lovely glowing bracelet, completely enchanted, and warmly thanks her master for such a precious gift. Nahan asks her to wear it always, which makes Seir blush as she silently vows to never let him go. Over in the human realm, Denis scans the sprawling landscape of Chelino City, noting it has been ages since he last visited, which Eri completely agrees with. Both of them recall Nahan's strict orders to mask themselves as normal adventurers and investigate why fewer humans are invading the 72nd floor. Denis decides to head toward Horma City, telling Eri to remain right where she is. They arrange to meet up once every single month, using the fake identities of Daniel and Ellie to blend in. Eri anxiously agrees, but nervously wonders if they can actually pull off this stealth mission, prompting Denis to tell her to listen up closely. Honestly, you can tell this is pretty tough to stomach, but he tightly grips his dagger hilt, continuing to explain the harsh reality of their deadly assignment. With a grim expression, he points out that after being away for so many years, not a soul in the human realm remembers their true identities anyway. Denis warns her to keep a low profile and avoid any suspicious crowds, which immediately annoys Eri, because he is treating her like a total child. He hands a rustic blue necklace to his companion, telling her to break it if danger ever gets too close. Denis explains it is an alarm linked to his own, bidding her farewell and wishing her safety until next month. Eri walks entirely alone through the woods. She grumbles about her partner treating her like some walking disaster, but is suddenly cut off by rustling in the bushes. Armed villagers suddenly block the trail. They yell at her to fork over all her belongings and run, making Eri quickly realize that Denis was actually right about the dangers here. Placing her hands on her hips, Ari demands to know why basic farmers are trying to play highwaymen. The muggers are totally stunned to get called out so easily. Their leader angrily spits back that they have no choice, given the absolute disaster their kingdom has become. Realizing this young girl knows absolutely nothing, the man explains in shock that their rulers have lost their minds, burning down villages under the excuse of hunting hidden demons. Eri quietly lies that she spent the last 5 years isolated deep in the mountains, causing the villagers to pity whatever harsh life she must have endured. The leader assumes she lost her memory from the trauma of her home burning, kindly offering her shelter, but Eri awkwardly responds that she is actually perfectly fine. The man seriously doubts a lone girl could survive out there, warning that if any holy knights spot her, they will brand her a witch instantly. He reveals the Grand Temple declared a total war against secret witches, giving the holy knights a free pass to wipe out entire communities. Eri is completely horrified by these brutal crimes, and honestly, who wouldn't be? The peasant even adds that the Adventurer Guild has become mindless puppets. Eri quietly realizes the Grand Temple is operating without any real proof, which means things are extremely bad if the guildmaster is helping them hunt. The villager begs her to realize how dangerous this situation really is, insisting that this brutal extermination order came directly from the Holy Kingdom's Grand Temple. He grimly adds that this is the absolute personal will of the Pope himself, leaving Eri completely stunned and lost in deep thought. Inside a luxurious palace within the human capital, warm bathwater slowly drains down the pipes of a ridiculously grand, golden imperial suite. The elderly holy leader hums a joyful little tune as he finishes up washing himself. Clearly, he is in a fantastic mood after his long, warm soak. The Pope chuckles, announcing he feels completely rejuvenated, before asking his companion Lily if she waited long and how their secret demon hunt is going. Old Pope Cernius steps out wearing nothing but a bathrobe, smiling as he mentions that he ordered thorough searches for demon spies across the entire empire. He slowly walks over to the bed where Lily lounges in revealing lingerie, offering her his deepest thanks as the beautiful succubus grins back and praises his absolute devotion. Pope Cernius suddenly drops to his knees, weeping with intense emotion at Lily's feet, while declaring she is the only soul in existence who truly understands his hard work. Lily reclines on a luxurious bed with a devious grin. She is incredibly pleased to have the Pope completely under her thumb, serving her every whim. Right by the edge of a quiet lake, Nahan rows a tiny boat, mentioning that Bennett had promised him a beautiful, quiet place to relax after all the battles. He asks Seir if she dislikes the water or rowing, but the young demon queen quickly says she is actually having a wonderful time. Seir looks around in absolute wonder, whispering that the lake is sparkling so beautifully under the warm afternoon sun. She praises the gorgeous villa and the lovely nature all around them, but wait, her peaceful mood completely shatters when she spots a pretty loud scene on the shore. Looking over, she sees all of Nahan's followers throwing a massive barbecue. Her master just laughs, saying a demon lord can never truly travel alone. Seir silently pouts, wishing she had come alone to cuddle with her master, but that is totally impossible with so many people watching them at this picnic. As he rows, Nahan notices her sad face. He asks if something is wrong, telling her she should not look so down. Seir flashes a bright smile, replying that she actually loves having everyone gathered there, which leaves Nahan feeling pretty relieved to hear it. She mumbles that it is a little disappointing, but she quickly covers it up when her master asks what she said as the chef shouts that food is ready. Seir tells him to head to shore so they can eat and have fun together. Nahan agrees with a smile, rowing them back to land. Everyone happily gathers on the shore to dig into the delicious barbecue, laughing and talking in an incredibly relaxed and joyful camping atmosphere. Nahan and Seir splash each other playfully in the shallow water, laughing while the rest of the crew watches them happily from the beach. Later that night, Seir thanks Leia for preparing the soothing bath, saying she feels completely refreshed. The maid humbly replies that it was no trouble at all. Asking where her master Nahan went, Seir listens as Leia answers that he mentioned taking a brief walk in the forest near the vacation villa. The girl decides to chase after him, while Leia suggests taking a coat and offering to call Ren. But the young demon queen prefers to go alone, and the maid tells her to be careful. Wandering under the moonlight, Seir senses her master's magical aura nearby. She runs excitedly, her heart racing as she tracks him down. Seir spots Nahan sitting alone on a bench, reading a letter with a heavy look. She wonders what he is doing out so late. Nahan incinerates the strange letter with his flame magic, leaving Seir deeply curious, noticing her master's grim expression and wondering if something terrible happened. Seir walks up and asks if something is wrong. Nahan tells her it is just a letter from Ares, making the young girl frown at the human's name. Nahan explains that Ares sent news about humans burning down villages under the guise of hunting demons, putting innocent people on trial. He realizes that this must be why fewer humans are traveling to the demon realm lately. Honestly, you would be just as shocked by this crazy ruler's sheer madness. He thinks that this human chaos might give birth to a powerful hero, which is classic game logic and would spell serious trouble for them right now. Nahan remembers that heroes in the game were basically walking natural disasters. If Danae sends similar reports, he will have to go resolve things personally. If the Holy Kingdom uses demons to unite warring nations, the weapons of all humanity will soon turn on them. Seir believes her master will defeat them just like he did the last army. Nahan is surprised she figured out what happened just from the tracks. She curiously asks what that giant white beast he summoned actually is, leaving Nahan a bit flustered, since he does not actually know either. Nahan laughs it off, saying the beast is just a pet. Seir is incredibly impressed that he can keep such a massive creature as a pet. Seir praises her master warmly, while Nahan finds it highly amusing that she is sweet enough to believe such a ridiculous excuse. Nahan points out they are only beginning to build their army, meaning human instability does not help their ultimate plans at all. Our young demon queen concludes his plan is to find out exactly what is going down over there, earning a happy head pat from Nahan. Clinging tightly to his side, she wonders if he really has to work even on vacation, asking him to take a romantic stroll with her instead. Nahan accepts her cute invitation, suggesting they walk under the stars before heading back. This makes the young demon queen absolutely beam with joy. Seir happily grabs onto her master's arm as they walk, making Nahan smile. Thinking that underneath it all, she still acts like a sweet, clingy kid. But Seir just stares at Nahan with a pretty intense, possessive look, silently swearing she will never let her master cast her aside. A few days later, disguised inside a bakery on human turf, Seir keeps praising local sweets while Nahan warns her to keep things down. Seir promises to stay low-key, and Cecily reassures them both that the illusion magic hiding their wings, horns, and tails is easily strong enough to fool any human. Nahan remembers he originally planned on coming alone, but Seir practically begged to come along and see the human world. With Cecily tag-teaming to watch over the young girl, they sit together enjoying their sweet treats. Seir looks up, curiously asking her master when their human contact is finally showing up for this top-secret meeting. Nahan tells her they just arrived a bit early, so Seir jokingly calls their contact a lazy queen. Right then, the private room door swings wide open, and Nahan is quite pleased to see their contact has arrived perfectly on time with the goods. Denis steps in, bowing deeply before Her Majesty. Seir immediately demands to know if he brought what her master requested. Handing over the forged identity documents, he notes, Nahan gets AA status while Seir and Cecily get standard rank A. Instantly, Seir pouts, demanding the same rank. But Nahan explains this specific setup is crucial for them to move fast without suspicion, promising she will get her equal rank at the next chance. Pouting, Seir snatches her badge back anyway, while Nahan softly thanks the young demon lord for being so cooperative. Nahan then shifts focus, asking about the local climate, and Denis warns him that the Holy Kingdom is running massive propaganda campaigns to recruit anti-demon allies. Frowning, he notes how deeply the Church controls this entire region. Wait until you hear this. Denis reveals the Pope completely shifted his stance because of a mysterious woman. Supposedly, the old Pope brought this unknown lady right into his private quarters, and his sudden tyrannical streak is all coming from her playing him like a puppet. Nahan is completely blown away by the gossip, panicking at the thought of the most powerful holy leader being caught up in such a wild, intimate scandal. Denis nods, saying it is completely unthinkable for their ultra-strict church, because if caught, they would be executed right on the spot. Nahan closely examines the reports, deciding they must investigate this further, since whoever bypassed the security cannot be a normal human. Nahan immediately suspects some sort of stealth demon invasion, wondering if the ruler of the first floor orchestrated this entire honey trap. Yet, he ponders how the temple's holy barrier would burn right through normal demons and demon lords alike, making that theory impossible. Then, he recalls the god they worship. An actual angel once blessed this capital specifically to keep demons out, shifting his dark suspicions towards some kind of pure, divine, evil entity. Seir notices his sudden silence, asking if he suspects something else. Nahan admits he does, but keeps it to himself since it is still just a hunch. Nahan remembers from his gaming days that actual demonic entities and the regular demon race were completely different, with the former being ridiculously stronger creatures straight from the abyss. Those true demons want nothing but the complete destruction of the heavens. Suspecting one might have targeted the Pope to plot against local angels, he needs to act fast to buy Seir time. Unpredictable demon movements mean heroes usually show up much earlier anyway. Deciding to head toward Babylonia alone, he orders Seir and Cecily to travel to Chelino, teaming up with Eri to track how the hunt is going. Seir desperately begs to go along, but Nahan explains that her body cannot withstand the overwhelming holy energy of that region, unlike his own vessel, which is completely immune to divine force. Patting her head, Nahan notes her job is crucial since their strategy pivots on what humans actually know. With a warm smile, he tells her he is trusting her with this major task, precisely because she is so special. Seir blushes intensely, promising her master that she will not let him down. Nahan calls for Denis to leave, and Seir waves goodbye with a sweet smile, affectionately telling her master to stay absolutely safe on his journey. Left alone, Seir innocently asks Cecily what it actually means for the Pope to bring a woman to his bed, leaving the maid completely red and flustered. Demanding an honest explanation, Seir points out that she used to share a bed with Cecily or Leah when she was little, wondering why the Pope doing it is such a huge scandal. Cecily awkwardly tries to explain gender differences, but Seir quickly counters that she still sleeps beside Nahan sometimes, asking if that is supposed to be some major scandal too. Realizing the young demon lord was never properly educated on basic birds and bees because the housekeeper dropped the ball, Cecily decides it is time to explain the real truth. Leaning close, Cecily whispers quietly in her ear, blushing as she explains that bringing someone to your bedroom has a much more physical, intimate meaning. You have to see her reaction. Seir turns completely crimson, standing there in absolute shock. She shrieks that her father lied when he said babies only happen when two people who love each other hold hands while sleeping. Cecily chuckles and explains that old Lord Seir only made up that little fairy tale because she was far too young, leaving Seir deeply contemplating the reality of her own relationship. Seir gets totally flustered and red, realizing her master is a man and she is a woman. She starts wondering if she will get to do those intimate things with him in the future too. Along the way, Eri asks what she should call them. As they walk down the bustling streets toward downtown Chileno City, Seir admits she cannot read the human language to know their fake names, and Cecily agrees that she is completely lost in it too. Eri realizes Nahan forgot to tell them, so she reveals their fake names are Sarah for Her Majesty, and Sylvia for Maid Cecily. Looking over the mission details, Ari finds the names pretty similar to the originals, and Seir smiles with joy. She figures her master chose familiar names so they would not get confused. Eri nervously stutters, asking if it is really okay to use the fake name in public, making it clear she never wants to act as an equal to the Demon Lord. Seir just smiles, telling her she can use the name Sarah because it is a direct order from her master. She adds that Cecily can speak to her casually too. Then Seir asks why Eri holds a AA rank, and the adventurer explains it depends on completed missions alongside raw strength. Puffing out her chest, Eri proudly admits she worked herself to the bone on every single task, just to please her master Nahan. Seir instantly goes ballistic and accuses the girl of having secret motives toward her master, warning she will let her live since she is his subordinate, but tells her she better watch her step. I mean, look at her face. Seir is absolutely green with envy right now while poor Eri is just panicking over what she said wrong. Cecily whispers to Eri, asking if she did all that just out of loyalty, and Eri quickly agrees, swearing on her knees that she has absolutely no other feelings. Seir skeptically accepts the apology and chooses to believe her, leaving Eri crying tears of relief before quickly asking about their upcoming schedule. Checking the map, Eri reveals that the Holy Knights called the Adventurer Guild to a village located just 1 mile from Chileno City. She explains that their military mission is hunting demon spies, and Seir smiles wickedly, realizing they can use this chance to study human battle tactics. Eri warns she already accepted the invite for tomorrow, but she worriedly asks what Seir will do if the Holy Knights actually have info on them. Seir coldly replies she will simply wipe out anyone who knows anything, keeping in mind that their true identities must stay completely hidden. Eri seriously warns her that all these Holy Knights can channel divine energy in combat, which Seir actually finds pretty entertaining. Seir cracks a sadistic smirk at their power, disdainfully promising to be careful during the upcoming village showdown. Meanwhile, over at the Chileno City Adventurer Guild, Guildmaster Benedict takes charge and announces he will read the volunteer list, asking everyone for quick responses. Hearing Benedict call out Eri's fake name, Seir asks Cecily who that man is, and her maid worriedly warns he is pretty problematic. Cecily explains that he is the local guildmaster, and Seir coldly suggests just assassinating him on the spot, but her maid warns the man holds way too much local influence. Benedict continues calling names, and both Seir and Cecily firmly mark their attendance right in front of the local guild leader. You can practically feel Eri's massive sigh of relief here, seeing that their fake identities actually worked and nobody suspects a thing. Benedict announces that all volunteers have arrived, introducing the official client who approaches with heavy steps, clad in shining royal armor. Joffrey introduces himself as leader of the Lilium Holy Knights, stating they will work together with the adventurers to secure the nearby village. Joffrey promises the knights will handle all the heavy lifting while the adventurers simply assist and collect their pay, noting the area is already patrolled. One adventurer asks about their specific duties, and Joffrey explains they must evacuate and protect citizens while the knights hunt down the hidden demons. Seir gets quiet, noticing this surprisingly peaceful approach, which is strange since she expected these holy knights to act way more violent and reckless. Seir mutters if the plan is not just cowardly, suggesting they make an example of one peasant to force confessions because humans are so weak. Ari whispers back in pure terror, explaining the situation is too intense for simple scare tactics, and these peasants would never give in to normal pressure. Joffrey asks if anyone has more questions, and Seir raises her hand, straight up asking how they plan to pinpoint the demons hiding inside the village. Noting she is a rank A adventurer, Joffrey says he respects her curiosity but explains the actual strategy is classified until they arrive at the village. Seir asks if there are actually demons present, and Joffrey confirms it by citing the Pope before asking the young warrior how old she is. Seir coldly shoots back that her age is already written on the sheet, and Joffrey quickly apologizes, guessing she looks so young because of elf blood. In the village, Holy Knights kick doors down, threatening to burn everything if residents don't come out, leaving a terrified family trapped as flames rise. These merciless knights chase a woman and her baby, yelling that anyone who runs is allied with demons. The mother frantically begs for her child's life while another knight drags a screaming man away, ignoring everyone crying out for help. A scout asks Joffrey where to take the prisoners while Aery stands frozen, absolutely horrified by the brutal violence happening right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Seir demands to know why Joffrey ordered only their group to wait behind. Joffrey returns with his cloak soaked in blood, claiming things are under control, while Aerie silently wonders why their group was singled out for this task. He explains he split them up because they can use magic. He's got a special task meant only for mages, leading them away to discuss the plan. Arriving at the village hall, Joffrey reveals rebel peasants are locked inside, ordering the three girls to use their magic and shatter the sealed door. Aerie points out the barrier is incredibly tough, which Joffrey quickly confirms. He explains the seal was made to withstand massive monster attacks, and his own men failed to break it. That's exactly why he called them. While he claims magic works best against magic, you can tell Aerie is getting a really bad feeling about this. Determined to carry out Nahan's orders, Seir draws her red runic sword and coldly tells everyone to back off while she handles the seal herself. Joffrey warns her a magical barrier won't break with a basic sword, but after she glares and asks if there's an issue, he scoffs and steps back. The leader silently mocks her, thinking dumb courage is typical for kids her age, especially since not even he could scratch that barrier. But as Seir prepares to release her strike in one fast, incredibly devastating she completely obliterates the barrier in an instant, triggering a massive explosion that leaves Joffrey trembling in absolute horror. Seir calmly sheathes her blade, telling him there's no need for dramatic thanks, while Joffrey just stutters, utterly stunned that the seal shattered so easily. Joffrey tries to shake off his panic and mutters a thank you, grabbing Seir's shoulder and announcing he's taking charge from here, but the girl slowly turns to him with an incredibly dark look. Her eyes glow with pure, cold rage as she asks in a deadly whisper if he's planning to remove his hand anytime soon. Joffrey leaps back, sweating in sheer terror from her monstrous magical pressure, quickly stammering an apology while wondering what kind of insane mana she possesses. Seir seriously contemplates wiping everyone out right there, but Cecily holds her back, leaving the girl to calmly ask if their duty is officially done. She orders Aerie to closely watch the knight's next moves and report back, and the adventurer respectfully bows, accepting Her Majesty's direct command. Joffrey asks in a trembling voice who those girls are, but Aerie completely ignores him, demanding to know the next phase of this operation, forcing the rattled leader to snap back to reality. The knight pulls out a glowing purple crystal, explaining this artifact is a holy tool that immediately identifies any demon when brought close to them. When Aerie asks how it works, Joffrey admits he doesn't know the magical secrets behind it, saying only that they trust it because the Pope himself granted it. He throws open the hall door, declaring the search has officially begun as they confront the terrified peasants crowded inside to protect their families. Clutching basic farm tools, the villagers demand to know how the knights got in, standing their ground firmly to shield their young children. Joffrey orders them to cooperate and promises that the innocent will return home safely, raising the glowing purple crystal to begin the test. The villagers riot, calling the knights filthy liars for burning down their village, while the crystal in the leader's hand begins to glow intensely. Realizing these peasants won't cooperate, Joffrey draws his blade and coldly mutters that words are useless, delivering a lethal slash to the closest man. The poor man collapses lifeless in a pool of blood, sending the terrified survivors scrambling back in absolute panic at the Holy Knight's cruelty. Joffrey casually wipes the blood off his sword, mocking that filthy peasants only listen when you set an example, while Aerie watches in utter horror. Aerie swallows hard, completely disgusted by this senseless brutality, wondering if these cruel, maniacal men are truly the holy knights sworn to protect the innocent. He drags the survivors out one by one, shoving the glowing stone right in a man's face and coldly declaring him a demon spy. Ignoring the poor soul's desperate begging, Joffrey raises his blood-slicked sword, telling the man not to worry because it will all be over quickly. But Aerie notices something major. These victims carry absolutely no trace of demon mana. Now here's the sick part, the crystal is completely fake, and this entire purification campaign is just a massive lie. Joffrey grumbles that his crystal has stopped working and threatens to summon another soldier, but Aerie quickly steps in, suggesting her group can fix the device. Trusting her abilities, Joffrey gladly hands over the crystal, and Aerie takes it, promising to resolve the problem before walking off with her allies. Later, Seir examines the purple crystal, asking if this is the demon detector, and Aerie agrees, calling the whole thing completely fake and useless. Cecily investigates the magical artifact and gets pretty creeped out by what she uncovers. Seir quickly agrees, knowing they must bring this urgent news to her master, Nahan. Clenching the holy crystal with a dead serious expression, Seir reveals that the device has 0 demon energy in its runes. She explains the power trapped inside actually comes from hell, a deeply evil, mysterious realm buried far beneath their own world. Eerie worries the knights will notice the missing item, but Seir promises to stage a distraction, telling Cecily to make sure absolutely nobody gets away. Cecily obeys her lady's magical order and unleashes a massive barrier spell, spreading her dark energy to shut the entire village off from everything. The glowing energy from Cecil's barrier surges through the humble village, sealing the entire area inside a massive, invisible dome. Under Cecil's feet, a massive magic circle erupts with light as the sealing barrier locks down the entire valley. A massive, glowing magic dome snaps into place over the settlement, instantly cutting off the helpless villagers from the rest of the world. Eri watches in absolute disbelief, stunned by the sheer power of this apparent maid, who simply bows and tells Seir the spell is ready. Pleased, Seir commends her subordinate, before walking to the center to manifest a massive shadow-summoning array, sending purple lightning crackling across the ground. You can bet Eri is watching all of this in absolute awe. She is totally paralyzed by the sheer scope of the magic this young lord is throwing around. Unsheathing her crimson blade, Seir mockingly tells the mortals not to worry, since she will graciously spare them from execution today. She flashes a sweet, terrifying smile, reminding them they only stay alive until her master decides if they are still useful for his master plan. Over at the Grand Temple, Nahan is disguised as a simple monk, walking alongside Brother George's, who notices his distant look and asks if something is wrong, though Nahan quickly denies it. Masquerading as Brother Antonio, Nahan apologizes for the worry, urging him to keep moving, which Georges kindly accepts as they step inside. Nahan smirks to himself, confident his priest disguise is totally flawless. Honestly, who would ever dare to murder and impersonate a high-ranking priest from the Grand Temple? Still, the overwhelming holy energy filling the temple is extremely annoying and uncomfortable for his physical body. Nahan asks if Danae found the Pope's residence yet, and his ally promises he has, and the master urges him to hurry because this pure energy is giving him a massive headache. Just outside a luxurious chamber, a guard politely calls out for His Holiness. Deep inside, succubus Lily is literally sitting on the Pope's shoulders, asking if he summoned anyone else, which leaves the old priest completely bewildered. The Pope happily insists she is the only person who truly appreciates his hard work, and the succubus simply nods with a cold, calculating look. Suddenly, Lily stands up and offers a mock apology, saying she needs to cause a small disturbance, leaving the leader utterly confused. Without hesitation, the succubus lunges forward and slams a devastating fist straight into the floorboards to crush an intruder hiding right beneath them. Now watch this. Danae is completely blindsided as his collar is snatched with brutal power, totally stunned by how fast she moved. Lily's massive blow totally obliterates the floor, sending the young adventurer crashing down into the room below as he screams in agonizing pain. Lily demands to know who this fallen rat is, while the Pope stutters in absolute terror, swearing he has no idea how anyone could possibly penetrate his inner sanctum. The succubus snaps that she is the one who wants answers, while the trembling leader insists a security breach like this should be completely impossible. But when the succubus spins back around, she spots the residual glow of a teleport spell, wondering in absolute disbelief where the intruder vanished to. Hearing hurried footsteps right above the massive gap in the ceiling, she glares upward with extreme irritation in her eyes. Enraged that a weak human dared to resist and flee, Lily screams to capture him at once, but Nahan's voice suddenly echoes, praising Danae's effort. The dark mastermind materializes grandly right behind Lily, noting that this situation really was a conspiracy spawned from the depths of hell itself. Face to face with Nahan, the succubus starts shaking in sheer terror, sensing her enemy's utterly overwhelming and crushing pressure. She stands completely paralyzed after recognizing the legendary monster resting on his shoulder, stammering as she realizes it is Leviathan, the beast of the end. While Lily frantically wonders who this mysterious man tied to the inverse realm could be, Nahan demands to know whose orders she is following. Snatching the succubus by her throat with just one hand, he repeats his question with absolute authority, forcing her to confess that she serves Lord Galiel. Nahan pieces the situation together, turning over the name Galiel in his mind before ordering his servant to warn her greedy master. With one quick, rough motion, Nahan tosses the wicked creature aside like she is absolutely nothing, slamming her hard against the wall. Giving her a cold, terrifying glare, Nahan warns that if they ever try this again, there will be zero mercy. Shivering on the floor, the succubus mutters her thanks for her life, immediately shattering a red crystal to escape. She dives headfirst into a dark, flaming portal opening right under the bedroom floor, retreating back to her realm. Watching his lovely companion abandon him without a second thought, the desperate Pope reaches out, screaming for her not to leave him alone in this hellhole. The desperate high priest keeps yelling her name, but it is too late. She completely vanishes into a blinding streak of light right before his eyes. Nahan asks if he can actually summon that demon, telling this powerful leader to stop playing dumb when the old man pretends to be completely clueless. The Pope is totally bewildered. Did he really summon a demon? And why on earth was she by his side? Staring at his pathetic state, Nahan knows he is not lucid. Something is definitely off. Nahan steps right up, grabbing the old Pope's head to scan his mind, detecting a terrifyingly strong brainwashing spell. He quickly figures out this magic was cast by the succubus's actual master, but he still wonders why they would risk brainwashing the Pope himself. He figures the real plan was to outrage the heavenly gods, by letting them find their most loyal earthly servant being puppeted by nasty demons. Wow, think about that. They actually wanted to spark an all-out war against the celestial realm. As the Pope suddenly gasps awake, completely freed from the mind control, he instantly thanks Nahan for saving his soul and begs for a divine blessing. But Nahan cuts him off, warning the old man not to forget who he is dealing with. A heavenly war would only drag down the demon realm, totally ruining his plans to help his disciple Seir climb to the very top. Nahan demands to know if he brought that creature here, and the trembling priest reveals she just appeared, ordering him to root out the country's impurities. The old man explains he received a special locating device and immediately sent his holy knights out to find them, but Nahan shuts him up to ask a different question. He asks how a common demon could even breach the temple's sacred ground, and the Pope confesses their holy protection has been fading lately, confessing a massive secret kept safe for 400 years, revealing that their god has never once answered a prayer since day one. This shocking news catches Nahan completely off guard, making him wonder why a worshipped god would totally abandon his own flock like that. When the Pope asks who he is, Nahan asks if he received a letter about that trade offer from 72. Suddenly realizing the truth in pure terror, the old priest panics. But Nahan just grins, saying he only wants to keep things friendly and ensure the mortal world stays nice and quiet. Nahan asks if the old man understands why his life was spared, and the terrified Pope immediately bows, solemnly swearing to obey Nahan's every command. With a dark grin and glowing red eyes, the master hopes his plans with the Pope play out perfectly. Stepping back through a portal, Seir happily runs over to hug her beloved master, promising him she is completely unharmed after her dangerous mission. The girl proudly presents a mysterious crystal she snatched from the holy knights, explaining that while it has demon mana, the energy feels like pure hell. Nahan praises her sharp instincts and mentions he already dealt with the mastermind, but asks how she managed to steal such a highly guarded artifact so easily. With a smug grin, the young girl starts bragging about how she pulled off some crazy, legendary moves, claiming she has already surpassed her master. Seeing right through his disciples' ridiculous excuses, Nahan ignores the boasting and turns to the maid, Cecily, to get the real story. Cecily bows, apologizing before revealing that Seir basically slaughtered the holy knights to steal it, leaving the girl completely speechless while Nahan lets out a very heavy sigh. Furious, Nahan gives his foolish disciple a massive earful for creating such a huge mess, quickly bringing the crying girl to absolute tears. Seir sniffles, whimpering that her master is way too scary. And when Nahan asks why Cecily did not stop her, the maid says she had to obey her young lady. Nahan orders Eri to swap places with her and keep a very close eye on the scene, and the young warrior immediately agrees to the mission. Pitying the sobbing girl, Nahan says he knows she just acted without thinking and suggests they go back home to eat some pudding, making her instantly light up. He promises she gets her treat, but warns that from now on she will have to deal with her own messes alone, completely crushing the poor girl. A few days later, Cecily steps into Nahan's private office, cautiously stating she has no real complaints about the master's unique teaching methods. Nahan gets a bit worried, asking if the girl found his lessons boring, but Cecily clarifies she was just offering her honest thoughts on his style. The servant reveals that Seir, who is almost 13, still believes dragons bring babies, leaving Nahan completely flabbergasted. And so, Cecily earnestly asks him to teach the birds and the bees to Seir, leaving Nahan utterly clueless on how to react. The maid seriously lectures him on how crucial this is to help the young queen understand the sudden changes in her body. Slamming her hands on the table, she warns things are incredibly serious, completely scaring Nahan with her sudden, intense drive. She warns that if Seir stays this naive, it will be an absolute disaster if some creep tries to take advantage of her. Nahan agrees there are way too many opportunists out there, and that unpredictable feelings like love are never easy to manage. The mentor fully agrees they need these classes, but feels pretty uncomfortable when she asks him to teach it himself. He suggests someone of her own gender would be much better, but Cecily insists Seir prefers learning directly from her beloved master. Nahan agrees it is important, but decides to pass the buck to Leah, an extremely trusted woman who is basically a mother figure to Seir. Cecily immediately shakes her head no, leaving Nahan pretty confused, since he figured Leah would be the most obvious and perfect pick for this sensitive role. Shortly after, Nahan meets up with Leah to explain the awkward situation, asking for her help since she is the most qualified. Leah accepts the task with a warm smile, guaranteeing she will teach every single detail, but that scary, intense look on her face leaves Nahan pretty worried. When class day arrives, Leah takes a strict stance and warns the material will be pretty explicit, leaving Seir extremely nervous at her desk. Leah even promises to teach techniques on how to win a man over, immediately sparking Seir's interest, who promises to study with total dedication. Later, Nahan waits in the courtyard for regular class, finding Seir's delay pretty strange since she always arrives early with Kane. Eldon pops up and explains that Seir hasn't come out yet because she was unhappy with her outfit and decided to change, leaving the mentor quite confused by this. Nahan wonders if she has finally reached the age of caring about fashion, since before she just wore whatever the servants picked out. He dismisses his staff member and decides to wait patiently, but his little shoulder companion gets restless and frantically points in the exact opposite direction. And when he turns around to look, oh, wow. You are not going to believe the absolute shock waiting for him. Seir's voice sounds incredibly smooth and mature as she slowly approaches her master with a completely different, elegant vibe. She looks absolutely breathtaking in a lavish black and white ball gown, gracefully apologizing for keeping her mentor waiting. Being completely sincere, Nahan praises her beauty, calling her the prettiest girl in the entire demon realm, making his disciple blush and shyly ask if that's really true. She timidly smiles at the compliment while her master silently rejoices from the bottom of his heart that his beloved disciple is growing so beautifully. Still nervous from yesterday's sex ed class, Seir suddenly asks what his ideal type of woman is, leaving him scrambling for a standard answer. He says he likes someone kind and pretty but emphasizes that getting along is key, though deep down, he envisions a perfect ideal partner that he lacks the guts to reveal. Seir scribbles everything down in a notepad and asks if he has ever actually loved someone, making Nahan freeze when he sees where she pulled that notebook from. Looking at his disciple's focused, bright gaze, the master notices her massive interest but quietly admits he has almost nothing to tell. He recalls one brief, meaningless relationship back in college, and how after graduation he just played video games with zero time to go out. Completely flustered, Nahan confesses he has never actually experienced true love, suggesting she should ask someone with a bit more real-life experience instead. This revelation leaves Seir shocked, since she genuinely believed her mentor knew everything, only to find out he is a total rookie in love. And wait, that look on her face is pure, terrifying excitement as she realizes it is her master's first time, leaving Nahan pretty spooked. Seir stammers that it is normal not to know everything, but secretly worries if some other woman might show up to take that special spot. Nahan says he has no idea what his own future holds, silently reminding himself that either way, he eventually has to return to his true world. Checking the time, he rushes off, mentioning some afternoon plans, leaving the girl standing in complete silence as she watches him leave. Feeling a painful tightness in her chest, Seir realizes he genuinely intends to leave one day, and nothing she does will easily change his mind. She tells herself that if she just gets strong enough as time passes, perhaps things in the future can turn out quite different. Energy begins pulsing gently around her body as she cooks up a bold scheme to capture her mentor's undivided attention. Wearing a dark smile, Seir whispers, she will keep her beloved master by her side at all costs, apologizing that this is her only option. Meanwhile, in the lavish ninth-floor palace, an imposing, commanding voice booms out, demanding a direct explanation for the failed special mission. Shaking in absolute terror, Succubus Lily grovels flat on the floor, stuttering as she admits an insanely powerful intruder completely ruined her entire operation. Lord Gamma glares down with pure disgust. Furious, she came back empty-handed over a tiny little setback. Lily tries explaining that a massive divine presence showed up, but she is suddenly cut off as something draws her ruler's eye. Galliel calls Lily in a sweet, fake voice, warning that lying to her ruler means a brutal punishment. Suddenly, a massive magic force lifts the succubus into the air as she frantically begs them to believe her story. You won't believe this, they just found out the legendary Leviathan was actually involved in the incident. Galliel leaps out of her seat in pure shock, demanding Lily repeat exactly who she saw. The terrified servant whispers that it was the Lord of the Inverse Realm himself. The ruler smirks, deeply intrigued, deciding to spare Lily for now to study the situation, coldly telling the shaking servant to get lost. Falling deep into thought, she wonders why this mysterious lord would ever leave his own realm completely empty just to hide out here. Meanwhile, Nahan checks on his growing army, asking Commander Renalaza if the troops are ready. Renalaza confirms 20,000 soldiers have gathered. When Nahan asks for Seir's thoughts, the girl just notes that it is a pretty massive crowd. Seir coldly states that she has zero use for weaklings, leaving Renalaza sweating. But Nahan reasons that right now, they need quantity over quality. The queen understands her master's plan, but makes it clear that these soldiers represent her, and she will never tolerate anyone disgracing her name. Resolute and firm, the young lord steps forward to announce her new rules directly to the gathered soldiers. Drawing a wooden training sword, she loudly announces that only those who can survive a single blow from her will make the cut. The warriors begin whispering in utter confusion. Seeing absolutely zero volunteers, Seir decides to take matters into her own hands. The young girl leaps with incredible speed toward a nearby soldier, who instantly panics and starts screaming for mercy. Seeing the strike coming, squeezing his eyes shut, the man braces for impact, but the brutal blow is suddenly blocked just inches from his nose. Check this out. Seir looks up to find her master easily caught that strike with just one bare hand. She is completely stunned by his incredible reaction time and the fact that his palm does not have a single scratch. Smiling calmly, Nahan gives her a little scolding for rushing and suggests they go have a private talk. Once they are alone, he explains that although her standard is great, standard recruits cannot possibly match the elite tier of officers. Once she gets it, Nahan pitches building a special elite squad instead, starting their tryouts immediately. A few days later, Citri joins them, questioning her invite to the audition. Nahan tells her she has a great eye for recognizing true talent. The Demon Queen demands a reward. Nahan finds it petty among allies but promises a future favor, which instantly hooks her. Seir asks why they are using wooden swords, but Nahan tells her this is just a quick test. She accepts the rules, and Nahan adds that he would rather leave slots open than take average warriors. Citri finds it hilarious seeing the little lord armed like that, but the girl just flashes a smug grin, announcing she will be their examiner. Before heading down to the field, Seir looks back cutely, asking if she will receive a special reward if she absolutely aces this test. Giving her a warm, gentle smile, Nahan promises that she absolutely will, though he softly warns her to make sure she does not get injured. The announcer steps up, officially kicking off the tryouts and calling the participants to face the young queen one by one. An eager elf soldier steps forward to volunteer first, earning some real praise from Seir for showing such massive courage. The elf readies himself, fully believing he has a distinct physical advantage over such a young opponent. Planning a heavily defensive strategy to survive, he waits as the referee asks if they are ready and warns the battle starts at the buzzer. Wasting no time after both confirm, the referee hits the button to officially start the arena fight. A loud horn echoes throughout the entire arena as the elf locks his gaze onto Seir, bracing himself in a defensive stance. But in a split second, a blinding light flashes and she completely vanishes, leaving the poor guy totally dazed. Seir suddenly appears right behind him with a terrifying grin, mocking his complete inability to match her speed. With brutal accuracy, the young lord strikes. She slams her wooden sword full force, making him scream in agony before he collapses. He is knocked out cold. Seir cuts him for his slow reaction time, then indifferently calls the next challenger. A rapid wave of clean strikes rings through the hall. She easily dominates candidate after candidate, sighing in deep boredom with every win. Watching this absolute, one-sided slaughter from the stands, Citri looks on in shock, muttering that this seems more like a career-ending trial than a real evaluation. Nahan quickly defends the trial, explaining that simply reacting to his disciple's opening blow is enough to prove their actual worth. When Nahan asks if even she could easily parry those strikes, the Demon Queen drops her guard and admits it would be a tough challenge. She is seriously impressed by her growth, believing the ultimate return of the legendary martial arts king is closer than they think. Citri shifts focus to their upcoming campaign on the 67th floor, and the mentor nods in calm agreement, knowing that the floor's boss is no joke. He is a highly feared monster known as Belial, the terrifying demon king of Hellfire. She points out he's a complete maniac who skipped assemblies for decades, keeping his crown solely because his power is off the charts. Nahan finds that term quite vulgar, but she insists there's no better word for a madman who threw away his high rank on purpose. She then yells, demanding his full attention. Nahan quietly recalls that Belial was the absolute worst boss in the entire game, mentally reviewing the exact strategies to bring him down. He mutters a vague agreement just to quiet her, prompting the curious Demon Queen to press him for their actual battle strategy. The mentor explains that Citri's unique power is absolutely crucial for their success, which makes her smile proudly, loving the fact that her insane strength is highly valued. And finally, the third key factor is the ridiculous speed at which Seir's forces are leveling up to clash with the enemy. Still, Citri warns they can't underestimate Belial. His crazed followers are fiercely loyal to their mad king. With a sly smirk, Nahan plans to use some sneaky tricks to break the enemy's morale before they even fight. Meanwhile, back in the dusty arena, Seir blocks with her wooden blade and lets out a soft, surprised whisper, impressed that a challenger actually blocked her strike. She asks her name, and the girl nervously stutters that she's Celestia, from the 4th Army Unit. Highly pleased with her reflexes, the young queen declares she passed, leaving Celestia instantly flooded with relief and gratitude. Nahan proudly remarks on how much Seir has matured to design such brutal trials, and Citri nods, agreeing her growth is pretty wild. The mentor boasts she's been dedicated and serious since she was tiny, prompting Citri to agree while quietly thinking he's completely obsessed with her. Nahan asks for her take, and Citri says Seir was pretty cute back then. But these days, her feelings have completely shifted, leaving him totally in the dark. He casually teases if she's just jealous of the girl's looks, but Citri snaps back in a heartbeat, insisting she's easily the prettier one. She mutters that the real issue is something else, making Nahan worry about a rift in their alliance. The Demon Queen reveals that Seir often glares at her with pure, murderous intent, though Nahan refuses to believe his sweet disciple could do such a thing. But Citri points out that this terrifying glare only happens when she gets friendly with him, and of course, he is completely clueless. Classic Nahan. Sensing his confusion, Citri realizes the man is completely blind, while Nahan desperately wonders why on earth Seir would ever view her as a threat. She flatly explains that Seir simply refuses to let anyone steal her beloved master away. Nahan nods, figuring she's just a jealous student protective of her teacher's attention. He promises to have a quick talk with her, but his totally relaxed vibe tells Citri he completely missed the actual romantic nature of her jealousy. Seeing Seir walk over as the trials end, Citri quickly makes her escape to avoid drama while the young lord happily waves to her master. She reports picking 16 strong candidates for Stage 1, adding that they will host an elimination tournament tomorrow, as recommended by the commander. The mentor gently pats her head and tells her to rest, but the excited girl immediately demands her promised reward for doing such a great job. The next day, the arena battles kick off in full force under the highly focused gaze of the young queen, who closely monitors every single move. Cecily asks if any fighter caught her attention, and Seir nods, pointing out the promising Celestia and a massive orc warrior named Rexian. Cecily finds Seir's sudden bad mood pretty strange. The young queen is pouting because her master ran into an unexpected delay and said he would be arriving a bit late. She dramatically bursts into tears, thinking Nahan has lost all interest in her, but her maid quickly tries to soothe her, promising that he really does care about her. Seir wipes her own tears but stays quite worried. He has never been late without warning them before, making her fear that something terrible happened. Suddenly, Nahan pops up holding a cake right as the tests wrap up. It totally startles and delights the young girl, who instantly screams out his name. He presents the gorgeous strawberry cake, announcing that this sweet treat is the special reward he promised her yesterday for all of her hard work. Her mentor gently reveals he did not buy this dessert, but actually made it with his own hands after taking cooking lessons from a professional chef. Cecily is deeply touched by his sweet gesture. She immediately takes back everything she said earlier about the master being completely oblivious and insensitive. Super touched, Seir asks if she gets to be the very first person to taste his homemade creation, and Nahan warmly confirms the news. Seir excitedly says she is going to dig in, immediately taking a massive first bite, leaving her master feeling quite nervous, hoping the flavor actually turned out okay. And get this, the second she chews that first bite of strawberry cake, her eyes widen. The young queen goes completely still, utterly stunned by the flavor. Seeing her dead silence and frozen expression, Nahan breaks out in a cold sweat, terrified that his baking attempt was an absolute disaster. But then, Seir melts with pure joy, praising the treat. She finds it insanely better than any pastry made by the royal chef himself. Her mentor tells her she will always be his biggest priority. Hearing this, she asks if he will only bake treats for her from now on. With a calm and very warm look, Nahan gently promises to bake new cakes exclusively for her, whenever she wants them. With her heart overflowing with happiness over this exclusive promise, the young queen flashes her brightest smile and warmly thanks her master. Tallying up the tournament results, Nahan orders a strategic troop division for Ren Alaza, who finds the massive numerical gap between their armies pretty strange. He explains that the 7th Army's officers previously served under her, and he wants to train them heavily to forge them into a true elite unit. Feeling relieved, Renalaza listens to the new plan, and Nahan formally orders her to map out border patrol routines on Baliel's 67th floor. Feeling the fatigue, he rubs his temples. Having to manually map out every strategy in the real world is starting to give him a massive headache. He looks warmly over at his little companion, casually mentioning that the mystic pet will need to lend a quick hand with these new plans. Nahan only asks for a simple task from his little mascot, but he gives a playful warning so it doesn't end up flexing too much power and blowing everything to pieces. While gathering in the garden for tea, Seir asks her master what he thinks of the newly picked leaves, and Nahan praises the smooth flavor of the hot drink. Meanwhile, Citri complains about taking a tea break right in the middle of urgent war preps, suspecting Nahan is about to ask her for a difficult favor after showing such kindness. The master smiles and praises the allied queen's sharp intuition, revealing that today's task is just a simple favor, but she will need to keep a secret. When Nahan mysteriously warns her that she has seen this creature before, Citri's eyes go wide. She suddenly senses an absolutely terrifying colossal presence. Standing right before her is a giant, floating white whale radiating pure divine energy, leaving Citri completely frozen in terror by its overwhelming power. She realizes in total shock that the colossal creature was never some mere illusion from the past. Just what kind of insane monster is her ally, Nahan? Noticing her sheer horror, Nahan playfully asks if she thinks the giant beast is about to eat her, and Citri tremblingly replies that it looks pretty capable of doing just that. Nahan smiles, guaranteeing the beast will never harm her as long as she keeps her word and never reveals this secret to a single soul. He explains that the creature is actually the key to their entire operation, but Citri remains deeply worried about Baliel spotting its presence. Nahan points out that even she took a while to notice the massive beast, so Baliel's underlings will not spot it either, making her question the monster's true power on the previous floor. He gently pets the little leviathan, explaining that actually unleashing this beast would completely destroy everything, and asks Citri to prepare for war the moment Renalaza's report arrives. The queen agrees to the plan, asking how they will split the conquered territory. Nahan calmly replies that they will keep the castle and hand over half of everything else to her. Citri is stunned by this generous offer, asking if Seir is really okay with it, but Nahan explains it is just a strategic investment to strengthen their alliance. Citri warns that they must prepare carefully since taking over Balile's territory without shedding blood is impossible. But Nahan calmly says he is ready. Seir is totally thrilled, saying she is absolutely counting on Citri's support. Finding her reaction adorable, she notes the queen seems much warmer and friendlier today. Saying goodbye, Citri compliments the tea, noting she has rather much to prepare. But Nahan asks if she is leaving already, leaving their ally rather confused now. Nahan smiles, suggesting that since she is already here, she should really take the chance to do something else rather important. With a pretty terrifying look, he warns that she absolutely must start the training she has been putting off, to recover her ability to walk as soon as possible. Hearing about training, Citri panics, desperately begging for more time as she is not ready. Giving her absolutely no time to breathe, Nahan suddenly triggers the intense training, making the poor queen collapse straight onto the ground, screaming in total panic. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor in Area A, armed soldiers go on their usual routine night patrol through the mountains. Suddenly, he freezes. Something feels pretty strange in the air, his partner notices. Is there actually anything nearby right now? The guards start finding the atmosphere rather weird, whispering nervously that the forest has suddenly become way too dark for this region. Look closely here. One patroller slowly peers up, trembling as he realizes some massive entity is hovering right above them. A massive shadow stretches across the sky, completely blocking out the starlight, unveiling the colossal silhouette of a mystical beast, leaving the guards completely frozen. One of the guards tries desperately to scream in horror, but realizes with absolute dread that his body simply will not move. The beast opens its terrifying maw of razor-sharp teeth, and the helpless soldier can only beg before being swallowed by the dark. Within seconds, the only things left on the dirt path are their empty helmets. They clatter onto the ground. Absolutely nothing else remains here. Over at Beale's Grand Fortress, officers anxiously discuss the bizarre mystery of their night patrol soldiers vanishing into thin air without leaving a single clue. Beale wonders if they could simply be deserters, but his soldier explains that those helmets were clearly left behind on purpose. Beale asks about the 68th floor, and Commander Ares reports that they found absolutely no signs of intruders. What about the merchant groups? But she completely rules that out, prompting the Lord to order an investigation up to the 69th floor. The Lord orders them to adjust the patrol shifts, place scouts to spot attacks, and silence all rumors to protect troop morale. Ares immediately takes her leave to execute his commands, leaving Beale deeply lost in thought on his throne, asking for the opinion of someone lurking in the dark. Stepping from the shadows, the mysterious figure suggests these attacks are likely the work of a netherworld beast that hunts in the dark, leaving the Lord quite surprised. With a mischievous smirk, the mysterious hooded man offers to go, personally to investigate the patrol area, despite really hating the idea of involving that man in his business. Beale gladly accepts the offer since it is rather dangerous, telling him to proceed with the investigation. At the castle, Seir asks if the Leviathan is doing well, and Nahan cheerfully replies that the reports show some pretty excellent results. With a pretty determined look, Seir asks when the conquest actually starts, and he explains it will take a month to get their forces and Queen Citri ready. The white-haired girl declares that she also wants to prepare for the upcoming invasion, leaving her master rather curious about her plans. Seir begs him for special training this month so she can personally defeat Beale in the upcoming showdown. She explains that as a demon queen leading an entire faction, she must set an example for her soldiers, rather than relying on her master forever. Looking ahead, she says she needs to be strong enough to defeat a mid-level demon king like Beale to fully achieve her grand goals. Nahan realizes that joining the fight will really help her grow, deciding he shouldn't stand in Seir's way just because of his own worries. Patting her head, Nahan admits he was being rather too protective of his queen, but she huffs in annoyance, saying she is not some little kid anymore. Laughing, Nahan agrees to train her since she is so set on it. He officially grants his permission for her to participate in the fight. Seir celebrates with absolute joy, thanking her master. But he warns that Beale is incredibly strong, once ranking near the top 50 demons. Thrilled by this challenge, she knows she must master devastating magic and high-level swordsmanship to win this upcoming clash. Seir decides to ask Commander Ren for sword training, while Nahan offers to personally teach her magic within her current mana limits. Nahan warns her that brutal training starts tomorrow and demands she be ready, prompting the young queen to respond with immense passion and resolve. Later, as deep night settles over the castle walls, heavy silence fills the corridors as everyone rests. But inside her room, Seir rolls around on her bed, giggling happily while squeezing her plush bear, giggling with her split personalities, because her beloved master finally gave her permission. Suddenly, her playful face twists into a dark, chilling stare as she realizes she might never be able to beat her beloved master through raw strength alone. Instead, she must become strong enough to lock him away, keeping him by her side so he can never abandon her. Seir completely agrees with the dark, chilling voices whispering in her mind, proving that all of her split personalities are in perfect sync about trapping Nahan forever. Sporting a twisted and deeply terrifying smile, the young queen whispers into the pitch-black room, swearing she will do absolutely whatever it takes to make her plan succeed. Meanwhile, doubling the patrol guards did absolutely nothing, since more hollow helmets keep turning up along the castle paths. Even worse for Beale, their deep investigation into the local merchant guilds has led completely nowhere. Beale gets stressed, totally clueless about what is going on, knowing he must boost his troops' morale, especially with that suspicious hooded ally only causing mass confusion. He remembers how the mysterious hooded figure originally volunteered to track down these disappearances all by himself. The frustrated lord grumbles that the guy went to investigate and never returned, wondering if some magic beast is behind this, and how anyone could control underworld monsters. Suddenly, Beale remembers a critical detail and pictures the Devata family crest. He whispers that the previous powerful ruler could contact the underworld, wondering if Seir inherited his demon beasts. Beale concludes that considering how massive her forces used to be, this crazy theory is the only logical explanation left. Tired of overthinking this, he decides sitting around is not his style, declaring that it is finally time to take action and restore order to his domain once and for all. Up on the 68th floor of the Demon Lord's massive castle, a panicked guard frantically rings the warning bell, ordering everyone to take their positions. Beale's grand army storms the floor with overwhelming force, immediately catching the enemy's attention with their incredibly loud, dramatic entrance. Looking at the chaotic enemy defenses, Beale just smirks confidently, muttering that he is about to give them a very warm welcome. Giant flaming fireballs suddenly rain down from the sky, aiming straight at the panicked enemy soldiers who begin to flee. Enormous fire explosions immediately rip the entire battlefield to shreds, spreading absolute ruin and chaos wherever they impact. The enemy soldiers scream in agony as Nahan watches the carnage from afar, coldly noting that this is his personal way of replying. Suddenly, the office door slams wide open as Citri bursts in, screaming Nahan's name in a state of absolute, breathless panic. She demands to know what is happening, yelling that her own troops were incinerated, but Nahan coolly replies he only just got the report. He asks if their preparations followed the plan, and she snaps back yes, frustrated that their own brilliant scheme has completely backfired. Sighing in absolute despair, she reports that Beale moved way faster than anticipated, almost capturing the entire floor while ruthlessly slaughtering innocent civilians along the way. Nahan assures her they will crush him, promising a massive reward afterward by splitting the mines and captured troops 70-30 in her favor. Pointing to the map, he explains that Biel invaded with the sole purpose of wiping out this entire floor. They must move immediately. Citri looks closely at the map, finding it bizarre that the target is a completely open plain. Honestly, does he really want to trigger a massive battle right out in the open? He explains that fighting a fire mage in the mountains is suicide, but Citri seriously doubts that Biel will ever agree to fight on an open plain. Nahan commends her sharp mind, making the proud queen gloat briefly before she realizes her own analysis actually revealed the perfect strategy. Biel is already prepared, so they must force him onto the open plain, prompting Citri to curiously ask if he has a trick up his sleeve. Wearing a sly smirk, Nahan points out that Biel's legendary anger issues mean he cannot control himself, and he fully plans to weaponize that exact flaw. Back at Biel's castle, the mysterious hooded advisor shows up again, commenting on the Lord's pretty bold move, to which Biel snaps right back staying still is simply not in his nature. The advisor insists he'd never flee, warning that a massive crisis is here, but Biel just sneers, convinced the guy actually failed to uncover any real truth. He reveals he discovered the beast's true identity, but he is shaking so violently from pure horror that Biel instantly spots his genuine fear. This makes Biel quite suspicious. The advisor begs him to call off the war and wait for their master, but Biel explodes, absolutely furious at the mere mention of a retreat. The advisor keeps insisting that running is their only option, but the demon lord demands a damn good explanation only to be told that the reason is a closely guarded secret. He begs for understanding if he talks without permission. A truly horrific, unspeakable fate awaits him, leaving the demon lord standing there in absolute silence. Absolutely enraged, Biel white-knuckles the arm of his throne, growling that no matter who this master is, he owns this floor and rejects their warning completely. Erupting in wild flames of fury, he screams that he'll teach that insolent little brat exactly who she's messing with, promising a very painful lesson. Bowing to the demon lord's stubborn will, the advisor finally takes his leave, but he pleads one last time, please. Just consider the warning before doing anything rash. Biel snorts at the guy's arrogance, muttering about how he relies way too much on his master, until a frantic guard suddenly bursts in, screaming for his king. The guard gasps that Seir's army has officially crossed the border into their floor, handing over a direct letter sent by the enemy queen herself. Inside the message, Seir vows to judge him for his crimes and claim his head, which only makes Biel laugh hysterically at her insane audacity. Biel incinerates the paper with his own fire, ordering an immediate march, vowing to send that brat to the exact same grave as her father. During the march, Nahan reminds Seir that her role is absolutely critical. This direct clash between the two demon lords will decide the fate of their entire world. He asks if she is ready, but she confidently smiles she has learned enough. Nahan wanted to offer help, but seeing her fierce, confident eyes, guys, you can tell she is a totally different person now. Deciding to fully trust her, Nahan smiles and encourages the young queen, telling her she'll do great, and Seir vows to live up to all her beloved master's expectations. Citri reports her forces are ready, and Nahan confirms their group is prepared too. Sensing her allies' slight hesitation, Seir asks if something is wrong, prompting Citri to request permission to offer some critical advice. Citri warns that while Biel is pretty terrible at other types of magic, his control over fire is extraordinary, capable of summoning actual, raging infernos. She warns that people often mistake it for basic fire, but reminds her it is actually pure mana, a detail Seir must never forget. Seir just smiles, warmly thanking her for the precious advice. This leaves Citri incredibly touched, amazed at how much she's grown in such a short time. Suddenly, an armored knight blasts a massive war horn, alerting the entire army that the enemy is finally approaching. Across the sandy horizon, Biel's massive vanguard finally appears on the horizon, and you just know things are about to get wild. Watching their elite troops advance, Nahan calmly suggests they deploy a classic hammer and anvil tactic. This makes Citri wonder if they'll play defense. But Nahan just smiles, praising her highly loyal, veteran troops, which completely catches the allied queen off guard. Nahan notes he has his ways, directing Seir to stall Beal while Renalaza and her riders move out and Citri quickly agrees. Citri watches, utterly intrigued, as Nahan tells Seir to charge out and give it her all, and she immediately accepts her beloved teacher's command, confidently stepping forward into the light. Seir rockets toward the battle line, playfully promising she'll be right back as she leaves her army in the dust. Nahan steps up, demanding absolute attention as he declares himself the supreme commander of this entire combined force from this second on. He instantly orders the vanguard to lock down the front line using heavy shields and defensive magic. He commands the rear guard to prep massive magic spells, ready to detonate the very second the lines clash together, yelling that casting time doesn't matter as long as the line holds. The troops roar back in absolute determination. Renalaza leads her cavalry to charge the enemy flanks, striking their rear guard directly. The entire Night Division charges like a savage whirlwind across the sandy plains, kicking up a massive dust cloud toward Beal's army. Beal thinks it's ridiculous to use such basic tactics, sending 2 commanders with 20,000 soldiers each to guard his left and right flanks. Florence, commanding Beal's Crimson Flames division, coldly promises that not a single enemy will breach her line. Meanwhile, Entria of the Blue Flames smiles confidently, accepting her orders with absolute loyalty to her fearsome ruler. Beal orders his troops to crush the remaining army, but a mysterious voice from the heavens suddenly asks where he's going in such a rush. Wait for it, a confident smile appears as Seir casts her devastating ice magic to stop the enemy advance. From a massive magic circle, giant stakes of glowing blue ice rain down, catching Beal completely off guard with this sudden twist. He thinks using ice against his flames is foolish, mocking Seir's arrogant choice and promising to melt every last bit of her frozen spell. With a swift flick of his hand, Beal unleashes a roaring torrent of fire to slam directly into the falling ice. His fierce flames erupt, swirling like a bright whirlpool to consume the freezing spell cast by the young queen. The violent clash of opposite forces triggers a massive shockwave, completely lighting up the entire battlefield. Instead of melting, the ice rapidly expands into giant pillars that burst from the earth, freezing Beal's nearby troops solid. Beal can't believe his flames were snuffed out so easily, but Seir calmly explains it's actually fire made purely of mana. The irritated demon lord whips his head around, fixing a thoroughly pissed-off gaze on his young opponent standing before him. Giving him no time to recover, Seir instantly rushes forward, unleashing a heavy sword strike that forces Beal to struggle just to block. She smirks, telling him that when there's an overwhelming gap in energy, weaker mana can never defeat stronger mana. Furious and pushing his physical strength to the limit to withstand her heavy blade, Beal curses, calling his opponent a reckless brat. Seir does a graceful mid-air spin to back away, landing softly as Beal swings a massive counterattack that cuts nothing but thin air. He roars in fury at her for leading this invasion all by herself, warning her that he'll make her understand how deadly her mistake is. Seir snarls back, telling him her only mistake was not crushing him sooner, while Beal complains about her arrogance and vows the final outcome will speak for itself. Absolutely furious at her constant insults, Beal preps another devastating spell, growling that this battle is far from over. His massive attack rains down with absolute force, forcing Seir's soldiers to scramble into defensive positions under a wave of panic. Seir just laughs mockingly at the damage, asking if his legendary reputation as a Crimson Rank Lord is nothing but hot air. Beal grinds his teeth so hard his fangs almost snap. He is completely blinded by rage from her teasing. He hands command of the main force to General Ares, roaring that he will personally tear this arrogant brat limb from limb. Beal steps up to the duel, claiming he's not stupid enough to fall for such obvious bait as he walks menacingly towards Seir. Seir ignores the mockery, asking for just a brief second to store the armor her beloved master gave her before this mission. Flashing a sweet smile, she explains she'd hate to ruin a gift from her mentor in a fight where she won't even need defenses to win. Enraged at being totally looked down upon, Beal unleashes his power in a massive volcanic eruption of fire. And just like that, she celebrates her successful plan to completely infuriate him. Beal admits he underestimated her youth, acknowledging she truly honors Sar's bloodline, while Seir playfully jokes that such compliments make her blush. But the Demon Lord warns the praise ends here, reminding her that despite her raw power, she's still an inexperienced rookie in battle. With fire burning in his eyes, he tells her that challenging him alone is the ultimate display of foolish arrogance. Beal summons his forbidden technique, calling forth Surtur, the Giant of the End, a colossal fire monster ready to reduce everything to absolute ash. Faced with the terrifying colossal presence of the fire demon, Seir calmly watches with a serene gaze, showing zero fear. He grins sadistically, warning her that it's way too late for regrets, promising with absolute certainty that only a total defeat awaits the young girl on this battlefield. With his giant flaming sword raised high by the entity, Beale dares Seir to fight for her life if she can even survive this next hit. The devastating strike hits hard, literally splitting the ground in half. It rips open a colossal deep chasm that roars across the entire combat zone. Watching that insane level of destructive power from afar, Katri trembles in absolute dread, her eyes wide with worry for Seir. She turns around desperately, asking Nahan if this nightmare is actually under control, and he calmly tells her that it is. Now get this, Citri is complaining that they are up against the legendary giant Surtur, but Nahan is completely unbothered. Seir knows exactly how to counter. Nahan ends the talk by saying that while Seir beating Beale matters, their main job is turning the tide of the whole war for their army. A violent metallic ring echoes loudly across the battlefield as their two massive blades collide with absolute force. Florence uses every ounce of her strength to block a heavy strike from Renalaza, who presses down hard from horseback. Feeling her massive physical disadvantage, Florence quickly pulls her mount back to regroup and escape the crushing pressure. Wiping a trickle of blood from her face, Florence admits the commander definitely lives up to her title as one of Seir's 4 elite swords. Renalaza coldly orders the enemy general to stop her useless resistance. Florence sarcastically fires back that she is truly honored to have her name remembered. Florence raises her glowing blade, declaring that giving up now means surrendering to some young girl, which is something she will never do. Respecting the fierce determination of her pink-haired opponent, the blue-haired commander readies her weapon, daring her rival to bring everything she has for their final clash. Florence charges ahead at full speed without even activating her mana, screaming for her rival not to underestimate the true combat strength of a lady. Renalaza watches the charge with complete calm, shouting back that her opponent is dead wrong if she thinks she would ever hold back. Just watch how fast this goes. The two mounted warriors collide again in a blinding flash of desert speed. Florence's sword is violently knocked away, landing uselessly in the dirt. While Renalaza calmly says she was fighting seriously from the start, Florence coughs up blood, completely paralyzed by the fatal wound she just took. Coughing heavily, she praises her opponent's skills, deeply regretting that they had to meet as enemies. As Florence falls limply off her mount, Renalaza watches coldly, holding her blood-stained sword. Renalaza quietly wishes her fallen rival peace, as our scene shifts to another bloody corner of the battlefield. Over on the battlefront of Antrea of the Blue Flames, the enemy leader is left completely breathless and terrified by what is standing before her. Shaking with fear on her horse, she stammers in disbelief, unable to grasp how the colossal warrior before her is still alive and standing. Called Elias by his enemy, the half-dragon warrior immediately corrects her, stating that he now goes by Belarus, a name gifted to him directly by his queen. Antrea eyes him suspiciously, muttering that no matter how she looks at him, this beast definitely does not belong to her race. She activates a special skill, her eyes glowing with a sharp blue light, making him wonder if those are the legendary demon eyes. Belarus responds by slamming his massive axe straight into the dirt, causing a devastating shockwave that makes the earth shake violently beneath them. Shocked by the absurd power of this basic swing, she barely manages to dodge using her high agility. She claims Katri's sealed followers were wiped out, accusing this warrior of playing them all with a fake name. The half-dragon growls her accusation back in a deep, terrifying tone. As crackling green sparks of raw energy begin to swirl around his heavy frame, he warns his trembling opponent to watch her words extremely carefully from now on, declaring with absolute coldness that his side has never tricked a single soul. He roars in fury, cursing the Grand Assembly for insulting his mistress over pure lies, while releasing a terrifying wave of green aura. With his eyes blazing with pure hatred, he promises to blow this commander straight into oblivion, telling her to pass on his regards to her dead allies. Antrea stumbles back, absolutely paralyzed with dread as she feels the crushing, lethal pressure flowing off the beast. Realizing her fatal mistake too late, she screams in absolute panic as she notices the green aura is actually the terrifying petrification power of his demon eyes. The petrifying curse spreads instantly, turning the commander's foot to heavy stone as deep, jagged cracks begin to spiderweb upward. Renalaza desperately leaps back to dodge an oncoming attack, but she gets completely blindsided midair by something totally unexpected catching her eye. Her eyes widen in pure panic as she desperately begs him to halt the devastating attack he is about to unleash. With zero hesitation and absolutely no mercy in his eyes, the half-dragon coldly tells her that it is already way too late for begging. Charging his weapon with glowing green energy, he lets loose a massive vertical slash that rips through the air toward her lines. Renalaza barely manages to cross her arms with her weapon to block that massive impact, triggering a massive explosion of golden sparks and thick smoke everywhere. She instantly realizes this strike is just as powerful as his last one, pushing her physical strength to its absolute limit just to stay standing. Renalaza braces her stance to absorb the sheer force first, aiming to leap backward right after to put some distance between them. But to her absolute despair, her blade cannot handle the crushing pressure and shatters completely in half against his massive axe. Shards of broken metal and her bleeding hand drop limply onto the cracked ground, marking a brutal end to this clash of raw strength. The half-dragon passionately swears to uncover the hidden truth and fully restore the legendary glory his beloved mistress once held. Meanwhile, back at the main duel, Beale stares into the smoke and mutters in disappointment, wondering if she really went down with just one hit. But a fast shadow starts darting around skillfully inside the thick cloud of dust and sand left by the explosion. Beale spots the sudden movement and narrows his eyes in utter confusion, realizing her powerful presence has not faded at all. Seir steps out holding her wooden sword, relieved that dodging such a massive blow was not easy. She asks with genuine admiration about his insane strength, prompting Beale to admit she is pretty tough. Deciding to finally get serious, the Demon Lord summons his colossal fire giant once again to finish her off. Then, a stunning starry sky packed with glowing galaxies and pink energy ribbons stretches across the entire battlefield. Seir lifts her pink-bladed relic high as a massive cloud of purple mana starts violently exploding around her body. With her eyes glowing a deep, intense blue, she coldly warns Beale that she will not let him use that giant power ever again. Seir casts her forbidden spell of existence, Absolute Erasure, summoning a massive sphere of black vacuum that swallows up all surrounding light. The colossal fire giant completely vanishes into thin air, leaving Beale confused as he mutters that whatever she tried to do must have failed. Beale ignores her and furiously orders his giant Surtur to charge forward and crush this insolent little girl once and for all. But his eyes stretch wide in absolute shock when he realizes that nothing at all happens after his direct command. Beale starts breaking into a cold sweat. I mean, wouldn't you be terrified too? His ultimate summon just completely vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a massive wave of physical backlash hits him, and he coughs up blood, clutching his mouth as his body completely gives out. Lacking the strength to even stand, Beale collapses to his knees on the cracked ground, screaming in agonizing pain under Seir's calm gaze. He realizes with absolute horror that his own mana is backfiring, demanding to know what this insolent girl did to his body. Seir just gives him a playful wink and explains it is not some cheap trick, but an extraordinary spell with an insanely high mana cost. She shows him by instantly erasing a tiny sphere of light, explaining that her magic deletes every trace of existence it touches. Beale turns pale with absolute horror and stammers out in pure disbelief, arguing that such an insanely destructive magic has no business existing in their world. And you have to love her confidence here. The young queen basically tells him to believe it or not. It's his choice. Seir charges forward at high speed, raising her glowing sword, declaring with determination that it is finally time to end this long battle. Wounded and completely desperate, Beale curses in pure rage, forcing his remaining strength to lift his heavy sword in defense. He lets out a wild roar of agonizing fury as he tries to gather every last drop of energy to block her final strike. Their weapons collide with earth-shattering force, triggering a blinding explosion of golden light and flying sparks across the field. Beale suddenly notices that her energy has vanished completely, and a dark, sadistic smile creeps onto his face. Seeing that her mana is totally gone, he mockingly asks if she truly expected to beat him in a raw physical duel, promising to show her the real power of a true master swordsman. Seir mentally notes that, despite his internal injuries from the backlash, Beale is still incredibly strong. She calmly concludes there is no other way out. Slipping into action, she unleashes a flawless, lightning-fast sword strike, changing her trajectory mid-air to catch the enemy lord completely off guard. Blinded by absolute rage, Beale swings his weapon in a brutal overhead chop, screaming with all his might for his opponent to die. With a clean dodge, Seir slides right under his guard, delivering a lethal, glowing slash that cuts through the empty air. She flashes a victorious smirk and mocks him, asking if he is crazy to think he could ever teach her how to wield a sword. Holding her glowing blade high, the proud young queen solemnly tells her beaten enemy that she belongs to the legendary Data bloodline. Driven by pure hatred, Beale leaps forward in one final, desperate charge to crush her. He screams that he will silence her forever. But watch this, Seir calmly tells him that she wanted to save this technique, but he just isn't worth holding back for. Beale suddenly senses a massive, terrifying wave of energy surging from her and falls into complete panic, struggling to comprehend how she still has so much devastating mana left. Desperate, he strikes out, yelling that he won't let her have her way, but Seir coldly replies that it is already too late as she unleashes her ultimate strike. In one clean, lethal motion, Seir's glowing blade slices Belial's body completely in half. The young queen holds her crimson blade firmly as the enemy lord's blood trickles down, staining the dry desert sand. Coughing up blood, the dying demon lord clings to his last breath. Belial stammers in sheer shock, unable to believe the legendary, overwhelming swordsmanship she just displayed. An imposing golden silhouette of a legendary knight towers behind Seir, manifesting the spiritual power of the divine sword altar. Belial recognizes the divine power of the Data bloodline before collapsing lifelessly onto the desert sand. Seir calmly notes that he actually recognized her master's legendary technique. Smiling proudly, she mentions that while her bloodline helped, the real secret to her strength is having an absolutely incredible teacher. Once the battle is over, inside the medical tents, officers report the army's heavy casualties and confirm they captured around 70,000 enemy soldiers. Vice Commander Varuna reports that Belial and 2 of his generals are dead, while the remaining 2 were captured alive. Praised by Seir, Varuna asks Nahan to give their queen some grand compliments on behalf of everyone. Nahan agrees with a warm smile as his subordinate leaves to tend to the wounded soldiers. Nahan praises her flawless battle as a true demon queen, but Seir humbly says she just followed her master's advice. He smiles warmly and thanks his precious disciple for becoming someone so reliable and growing into such a wonderful leader. Hearing these sweet, sincere words of praise from her beloved master, the white-haired girl blushes a bright crimson, standing completely speechless from pure shyness. With sparkling, happy eyes, she asks if she is truly that reliable, and Nahan confirms, saying he is extremely proud of his only disciple. Seir asks expectantly if she has finally matured, but Nahan just smiles, noting she still seems like a sweet kid trying to grow up too fast. She insists, cutely asking if maybe she has grown up just a tiny bit. Nahan lets out a soft laugh, feeling relieved. But then, check this out. Seir's eyes take on a playful, scheming look as a wild thought hits her. She asks cutely if that means she is finally becoming a real adult, leaving Nahan feeling pretty uncomfortable with a strangely bad vibe about the whole thing. Feeling hesitant at her quiet, fixed stare, Nahan calls her name in concern, and she timidly responds. He chalks it up to his imagination, thinking he must be completely worn out and overthinking things after the brutal war. Nahan tells her to rest since she used up her mana, but she points at the documents, so her master promises to handle the paperwork alone. Seir thinks for a second and casually asks to rest right on his lap, leaving Nahan absolutely frozen in pure shock. She immediately pouts like a spoiled child, complaining that she loves sitting there, but her master never lets her do it anymore, leaving him totally speechless. He gently explains that she is growing up now, meaning they have to consider what other people might think. But Seir quickly argues that there is absolutely no issue if they are completely alone in the room. Looking at her sad, puppy dog eyes, Nahan finally gives up, figuring she is still young enough to act a little spoiled. Nahan finally gives in and tells her to come over, making Seir happily snuggle onto his lap with a bright smile of pure joy. Sitting comfortably right on his lap, the white-haired girl gazes up at her master with warm, loving eyes, asking him to please pat her head too. He reaches out his hand, softly running his fingers through her hair. This leaves her absolutely beaming with joy, completely thrilled to get this kind of affection from him. Nahan notes she still sleeps hugging plush dolls and craves sweets, realizing it is probably him who changed, not Seir. He softly reminds her that while she has to keep up her cold queen act around others, they are completely different when alone. Giving her a playful wink, Nahan lovingly tells her she is free to act as spoiled as she wants. Since he is her ultimate teacher, these sweet words echo in her mind. Seir lets out a tiny, secret smirk that hints at some rather dark, hidden motives. Shaking off those intense thoughts for a second, she wraps her arms happily around Nahan's neck, showing him just how much she truly adores him. Hold on over in the dark Golab Palace, a demon whispers, calling out for his terrifying sovereign. Sitting upon a massive, imposing throne wrapped in roaring fire, a booming voice echoes loudly across the entire hall, asking what business brings Abaddon to this sacred hall. Trembling on the stairs, Abaddon reveals that Belial was utterly crushed, instantly grabbing his master's attention. Golub, the cosmic sovereign of this realm, asks in complete shock, noting that Belial ruled the 67th floor and shouldn't fall so easily. Abaddon explains that Belial was taken down by the young Seir Von Devata, the sole heir of the former lord. Golab snarls that Belial shouldn't lose to a low-level lord, wondering if her being a legitimate Devata is the reason. Shaking in terror, the advisor drops a crucial update, reporting that they spotted clear traces of Leviathan, the fabled dragon of the apocalypse. Hearing that terrifying beast's name, Golab's eyes snap wide open in sheer disbelief, letting out a thunderous roar at this impossible report. Abaddon confirms the terrifying truth, fearfully whispering that the legendary sovereign of the inverse world seems to be hiding right there. Furious, Golab slams up from his throne, demanding to know why that man is there, ordering the elf to guarantee it with his life. He concludes Gamaliel must know his opponent's location and decides to go find her, wondering about that leader's mysterious absence. Golab bellows in rage, desperate to uncover what that massive ruler of the inverse world is plotting right inside their own demon territory. Soon after, outside Gamaliel's palace walls, wild sounds of pure luxury and playful succubi laughter drift through the dark hallways. The servants jump in absolute horror when Golab's giant shadow looms, his booming voice demanding to know where Gamaliel is. Our giant lord steps directly into the room, making low-level demons shake in terror, begging for mercy before his heavy pressure. Glaring with absolute disgust at the pampering demons, Golab spits that he hates visiting this place because of all the filth. One brave servant tries to speak up, muttering that even an elite guest should send a warning before arriving, only to get instantly crushed by the Lord's brutal power. Golab sighs about getting his hands messy, coldly ordering them to spill where their mistress is hiding. Suddenly, and right on cue, the sharp click of high heels echoes across the floor, drawing the giant lord's focus straight to the stairs. Gamaliel, the beautiful queen of luxury, arrives with a fierce glare, demanding to know why he is starting a riot in her home. He scoffs that he was just searching for her and had to discipline some rude trash, but she snaps back, furious about her ruined guards. Golab states he has critical questions about the mysterious supreme leader, but Gamaliel immediately brushes it off, claiming she does not know a single thing about it. Acting totally bored, she then asks with sharp eyes why he suddenly cares so much about that man's whereabouts. He warns that leaving the underworld defenseless without a protector is crazy while they are still at war with the angels, which makes her ask exactly where he heard that rumor. Golab admits he used Belial to spy on them, and she laughs, asking if he is crazy for telling her that, or if he forgets she can report him to Tomiel. He just laughs it off, snapping back that she pulls far worse stunts, reminding her that both of them would burn if their dirty secrets got out. Golab warns her to drop her creepy little obsession with that missing lord, pointing out her head is on the chopping block if the Grand Tomiel ever uncovers her schemes. Tired of the constant arguing, she finally yields, asking what he plans to do with this intel. Golab reveals he wants to persuade their target to return to the underworld. Galia just laughs at the idea of persuading him, revealing she tracked his traces to the human world after he directly ruined her plans over there. She concludes that since this place has a direct connection to the human realm, he must absolutely be hiding on either the first floor or the 72nd floor. Wearing a sneaky grin, the demon lord celebrates finally knowing his rival's general whereabouts, deciding to focus his investigation on the Devatas. In another palace, an armored officer kneels before his queen, seriously reporting that Belial was recently eliminated during the war. Completely shocked to hear about Balal's sudden defeat, the queen screams in disbelief, demanding to know who defeated the powerful lord. Seir Von Devata, the queen of the 55th floor, is left completely jaw-dropped, questioning how Seir managed to reach such an absurd level of power. The kneeling knight suggests that this young queen's terrifying growth is probably due to the strict teachings of her mysterious royal mentor. Tapping her fingers thoughtfully on her throne, she agrees with his theory, admitting she has also heard some terrifying rumors about that mentor's insane skills. She asks if that master could raise her own power even higher, and the soldier answers her with absolute respect and extreme caution. Akilda explains that given Seir's terrifying growth and her alliance with Citri, it is highly possible that man possesses such absurd power. Smiling slyly, she knows approaching him directly looks way too suspicious. But watch this, she decides to prepare a very special gift instead. Days later, Nahan reads the reports, totally confused to see the 55th floor declare war on the 56th for no reason. He wonders about Seir Von Devata, the last remaining demon queen of the prestigious Dio clan, and the current ruler of the 55th floor. Furrowing his brow, he recalls that she was simply one of many ordinary queens who appeared back in the game. He remembers very little else. The butler suggests that news of Belial's defeat must have reached her, and Nahan thoughtfully agrees that things are getting pretty dangerous. Nahan knows Seir is weaker than Balali in a straight fight, but the real issue is her massive army of 300,000 soldiers, determined to uncover her true goal. He decides to send Denis to investigate while Ari watches over the human world. But then, a sudden knock on the door interrupts him. Seir bursts through the door, incredibly excited, and calling out loudly for her master. Nahan asks in surprise if she has somehow already finished all her daily chores. Holding Nahan's hand, she sweetly explains that Leah, the housekeeper, insisted she take a little break before getting back to work. Smiling happily, the white-haired young queen lovingly admits she only came over to recharge her energy by his side. Nahan chuckles softly at his disciple's sweet behavior, patting her head and warmly encouraging her to keep up the amazing work. Watching them in silence, the butler nostalgically remembers how just a few short years ago, the young queen was just a helpless child who had lost all hope. Now, he's absolutely amazed at how she's grown strong enough to control the fate of 5 entire floors in the underworld. He knows this incredible transformation is all thanks to Nahan, even if he initially doubted a man who didn't hold any official royal title. He recalls the moment Nahan calmly revealed he received a direct, personal plea for help from the former ruler, Seir Von Devata. Pleased with how everything turned out, the butler announces snack time and gracefully takes his leave, truly hoping with all his heart that Nahan stays by Seir's side forever. Meanwhile, Seir keeps her adoring eyes locked on her master. Don't we all secretly wish they could just stay happy like this forever? At that moment, Nahan simply nods his head, giving a soft, approving smile that perfectly matches the peaceful mood settling over the study room. Seir practically squeals with joy and warmly thanks her master, who chuckles softly and asks if tiny gestures really make her this happy. He asks how the division of the 67th floor is coming along, and Seir reports they split the territory but are still negotiating how to divide the riches. Noticing her exhaustion, Nahan steps closer, asking if she wants some help with the paperwork, but she immediately blushes and waves her hands, insisting she can manage. Twirling a strand of her hair, Seir shyly asks if she should try a new look because she is bored of this style, though she really just wants his attention. He gently says any style would look great on her, prompting the excited girl to ask for his direct recommendation. But her master sheepishly admits he knows absolutely nothing about girls' hair. She lightly hops off her master's lap, landing cleanly on her feet before turning back to ask him an intriguing new question. Seir holds up a finger and insists on asking her questions one by one. Her master quickly agrees, knowing she would definitely pout if he said no. So she kicks things off by asking if he prefers long or short hair. When Nahan tells her he prefers long hair, she immediately follows up, asking if he likes it tied up or left down. Nahan tries to say both are pretty, but his disciple hits him with a deadly pout. He quickly corrects himself, claiming he actually prefers it worn down. Seir then asks for his take on bangs, leaving our main character quite awkward as he tries to come up with the perfect answer. In his mind, he admits he prefers short asymmetrical bangs, since Seir's Sword Saint Gamerroot illustration is his favorite. Seir then jokes, teasing him for giving such a detailed and serious answer about bangs. Nahan laughs awkwardly to cover his tracks, claiming he just remembered something. With a gentle, mischievous smile, she happily concludes her master loves bangs covering one eye. Thrilled that she finally discovered his tastes, the young queen winks charmingly, promising herself in the quiet of her own mind that step by step, she will change everything around her. Somehow, Denis manages to reach the 56th floor. But get this, he gets pretty confused by how peaceful it is, finding the place way too quiet for a war zone. Determined to figure things out, he approaches a local resident and asks if he can ask a quick question. The resident explains that the demon lord Oe was defeated before the war even began, keeping civilians completely safe. Denis is taken aback, and the local whispers a rumor that one of Oe's own subordinates betrayed him. The elf tells him not to take the rumor too seriously, and Denis thanks him while quietly processing the news. Denis says goodbye and moves on, leaving the resident incredibly relieved to finally wrap up that tense conversation. Watching from afar, a mysterious general eyes Denis and wonders if the guy could actually be Seir's spy. The resident tells the general that Denis recently arrived from the upper floors, noting he lacks mana and is likely not a demon. He finds it pretty strange that they would use a human as a spy. Since humans are usually just slaves here, he smirks, glad they took the bait, and plans to use Denis as a trump card when the time is right. As the general decides to retreat, Denis realizes that they leaked that information on purpose for some hidden reason. Covering his face, he knows that regardless of their goals, Lord Nahan will make the final call. Now, look at this. Seir is training hard, and Nahan asks what could be so important that she wants to fight. But Seir retorts that she will only tell him if she wins this duel. Easily blocking another strike from his disciple, Nahan points out that her lower body stance is still pretty unstable. Dodging her movements effortlessly, he says her strikes are way too predictable, pushing the young queen back as she desperately scrambles to quickly regain her balance. She completely loses her footing and lets out a small gasp of shock. Refusing to give up, despite losing control, Seir leaps high into the air with all her strength, challenging her teacher to block her next strike from above. He dodges without breaking a sweat, warning her that putting too much power into a single attack is never a good idea. The girl's eyes widen as she realizes her big strike completely missed, leaving her totally wide open. He points out that staying calm during a fight is crucial, since letting emotions take over completely blinds your judgment. Seir is completely shocked to see his blade right at her neck. Stunned by his speed, she watches Nahan declare victory with a soft smile, prompting Seir to pout and complain that it was not fair. She whines that he did not leave a single opening, while Nahan laughs awkwardly, wondering if his high demon body is just carrying him. He praises her for being this strong at just 12 years old, but she timidly admits she wants to grow even stronger, much faster. Her teacher understands that drive but warns her not to obsess over results, as it might end up ruining her mindset. Noticing his nostalgic expression, Seir takes his hand and promises to listen to him always, just to keep him from feeling sad. Nahan awkwardly apologizes for letting his heavy past slip, assuring the young girl that she is definitely not the problem. He gently pats his disciple on the head, admitting she is his greatest joy, since watching her grow makes him incredibly happy. Spotting Denis approaching, Nahan wraps up their session, telling Seir to keep practicing on her own for a bit. Denis reports that the general responsible for deliberately leaking that information is likely Vitos, from Gray's floor. Nahan immediately deduces that they want to propose an alliance. Still, he can't help but wonder about the real motivation behind this move. He highly suspects Seir's victory over Bial is the spark, meaning he must secure a vital item from that very floor. Nahan commands Denis to keep tracking their movements, reassuring the anxious spy that he'll notify him if anything happens to Eri. Nahan comments on his deep worry, and Denis quietly admits that Eri is the only friend he has left. Feeling quite responsible for their plight, Nahan silently hopes the two of them can live a peaceful life from now on. He playfully suggests that Denis should just marry Eri if she is that important, leaving the flustered spy to frantically deny everything. Blushing with embarrassment, Denis listens as Nahan explains he only said that since they are the only humans in the demon territory. Denis timidly takes his leave, leaving Nahan to wonder if he ended up sticking his nose too far into someone else's business. Seir quietly approaches her teacher, saying she waited patiently for them to finish so she could ask him a quick question. With a bright, curious look, she asks him what exactly it means to be someone's partner, completely catching Nahan off guard. He tenses up instantly at the sudden question, nervously wondering if his young disciple's eyes look a little too intense. Looking at her innocent face, he tries to calm his racing thoughts, blaming it on sheer exhaustion from dealing with Grimmery. Nahan gently explains that partners are married couples who share the lifelong duty to build and protect their family. Seir asks if he would also carry that heavy responsibility if he got married, and the master gives a vague nod. Satisfied with his answer, she suddenly spins around and walks away, leaving her teacher utterly clueless about why she dropped the other topic. Nahan is left totally lost. And oh boy, look at where her mind goes. Wandering back to the library, Seir sits down and gleefully concludes that married couples can never, ever separate. Engraving that lesson into her heart, she scribbles in her notebook, silently thanking her master for teaching her how to keep him by her side forever. Looking at her list of ways to keep her master close, she lists out physical force, external mana, and marriage, fully determined to make at least one of them work. The next morning, Nahan strolls through the palace halls, telling himself that Seir's bizarre behavior is just a classic teenage phase. Crossing paths with Cecily the maid, he asks why Seir is missing from her chores during her scheduled duty hours. Cecily cheerfully reveals that the queen herself requested a private etiquette and refinement lesson from the housekeeper. Nahan finds the timing pretty strange, but Cecily playfully jokes that the young queen probably got bored and decided to pull a cute little rebellion. While Nahan remains highly suspicious of the situation, Cecily is secretly rooting for Seir to succeed in winning what she desires so desperately. He asks where the etiquette lesson is happening, and Cecily replies that they are probably practicing out in the back garden. You have to love Seir trying her absolute hardest to balance a stack of books while maintaining perfect posture. Housekeeper Leah asks her to take a few steps, while Nahan watches from a distance, amused by this quite unusual sight for the young queen. Nahan awkwardly approaches. He immediately catches Seir's attention, who is genuinely surprised to see her master there. But she gets distracted. She loses her balance and falls flat on the ground. Still, she laughs it off to reassure the worried pair rushing over to help her. Nahan politely asks if he can speak with his disciple alone for a moment, and Leah happily agrees that it is a great time for a break. Sitting on a nearby bench, Nahan asks if the paperwork was really that boring, offering to cut her class hours so she can focus on etiquette. Horrified by his proposal, Seir frantically screams that he must absolutely never do such a terrible thing. Blushing intensely, she explains how much she loves their classes, begging him not to reduce them while promising to work faster to clear her schedule. Happy to see how much she values his lessons, Nahan asks why she is suddenly so interested in etiquette, and she reveals she wants to prepare for the upcoming assembly. Nahan agrees. He secretly recalls the original game mechanics. Having high elegance from etiquette and dancing was absolutely crucial for triggering major story events. He mentally kicks himself for putting it off because of other issues, and he knows quite well a low elegance stat leads to a guaranteed bad ending. So, he decides to handle some of her official workload until her etiquette lessons are over, telling his disciple to simply accept her master's kindness. But then, Seir suddenly remembers the actual reason she came to see him, the report on the 55th floor and the pending alliance proposal. Nahan asks how she wants to proceed, and the young queen admits that accepting the offer is actually a pretty solid idea, despite the clear risks. She points out that handling Gary on their own right now is too tough, and Nahan explains they will have two choices if they move forward with this alliance. He reveals their other play. They could climb the floors themselves to pressure Gary before finally sealing the deal. Seir definitely prefers that second choice, but with their tiny troop numbers, it is just impossible. But Nahan claims they can still find a way to apply pressure. The master reveals his plan to bring a minority race to their side much earlier than the game intended the vampire tribe. Looking totally confident, Nahan promises his young disciple that she will have that entire tribe under her control very soon. Seir is stunned, remembering that vampires are incredibly proud creatures who only bow to their creator, the primordial moon. She mentions this progenitor fell into a deep, eternal sleep after some ancient event, but Nahan reveals their tribe is actually hiding in the human world. Specifically, he says they are surviving in the freezing, uninhabitable northern polar regions. This leaves Seir utterly shocked by just how much secrets her master holds. Nahan remembers that in the game, the rumor about their hideout being in normal human territory was nothing but a clever decoy. The master explains they will start with an alliance on equal terms. This makes Seir a bit hesitant, since she is a proud demon lord dealing with ordinary demons. He tells her to use others to get what she wants, proving that even a supposed alliance of equals has a dark reality behind it. Then, Nahan pulls out a glowing red gem called lunar blood. Nahan explains that this is the crystallized blood of their progenitor, the exact key needed to wake him up. He suggests using this priceless treasure as leverage to seal the deal with their leader and eventually absorb their entire tribe. And honestly, that smug grin says it all. The master asks his young disciple what she thinks of his brilliant proposal. Later, once Nahan leaves, the housekeeper Leah approaches Seir, asking if she is honestly okay with her master doing this. Leah is deeply worried about recruiting these demons who basically abandoned the demon world to hide away in human lands. Realizing she probably said way too much, Leah quickly apologizes, but Seir says she fully understands her worries. The young queen just smiles, reminding the housekeeper of some classic advice: men always prefer women who completely trust what they do. With absolute resolve, she promises to keep trusting him completely, letting her beloved teacher do whatever he thinks is best. Meanwhile, Nahan turns up in another area, deeply focused on planning the very next strategic moves of his journey back in the human world. Right near a portal in Salino, Eri notices Nahan looking incredibly serious, and nervously asks if she did something wrong. Nahan shakes his head, explaining he just remembered how Denis was super worried about her living all by herself in this world. Eri gets totally red-faced, promising to lecture Denis for bothering him, which makes the main character quickly step in to calm her down. He simply asks her to go a little bit easier on her friend, and the girl quickly nods along with a pretty awkward smile on her face. She reports that the massive war he wanted her to look into is ending soon with the Bismar Empire winning, making Nahan glad everything matches the game. Since the Northern Coalition is collapsing, Nahan knows the legendary hero of the arc is about to arrive. And this hero might be way stronger than the original version. Stepping through the portal, he orders Eri to closely watch the Empire, getting a fiercely loyal salute in return. Reaching Dorhan Castle, a key strategic post right on the path to the Cult Mountains, Nahan decides to take a breather to size up the area. Walking through the bustling castle market, Nahan notes that the situation is actually worse than he thought. Everything is way too quiet. Suddenly, he spots an angry merchant grabbing a poor, white-haired little girl who apparently stole a single piece of bread. The furious vendor demands immediate cash, but Nahan cuts in, holding out a shiny coin to cover the kid's entire debt. Our main character calmly explains that he is paying for the food, extending his hand with the coin to settle the whole argument right then and there. The guy is completely stunned to find a high-value silver coin in his hand, and Nahan simply tells him to keep the change since it is his only cash. Gratefully, the merchant bows down, bowing over and over while Nahan gently hands the fresh bread to the starving girl, telling her to eat up. He watches her desperately devour the food. He softly notes she must have been absolutely starving. But then, get this, his eyes sharpen as he asks why a noble vampire is pretending to be human. The little girl is instantly terrified by the question, making Nahan wonder out loud if her powerful tribe has started abandoning their own children. Shaking, she tries to offer the bread back so he will ignore her, but Nahan tells her to keep eating, promising he won't say a single word to any of the nearby humans. Recognizing her cute face, he asks for her name and is shocked to discover this little vampire is actually named Veronica. He remembers that in the game, she eventually becomes the legendary lunar princess and a major leader of her tribe. Finding her living like a beggar is completely bizarre to him. Nahan asks why she is not with her clan, and Veronica reveals her family was brutally cast out after making a single mistake. She quietly says her father died fighting in their territory, and her mother fell terribly sick from grief right after hearing the tragic news. Nahan. He remembers her sad fate from the game and realizes there is a pretty high chance her parents were actually framed. Wearing a sharp smile, he figures that bringing a kid with this much raw potential to his side right now is a massive win. Veronica flat out refuses to go back to her clan. After what they did to her family, they would only point fingers anyway. He introduces himself as Seir's personal tutor and offers the starving girl warm food and shelter if she swears absolute loyalty to them. She gets suspicious, asking why he would even want a kid working for him. But Nahan quickly tells her not to take things in a weird direction. Shifting focus, he asks one final time if she is coming along, or if she wants to keep starving out here on the cold streets. Veronica hesitates. Just a moment. She stares at Nahan's open hand, praying this is the right call. When she asks if he will truly give her food and blood, the master solemnly promises to take care of her. And just like that, Veronica takes his hand, officially joining the crew. As they walk away, Nahan warns her that she will be serving a demon lord who is destined for the very top. The kid eagerly nods along. When Nahan asks how she survived before, he is completely shocked to hear she fed on mosquitoes, so he decides to buy her real food immediately. Meanwhile, back in her castle chambers, Seir has a pretty serious and incredibly thoughtful look plastered across her face. Staring out the massive window, the young queen whispers to herself about a really bad feeling that suddenly crept over her. She seriously worries that her master might be bringing home some wild, unexpected surprise. Maybe even another girl. Squeezing her plushies in pure jealousy, she mutters that she will handle almost anything, except a rival competing for her master. Far from the castle, Veronica quietly asks if he will protect her once they reach her old clan. Curious about their goal, she listens as Nahan explains that he actually wants to propose a trade alliance. They soon approach an imposing, icy vampire castle nestled deep in the mountains, stopping at the main gates. A heavy guard orders them to halt, so Nahan formally announces himself as an official envoy of Demon Lord Seir. The guard barks that they do not accept outsiders, but Nahan calmly asks him to just pass a quick message to his leaders. Grinning confidently, Nahan tells him to inform his bosses that he has brought the legendary lunar blood. Shaken by the name of that sacred treasure, the guard tells them to stay put and rushes inside to get permission. Veronica cowers closely to Nahan in fear, but he gently comforts her, asking if returning to her old home is making her nervous. The tiny girl just pulls at his cloak, timidly asking if there is a piece of bread left to eat, which leaves her master completely speechless. Now look at this. The clan leaders offer them a surprisingly warm welcome and a massive feast, but Nahan ignores the food entirely, stating he only came to discuss the lunar blood with their progenitor. He has absolutely no intention of wasting time on small talk with these minor nobles. Roselia, a blonde vampire lord, laughs mockingly at his demands, asking how they could possibly believe him when he has not even shown the jewel. Nahan simply opens his palm, revealing the real lunar blood glowing intensely in front of everyone. The vampires instantly leap up in pure shock at the sight of the legendary jewel, aggressively demanding to know where this intruder got it. Annoyed, Roselia snaps that only true lords are allowed to see their sleeping progenitor, and he is not someone a random commoner can meet. Nahan fires back, declaring that he represents the Data clan as an official envoy. But Roselia just sneers, mockingly repeating Seir's family bloodline. She and another noble laugh at Seir, calling her a mediocre queen, which makes Nahan burn with silent rage at the insult to his beloved student. He realizes they are too far from the demon realm and have completely forgotten how to feel fear, meaning the law of brute force is the only language they will understand. Ignoring their pathetic insults, Nahan quietly tells Veronica to step out of the hall for a minute. The moment the heavy doors slam shut, thick tentacles of dark mana erupt into the room in an absolutely terrifying display. With golden eyes burning and a horrific aura flaring, Nahan mutters that they do not seem to understand who should actually be begging for mercy. Angered by this insolence, one of the vampire lords slams the table, roaring in pure rage at this stray guest's utter disrespect in his own home. Furious at his absolute disrespect, Roselia lunges forward screaming that she will tear his arrogant tongue right out of his mouth. Gathering her power, she warns him that her blood magic spear is about to end his life without a single shred of mercy. But before she can even swing, a sudden, brutal force slams her hard against the wall. She groans in deep pain, completely broken. The other vampire lords panic at the sight, screaming in total outrage. How dare he lay a hand on a lord while smiling so menacingly? Nahan casually remarks that 7 lords is just way too crowded, openly wondering if he should only let 4 of them leave this room alive. While the lords beg for mercy outside, little Veronica trembles in absolute fear behind the door, promising never to ask for bread again. Just to save their own skins, the terrified vampires lead Nahan straight to Moonlight Lake, the sacred, beautiful place where their ancient progenitor sleeps. Approaching the quiet shore, young Veronica is completely spellbound by the sheer beauty and mysterious energy radiating from the water. Right in the center, resting on a bed of glowing, magical flowers, lies the sleeping body of their magnificent progenitor. Nahan gasps. She looks exactly like his video game character, a literal masterpiece in the flesh. He squeezes the lunar blood jewel with immense force, shattering it to unleash the sacred blood that must be offered directly to the ancient progenitor. He guides the glowing liquid precisely into her mouth, solemnly starting the long-awaited process to wake her up. The absolute second she drinks that primordial blood, a massive wave of crimson energy wraps entirely around her body as she finally wakes from centuries of deep sleep. The progenitor greets Alberon, asking with clear curiosity if the man standing beside him is her special guest. With an enigmatic smile, she admits she is quite impressed her clan brought someone with such an immense caliber of presence. Floating down elegantly, the powerful vampire leader leaves her glowing flower bed to speak directly with her new guests. To everyone's absolute shock, look at this. The legendary progenitor drops to her knees with deep respect right before Nahan. Introducing herself respectfully as Ursa Scarlet, she leaves Nahan completely baffled, totally unable to process what is actually happening. Back at the castle, housekeeper Leah gets a total fright when a plate suddenly shatters on the floor. Worried to see the young queen suddenly lose all focus on her etiquette training, Leah gently suggests they take a quick break. With her face cast in deep shadows, Seir calls out to her housekeeper in a cold, low voice that makes Leah pretty tense. Her eyes glow with fury as she reveals a dark certainty her beloved master is with another woman. Leah suggests it might just be Eri delivering reports from the humans, instantly making Seir sigh in relief. Realizing she worried over nothing, the housekeeper gets quite nervous about the girl's obsessive jealousy, timidly asking how the queen could possibly sense that from so far away. Striking a gentle pose with a playful smile on her lips, Seir simply replies that it is a huge secret between her and her own intuition. Back at the sacred lake, the progenitor repeats her respectful greeting, bowing down humbly right before her master. She keeps introducing herself with utmost respect, leaving Nahan standing there in absolute, stunned silence, trying to wrap his head around all of this. Thoroughly confused, Nahan silently wonders if there is somehow another powerful entity hiding nearby that she is actually bowing to. Finding it completely unbelievable that such a legendary warrior is bowing to him, he quickly orders Alberon to take young Veronica away from the lake. Nahan commands her to stand up, directly asking if she actually knows his true, hidden name. Happy to answer, the ancient progenitor reveals he is the great supreme ruler of the inverse realm, solemnly uttering her master's name. But as a strange, mystical silence suddenly censors the sound, Nahan is left completely confused, unable to hear her final words. Ursa quickly notices his confusion, politely asking for his permission to raise a question. She easily recognizes his glowing golden eyes, but asks why a powerful restriction seal is blocking the pronunciation of his real name. Nahan's eyes widen in pure shock, realizing that even the most ancient, godlike beings of this world suffer from that exact same restriction. He remembers how another demon named Lily failed to speak his name before, making him quietly theorize about the mysterious origin of this curse. Nahan admits he knows absolutely nothing about it and cannot even recall his own past life, leaving the ancient progenitor quite intrigued by his situation. Taking full advantage of this rare moment with a legendary progenitor, Nahan seriously orders her to reveal absolutely everything she knows about his true existence. Ursa playfully begs him not to glare at her so intensely, and the master quickly apologizes, simply asking to be called by the short name Na. She then reveals that Na was a colossal demon of such terrifying strength, not a single one of the other 9 rulers of hell ever dared challenge his absolute power. The master asks if he is truly an unrivaled powerhouse. Ursa proudly confirms it, boasting that not even the supreme commander of hell ever dared to face him. Hearing this bombshell, Nahan questions who could actually place such a powerful seal on him, and Ursa suggests he might have sealed his own powers away in the past. When asked why he woke her up, Nahan directly proposes an alliance with her formidable bloodline, connecting with her as the sovereign of the primordial moon. She finds his proposal incredibly fun and creative, while Nahan seriously adds that this fair alliance will involve more than just himself. Nahan asks if she knows of Queen Seir. The vampire leader recognizes the Devata lineage, but asks with deep worry if the former king actually died. He sadly confirms it. It has been nearly 8 years since he passed, and Ursa immediately mourns, deeply moved by the heavy pain her master had to carry. Ursa is totally shocked that Nahan does not remember the incredibly close bond he once shared with Seir. She reveals the former lord was his only friend during his long solitude. Nahan deduces that Seir must have asked him to look after the family, and honestly, this is a massive lore twist the game never showed. She asks about their next moves for the pact and solemnly accepts the offer, promising she would never refuse to help her supreme leader. Ursa only begs that Nahan never oppress or mistreat her loyal vampire children. She explains that acts of cruelty would only spark dangerous rebellions. Giving a firm nod, Nahan promises to respect that condition while getting ready to seal their extremely valuable trade agreement. Ursa is stunned to see her mighty master carrying a literal trade paper, but he warns that her true loyalty belongs to Seir Von Devata. She sees just how serious Nahan is about this situation, and he coldly replies that he always stops at nothing to achieve his ultimate goals. He tells her to sign. Reading the treaty, Ursa feels incredibly honored that Nahan already knew her name without her even needing to introduce herself. Without a second of hesitation, the ancient progenitor bites her finger, using her own royal vampire blood to sign the document. She explains that a blood pact is absolutely necessary to keep her people in line if she ever slips into a deep slumber again. Ursa confesses she only wishes for her clan to reach true glory by serving the demon queen of his choosing. Staring deeply at him with her crimson eyes, the vampire leader solemnly asks if he can truly promise her that. With a confident smile, Nahan guarantees her tribe will become the most powerful race on the continent by following their supreme ruler. He also promises to seek out lunar blood to buy back her freedom, leaving the ancient progenitor completely stunned and deeply touched. Nahan calmly explains that soldiers fighting his wars deserve actual, massive rewards. This makes Ursa wonder why he is working so hard just for her. He answers that this is exactly what a real alliance looks like, making Ursa feel incredibly proud to serve such a majestic being. Nahan casually mentions he already executed 3 vampire lords for insulting Seir, just to make sure there are no future misunderstandings between them. She finds his cold face pretty amusing and accepts his choice, only begging him not to drive her beloved children to complete extinction. Ursa silently notes how much his rough personality has softened, remembering that in the ancient past, he was a ruthless, terrifying demon wherever he set foot. She asks one last question. Why is there only one apocalypse beast with him now, when he used to control 3 legendary beasts? Nahan instantly freezes, sweating as he begs her not to summon anything dangerous here. And look at this. The adorable little Leviathan suddenly pops right onto his head. Ursa explains that along with the ocean Leviathan, the mountain-sized earth behemoth and the skybird Ziz also swore their absolute loyalty to him. The vampire queen suggests that investigating his mysterious restriction seal might hold the key, and Nahan thanks her, promising to keep that valuable tip in mind. Suddenly, Ursa loses her balance from pure exhaustion, and Nahan quickly rushes forward to catch her before she hits the hard ground. Grateful for his warm touch, she smiles weakly as Nahan gently lays her back onto her soft bed of glowing spirit flowers to rest. Ursa whispers that she hopes they can chat more next time, praising his brilliant mind one last time before slipping back into a deep sleep. Watching the progenitor sleep peacefully, Nahan tries to decode his past and figure out why she spilled her blood before sleeping for centuries. Suddenly, he sneezes and decides to head out. He gets a really strong gut feeling that he should probably buy a nice gift before going back home. After showing the blood contract to Alberon and mobilizing the support troops, Nahan heads straight for the 70th floor alongside Veronica. Soon, at the high-end shop of Merchant Bennett, the young clerk is completely startled to welcome Nahan on his sudden visit. Bennett spots the terrified girl hiding behind Nahan, asking with wide eyes if this little kid actually belongs to the incredibly rare lunar bloodline. Nahan confirms Veronica's origin, revealing her own people cruelly threw her away. This leaves Bennett completely speechless. Meanwhile, Nahan reveals that the vampires and the Data clan have forged a secret alliance, ordering the news to be spread to every hidden race. He praises Bennett's massive sales success, and the proud shopkeeper boasts that his business is now ranked among the top 10 largest in the entire realm. When asked why he decided to drop by all alone, Nahan explains he is looking for a beautiful birthday gift for Seir, who turns 13 today. While Bennett steps away to grab the goods, little Veronica sneaks up to the counter, trying to swipe a shiny necklace without anyone noticing. Nahan catches her instantly, and the panicking girl quickly claims she had absolutely no intention of stealing anything. Picking up the jewel, Nahan asks if she truly wants it, while secretly noting she needs some serious moral lessons. He tells her to just ask honestly next time instead of resorting to theft, promising to buy it for her later, which leaves her totally stunned. Bennett returns to the counter and opens a velvet box, presenting 3 gorgeous rings for his highly valued customer to look over. Knowing the queen loves sparkly things, the merchant eagerly displays the stunning jewelry pieces, and Nahan praises him for his absolutely flawless taste and selection. Nahan picks the butterfly ring, knowing the delicate piece will look completely perfect on Seir. After paying, Nahan turns to the little vampire and says they should go, unless she wants to pick out something for herself. Veronica timidly points her finger at a sparkly heart necklace, and Nahan immediately decides to buy that one for her too. Nahan playfully teases her, and honestly, seeing this side of him is just so heartwarming. Veronica quietly admits she is still adjusting to his kindness, making Nahan smile warmly as he reassures her that time does not matter since they are family now. This leaves her blushing and incredibly thoughtful as he gently pats her head, explaining that as a future loyal follower of the queen, she is officially part of his precious family. She quietly thinks about his goodness, realizing that, unlike other cruel adults, the only price Nahan demands for his protection is her loyalty. Noticing her deep in thought, he softly asks if she likes her new gift. Veronica happily replies that she absolutely loves it. As he helps put the necklace on her, Nahan asks her age and is shocked to find she is already 11, looking far too small for a normal vampire. Veronica timidly asks him if he is only raising her to consume her later, but the master shuts her down. Cold. He sharply calls her name. Looking extremely serious, he bans her from talking such nonsense and warns that repeating this around Seir will get her killed. Terrified, Veronica nods. Back at the castle, the maid Cecily announces the master is back. Seir instantly celebrates her lesson ending, but when she hears Nahan is heading straight to her room, the young queen panics and immediately begs Leah to resume their exhausting etiquette lesson. Footsteps approach. Her master is coming. She quickly fixes her appearance, trying to hide her massive anxiety. But get this, Nahan suddenly swings the door wide open. Seir gets completely startled, badly twisting her ankle while trying to force a perfect posture. A loud crash echoes as she hits the floor, sending Nahan running to his injured disciple. Meanwhile, the maids whisper that this fall is just some cheap seduction trick. Seir is lying on the floor, basically faking pain to win her master's sympathy and affection. But that cozy vibe instantly shatters when Seir spots a completely unexpected figure, standing right behind her teacher. Pointing her finger in a fit of absolute jealousy at little Veronica, the queen demands to know right now who that new girl is. Feeling that deadly, jealous aura from his disciple, Nahan breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to come up with some explanation. Leah and Cecily celebrate their vampire alliance success, which calms Seir's jealous heart just a little bit. Nahan confirms he woke the progenitor and sealed the deal, proudly showing off the signed document to prove his success. But get this, he totally ruins it by revealing he basically adopted Veronica, sending Seir and the panicked servants into absolute chaos. While Cecily quietly mourns, Leah despairs because their master just completely destroyed that whole peaceful vibe they had.